What's up, gamers? Aaron Shack here, and welcome to the Shackcast. We have a special guest today, Brown Tiger. What's up, dude?
Hey, how you doing?
Listen, we have a special episode today because this is episode number 69. Nice. we're mandated to say that. All right, we had to say nice. All right. But yeah, we're excited to have hit that little milestone. Took me a while, but we have Brown Tiger here on the show. He's a Twitch streamer, a musician, an artiste, as it were. Some people might say he spends a lot of time at the gym, and others might say he spends too long in the game room.
Both. I get a little bit of both, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself, man.
I appreciate the introduction. And off top, thank you so much for doing this and having me here, man. It's a pleasure and honor.
Yeah.
Shackcast. My name's Brown Tiger, as we were told. Producer out of Memphis, Tennessee, I say, because no one knows where Mississippi is, Portland area. Been streaming since what did the thing say? At least 8 years almost.
Yeah,
I started
man.
like 2 years after Twitch was introduced, and I didn't really know what it was. And the funny thing was, I just like it was back in the days when we just did straight gameplay stuff. There was no mic, no camera, anything like the old West days doing it. You know, nobody out there in the atmosphere because no one knew what Twitch was back then. Picked up that for a while, did music for a while, quit that a couple times, as some people do with, arts and the arts. You love it 1 minute and then the next minute, I'll never do this again. And you throw everything in the trash. And then the next time you're like, you know what, let me pick that thing back up. And I combined the two and kind of found my niche, my area, my lane in doing live streams of music. And has built and grown a amazing and wonderful community and introduced me to this guy over here some magical way. This unicorn fell in my lap.
Yeah, dude, it's really strange. Can you trace that back? Do you know?
I really can't, and that's part of what I've been trying to do. I know you've been like in the streams. We talk. Me and Shaq talk everything.
Those conversation threads go in so many different directions.
It's like in a skill tree, like one of those massive RPG skill trees. Like we'll start here talking about this, and somehow we're talking about uranium on the show. I don't know where that came from. But yeah, that's part of why I'm trying to find like the origins, and I talk about like things of the past, and I do those like therapeutic talks to like figure out who you are and like what do you not like and take away the pieces to find the core. And I have no idea, bro. I haven't found it yet. My parents were big into music. Dad was a little bit rock and roll. Mom was a little bit country. So at the broad spectrum, that's why I can listen to just about anything but country music. No dig at country, no dig at country.
I'm like, you're in Mississippi. Yeah. That's fighting words, man. Like,
right. So it's really hard for me to like.
You gonna talk smack about the blues while you're down there?
Like, who changed the jukebox? Yeah, so that also is part of the production music struggle in this area is being regional. And there's this weird thing that kind of took place over years with the introduction of the internet and it being so much easier to distribute things like that, to where you kind of lost those regional boundaries where like you had like the West Coast sound, you have the East, you still have those things, but like as far as knowing who's who and what's what, it was very like small fish in a big pond kind of thing. And then the pond got even bigger, and you're like, oh God, like, wow, there's a lot more fish out there than I thought. And yeah, me not having a local sound to like the music that I did kind of like put a barrier, a hurdle on, branching out and getting known locally. And what was crazy was my biggest demographic of fan base was from New York up north.
What?
And the Latin rap community actually loves my stuff. And I'm like,
oh, snap.
I didn't see that coming, but I've actually had a two or three guys I know that do uh rap.
Uh-huh.
They actually asked for like music, and I was like, oh, like you actually like want my stuff, and they were all of Latino descent. I was like, maybe I have something over here. But
So
yeah,
you
I'm
made like
down.
beats for them and they just rapped over it?
I made some before, and they were on YouTube. So like they commented or like DM me on Instagram about like, hey, can I get this beat from you?
Yeah.
And that was a big like reality check, whoa situation where it was like this complete random stranger way over here is like, hey man, that thing that you did, can I have that? And I think that's a moment for you, like as a creative and artist, of like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, like people are actually like paying attention,
Yeah.
and
Someone
then they're
else
paying
thinks you're
attention
good
to
at what you do. Yeah.
and that's where my dilemma comes in, where I'm like, wait, you think it's good? No, no. Now, like the pressure's on to perform, and like make sure it's good, but like it's already good. They asked for it.
Yeah.
You don't have to, judge yourself about the thing. And that's been my whole character arc. Is like the music is good. I don't think it's good. Everyone says, "Hey, can I have this?" I'm like, "Are you sure?"
Are you sure you want it in this state? I insist it's not done. I can still add a few more layers.
Like that speaks to my heart. That one hit
Yeah.
the.
No, because I've seen what you do, and it's like, how do you know when to stop, dude? When you're like, should I add another melody on top of that? Does it need some instrumentation? Should I change the beat entirely at this point?
Like, that's all true, all absolutely factual. Like I'll spend like a week on one project just because, like, well, that triangle could be a little more pan to the right, but I'm gonna do these symbols in the background that nobody hears. That's so. I'm gonna focus on that for the next 2 hours while I become dehydrated. Yeah, my friends don't see me very often.
Oh my god, dude. That's so
Struggle.
perfect. So, do you feel like you've gained a lot of skill by repeating all this? Like, I mean, you create beats and make songs and stuff so often that do you feel like you've kind of put in your hours and you kind of know what to do in your craft, you know?
I think I've yeah, I will say yes. Off top, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
You can
it's
still be a little
been
unconfident, but you know, like I want to
yeah,
make sure that you're
and that's
like,
going into like
yeah, you're skilled
any
at what you
project.
do, you know? You've put in the hours and the time, right?
Yeah. Um, like yeah, going into anything new with like a new project, there's always that first initial like, all right, I'm gonna do this thing. Then like when you start, whatever
Mhm.
the thing is, like get your canvas or I start, the metronome, like, all right, what am I gonna do? And that first thought, like, that first I always get hung up on.
Mhm.
And a friend of mine pointed out to me, like you said, you put the hours in because clearly, like you've been doing music and like it's out there.
Yeah.
Um, I wasn't looking at it big picture wise because like I said, I'd quit doing it so many times. Like I get frustrated or like something I would post like wouldn't get plays or something like that, and I'm like, oh my god, nobody loves this stuff. But it's like
Yeah.
one project, but I always get so hung up on it, and
Sure.
I think that's because as artists and creators, we put so much emotion and passion into that thing. It's like your little baby, and like you send it out into the world.
Mhm.
Like, all right, we did all this. I got you right. I told you how to count and tie your shoes. Now go play. And like, no one picks up the kid. You're like, what the hell?
Oh.
Why'd the bus drive by mine?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's the best analogy I could have for it. And I would always get so hung up on that, but I don't realize like all the other little babies that I sent out that have, been successful and gone out there and done bigger and better things in the world.
That's true.
So when I would quit, I restarted the counter, and that was a fault of mine. To where I would do music for a while, I'd have this frustration moment, life events, things like that, and I'd quit doing it. And then years later, I'd pick it back up. So overall, I'd say, yeah, I've definitely put in the hours. Like I even used to, make lunch table beats and stuff like that in the back of Dad's truck, and me and the brothers doing acapella. So we were always like in a musical environment, but it was
Mhm.
like such a fun thing for me because it wasn't like music class or like learning music theory. It was
Yeah.
us having fun. So I didn't really count that as like training or putting in my hours or doing the
No, it
thing, but
is.
really, right. And I didn't realize that until literally like 2 years ago.
Oh my god.
Right. As
2
much as
years ago.
fun, it's that bad sometimes, kids, but it's okay. Like,
Yeah, it's
believe
for
me,
real,
it's
dude.
okay. Oh yeah, I definitely have put the time in and gotten better in the craft.
Hmm.
And I think um, the thing we tend to get hung up on, especially nowadays, like we said, with metrics and things like that, is when things don't do numbers.
Yeah.
And I hate to see artists and creatives suffer in that regard, looking at numbers, because the whole point is the art itself. Like, did you express yourself in this thing?
Yeah.
Yes, good job. You won. Before you post anything or have any of that, you've already won. That other part, that's the algorithm, a whole nother thing we'll get into.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
as far as creating and doing the art, just do it. Make bad art. That's what I tell people. It's
Mm.
okay for it to be bad. Don't judge it, just make it and get it out of you. Because eventually, like one of those bad drawings out of the 10, you might be like, you know what? There's something here. And you grow and develop on that.
Hmm.
So even in the music, that's why I never really settled down on like a singular, particular type of sound.
Uh-huh.
That I didn't want to pigeonhole myself,
Yeah.
But then on the same side of that coin, when I started out, I was trying to do everything. I was going to be the guy that does all of it. I was going to learn how to play the piano. I'm going to play the violin. I'm going to play the guitar over here. And then the first time I picked up a guitar and tried to play, I was like, all right, I got to realign some of these goals.
You're like, this kind of hurts.
Like, oh, my hand doesn't do that. Okay, cool. Like just finger placement, and that's why I do appreciate musicians, things like that, because I know like what it takes to learn and pick up something. Whereas like somebody, just listening to Spotify on the way to work doesn't think about those melodies and chords so deeply as a person sitting there practicing all day and night to get this one melody right. But
Yeah.
you'll hear it, like 30 seconds in a commercial and going about your day. But this person put their life and soul into like learning this thing. And that's why I love music the way I do.
The craft.
Fancy.
Yeah, it means so much, man.
Yeah.
Dude, so how far does the music go back? You were mentioning like, hanging out with your family and your dad and just, making music in the truck. How what else sort of builds up your, what gets you from not knowing anything about music to like where you are today? Is there anything else on that?
There so I'm really big into sampling more so than like actual like live acoustic playing.
Mhm.
I use a drum pad, my Ableton Push 2, that
Yeah.
I got from streaming and music money. So that's a hooray moment. I literally like
That's a
flipped
win,
checks
dude.
and right. And that was another one of those big, wait a minute. Like I just realized like I got this new thing that I love like through this thing, through the people that appreciate what I do. It's like, oh, it was a
Yeah.
big awe moment for me. And I got re-inspired from that. And I think that's those little, accomplishments to where you keep going, those little like, oh yeah, you notice it and then go from there. And going back to origins, mom was a band nerd. So she
Oh.
actually played the clarinet.
Okay.
She was a clarinetist, whatever you call it.
Yes. A woodwind player.
And so, of course, me like finding it, in the closet one day, and that kid running around the house just bored and laughing as he could. I think as we talk about this, I think I'm starting to see the origin story was that my mother like didn't punch me or like cut all that record or like shame me for it. She like tried to show me like how to place my fingers. She showed me like how to
Yeah,
play it. I was not good at it. And me being, the frustrated child that I was, I wanted to be perfect at it as soon as I picked it up.
for
I
sure.
was like, I'm
That's
not
what we
doing this
think.
right all the time. And I'm still working on like overcoming that thing because I find it pops up every now and then like, it was something I tried to play chess. I got that Mario chessboard I think I had showed you. And I
Yeah,
was
that
like,
was cool.
amazing, right? Like love it.
Yeah.
I was like, cool, it's Don Brand's game thing. I love these chess pieces. I'm gonna be a chess I'm gonna be that guy that comes home and like plays chess with himself, like while smoking a cigar and reading a book. I was gonna do
We
that
are
and then I
so
found out I was
alike in
bad
that
at
way,
chess.
dude. That's so
Right?
stupid. It's such a me thing to do.
Right, exactly. So I was like, that's who I'm gonna be this summer. And
Yep.
then I found out like I don't have the patience for chess.
No.
And this was me playing against myself, and that was like a realization moment. Like, oh, like I'm struggling to play against myself, even though there's no winners or losers. It's just
Yeah.
you. No one even has to know.
No one
And I
has
was
to
like,
know that you keep losing.
well, no one needs to know that you're a loser. It's okay.
Yeah. The AI inside your brain is beating you.
And it's so good. It's such a great AI.
Oh my God.
So yeah, back to the origin thing. That
Yeah.
frustration of me not being perfect at it first off the bat got in the way of me like further developing it, and I think that's why I always started and stopped it so much.
Mm-hmm.
Because then mom got me a like piano, the little comes with the 8 like preset little
Yeah.
preset beat things. I learned to play "Here Comes the Bride"
Okay.
and like one other melody, but that was like all I could do. And everyone was like, there's other keys down here," and I'm like, no, I'm good with
Nah.
like these 7.
These are hip.
And these are the where the hits are made are down here. You guys can have all E and F's over there. And eventually I gave that up
Mm-hmm.
and didn't do music for a while. Like as I'm telling the story, like I can almost see it in compartments. I remember the clarinet, I remember the piano, I remember a second piano.
Mm-hmm.
Never did a drum set. I got the guitar like 6 years ago, 4 years ago. But then those moments I would like give up on it. My mom was always there to like, hey, you want to pick this back up again? So she was very good about, encouraging me in those creative things. And then with dad, he
Uh-huh.
was he was a comedian, classic rock guy, listened to everything, and we, go out hunting and riding in the truck at 4 in the morning, listening to classic rock. Um, Huge fan of the Animals, great.
Oh, that's awesome.
Jimi Hendrix was the greatest man to ever touch a guitar. I
Yep.
like knew these people over here, and it was always funny. Like when I would like go to school, my friends were like, "Are you listening to that kind of music?" Because like I grew up in urban community, and they're like, "We don't listen to rap and hip hop here." No, listen to everything. And my friends, like as a kid, made fun of me for it, and so I kind of like got alienated, and that put me
Mm-hmm.
in that the artist's dream world where like they're solo by themselves, like in the room all.
You're the creative genius who has been outcast, and now you can focus solely on your craft because you have no friends.
Isn't it such a typical story? How to make an artist.
Yeah, that's such the blueprint right there. Yeah, for real.
First, you get a
That's
little bit of social isolation.
yeah.
Get that in there, mix in a little awkwardness. But yeah, the other thing we did was Sunday mornings was cleaning day in grandma's house, and she would always put on the records and like we clean the baseboards, and like whole family thing. And so I think that really created a core memory for me growing
Uh,
up, like connecting music to like the happy times, like family and dancing and smiling, like the good energy stuff. And I've always come back to it. It's kind of like it's my dopamine hit is doing music or listening to music. And
yes.
people will see me like in the gym with headphones on. It's not like I'm trying to like block out stuff. I'm like studying the music, absorbing this like memories from songs I've heard in the past. Like what's that song? Cats in the Cradle. That's my
Mm.
dad's like theme song.
Oh. Oh man. That's
Right,
heavy.
right. Like he
That's a
gets
heavy
like
song,
teary
dude.
eyed when it comes on, and I'm like, now that I'm older and
You
the
get what the
story of the
song's
song,
about, don't you?
right? And I'm like, oh wow, like I'm the boy that grew up like, Dad, I need the keys. Can I have the?
Yeah. We'll get
Yeah.
together then,
So
Dad. You know we'll have a good time then.
so
Oh no.
yeah, that's why like I love music. Like even in that little moment had been like that. Yeah, I love that about it, and that's why I love like creating those moments and connections. And that's part of why I also sample like older stuff, not like a direct copy, but like to put a little bit of like that melody from like that Three Dog Night song. Like somebody will recognize that, and you have a memory attached to it. So
Mm-hmm.
like hearing we'll have a good time then, Dad. Somebody that's gonna connect with somebody out there in the universe, and they're gonna be like, I should call my dad.
So just
And I
that
love
little
making those.
sample is part of how you connect
Yeah.
pieces of songs, because like some people don't get the sample thing of like, you know, some people think it's an issue with like copyrights, and it's like, oh,
Mhm.
it's, you know, it's just these people like Beyonce wanting to, you know, steal a tiny piece of an old song that was really good and just, you know,
Mm.
take the glory and put her own words over it and be a phenom or whatever. But there's like there's more to the story that you're revealing here. Can you tap into that a little bit of like what, because you are getting into it, like what samples mean, and like it's not just about like, you know, ripping what was that? They ripped like a melody from one song and then she sang bootylicious over it, and I was like, what is
Yeah,
this?
that type of thing. And
Yeah.
it's getting worse and worse, like as time progresses. And
Yeah.
the when I talk about it, I always feel like devil's advocate, like, because I'm always like, do
Yeah.
what you do, like, don't let anybody tell you. But then, like, hey, hang on now, like,
Hang on
there's
now,
certain
listen.
ways we do things.
That was a classic, and then you started singing about ass on top of it.
Right, like, you don't sing about ass on Hey Joe.
Yeah, come on,
Like,
man.
like big, there is this thing again going to that algorithm
Yeah.
where you do, it's like clickbait. You do what works, and I understand that aspect of it. But there's like it is this little like sinister, like I see what you did there, where they will use like a melody or like a chorus from
Hmm.
like a very super popular song, and that's the thing that grips you into the song.
Yeah.
And regardless of like their lyrics or whatever else they've done to it, you're like, oh yeah, I love this song, and that gives them a click, that gives them a play for like however like 30 seconds into like the song. Most people like stop listening after 30 seconds. I think it's something that they said somewhere. And that's why
Yeah.
music has gotten so much shorter. Like songs used to be like 3, 4, sometimes 5 minutes long. The majority of songs now are like a minute to like a minute 30 seconds
Ugh.
because our attention spans have like died off so much. So they use those samples as like the fish hook. Like I gotta get this person in here immediately. And
Hmm.
so by using a very popular sound or like the chorus or whatever, that gets the audience member hooked in immediately, and they'll listen to see like, okay, what are they gonna do with this song? And it's almost like a bait thing, and I don't like that. And I think that's where sampling gets tainted in
Okay.
the marketplace now. It's looked at like that,
Mm.
whereas I was doing it, and the others of us that do are trying to capture like that moment in the cradle and carry that into to where now you want to know like, okay, that was amazing, but what's that original thing? And it like branches back to this, and you go listen to the original song. It's giving appreciation to the past while presenting it to the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of like what your parents were probably listening to back when they were kids. They were, you know, classic rock, Eric Clapton, Jimi Hendrix. They hear those artists and then they go, okay, well, where did that sound come from? Okay, it comes
Right.
from Robert Johnson. It comes from,
Mm-hmm.
you know, Hound Dog Taylor or whatever. Like you can trace everything back, and so yeah, I guess
Yeah.
samples are in a way doing that same thing that rock
Right.
artists were pulling from the blues and from
Mm-hmm.
field haulers and stuff, you know?
It's really like an inspiration. Like you're not, for me, like, you're not copying what someone else did,
Right.
but you're like what Jim Morrison did on that one song, like with the drums and what he did with this. I really like that. Give
Mm-hmm.
me these pieces and let
Mm-hmm.
me put my emotion and feeling on it, like what I think it sounded like, or what I think it sounds like to me, or how this chorus fits with another chorus from a different song. And I
Mm-hmm.
like blending genres. I did a Nas mashup with Jefferson Airplane, and it actually right like
It
that.
worked.
It's that, and that's exactly that. Like we talk about those tiny moments. That right there is what I crave. Is the wait a minute, he did what?
What?
It was amazing, and it's like you would never think to go see a live show at Jefferson Airplane and Nas like,
Right.
excuse me, who's playing? What is
Mashing
this?
up.
Right, and so I like blending those genres and sounds, different artists from different that may not normally together, but to show like, now that music can, when music branches genres, like it crosses those aisles. People have this idea where like you can only do things this way, or like only this sound
Mm.
and only that. Like, no, I want to, like I said, I want to do all of it, blend the stuff together, and like we can find new genres that way.
Ah, there you go. Create something new out of all these various things, out of these building
Right.
blocks.
And you have, like I said, you have the building blocks already. It's just a matter of how you arrange them. And that's where I found out I did better as a sample producer than like an instrumentalist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I give me 10 instrumentalists and like do whatever you want, but I'll pick, okay, you know, you do this, you do this, you play this louder, turn that down some, you come for. I could arrange and like hear and essentially like compose it and like arrange the music better than I could play it myself. I had an ear for music more so than anything. My fingers are dumb, like.
Yeah. No, that's a key skill though, and not to be discounted.
And
The
I
skill
didn't
of
know that
producing
at
and
first.
arranging, yeah.
Then I, once I, like you said, started doing the music more and more and stayed in it, I found out like, no, there's like professional like listeners out there that do arrange and help, do music like that. And having that ear for like a melody and pitch and things, some people don't have that. Like, being tone deaf is an actual thing
Yeah.
to where people don't notice those.
Yeah, and some people can, just play their heart out, but then they don't really know how to like arrange a song or how to take all that fast finger stuff and two
Hmm.
hand tapping and all this garbage and put it
Hmm.
into an actual musical song, and then of course you have to condense it to like however many minutes for it to be on pop radio or for it to be digestible on TikTok, which is really the new thing is like you're composing music so that it can go viral
Right.
and be
That's
used
the
as a song in the back of everyone's videos.
Right. And that's the goal now, is to go viral with the
Mm-hmm.
music. And that's where like I'm at a crossroads
Yeah.
of the, I gotta do what I gotta do to, build a brand and like band and get out there. But then when you start doing that, your sound kind of, because you have to do what works. So you're like taking away from what you would normally do and like adjusting and maneuvering to make things sound more like what's on brand and what's going to sell. And that's why we've ran into this situation now where a lot of people say like a lot of the music sounds the same.
Yeah.
You can't really tell the difference from like one track to another, one artist to another. We had like such distinct sounds back then. Like, as soon as you heard like certain guitars, you knew what
Yes.
band that was.
You do. Yeah.
Um,
We don't have that anymore, man.
right.
So what happened?
So here's my TED talk on what
You got a
happened.
theory, okay.
Um, it's definitely the algorithm. That's really honestly all it is that churn to get numbers and plays. And there's this weird sinister side to it, like when you get to the higher up executives of the music industry, to
Mm,
where the best analogy I've always used, if I have a race in a racehorse, I'm always going to bet on the win.
right.
And if I'm the race, I conduct the race and like put it together, of course I'm going to rig it a little bit in my favor.
Yeah.
The lane one is like the best lane for horses. Like, hey, put Seabiscuit in lane one. I mean, put a 2 million on. So you kind of set up the stage to make sure you have a certified win.
Hmm.
And that's why you see more and more of that same sound, and like there's less diversity, because if I try something different and new over here that people aren't ready for, they're not going to click on that thing because it doesn't sound like or look like everything else here. And there became this weird shift that happened, where even like you said on TikTok, like all the TikToks, like it sounds almost except you have like three variations of this thing. And
Hmm.
we had like that. Remember when dubstep like first popped on the scene,
Yeah.
and like every game, every commercial, like everybody was
Every
dubstep.
movie did it. The trailers, ugh.
Right.
The beat drops.
Hmm.
Transformers. Wah, 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 wah,
Yeah,
wah. You're like,
it was everywhere.
yeah.
And it lasted for a while, and then that phased out, and then you got into like the heavy like trap type sound, like the hip hop sound, and a
Hmm.
lot of stuff. And since that's mostly what I produce, I don't really do a lot of dubstep. I wish, but that's another thing I'm gonna conquer one day.
There you go.
But one day goals, hashtag goals.
Hashtag goals.
So there's like segments and phases of music to like when rock and roll first came on the scene. It was what is this
Yeah.
devil music? There's always these like big shifts in music, and this was one as well. But I don't think we're enjoying it.
Okay. Why is that?
It's like you kind of set up like different camps. Like even if you listen to music, you had like your favorite rock band out of that genre, then you have your favorite out of this genre of music, and then your favorite blues player. Even you respected everybody in the like. I was a BB King.
Yeah.
Howlin' Wolf, amazing.
Oh,
My
yeah.
friends over here have no idea who that is.
Nope.
And now, but like with that, in that same regard, there's that FOMO that like a lot of the youths have of missing out or like being alienated, and they're like, oh, I'm not gonna tell my friends that I listen. Yeah, no, I listen to Drake.
Okay.
They'll just stick with that and keep going and like kind of put that niche and like other stuff to the side to where it's like become the good stuff has become underground.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a lot of good music out there, and I'll say this: I don't know if Beyonce is listening.
Yeah.
But I was a really big Beyonce fan. Respect, but like
yeah,
the level that she's at, I'm like, she is good, but I don't know if she's Whitney Houston good.
Okay. Yeah, we're getting into a part here where we can both get canceled. No, because I have a thing about, especially like artists like Beyonce and maybe Taylor Swift. Some of these fall into that, where it's
Absolutely,
like they're incredibly popular. They're great singers. Like we know that they have mastered some sort of their craft, but then they'll just be singing these songs that are like using 0.1% of the skills that you have. Like we know Beyonce can sing like Etta James, and she could sing the most powerful and emotional songs, and I'm sure she's done Whitney Houston tributes too, and all that kind of thing. But the problem is that we don't hear that from her because that's she's going with the trends of what sells and what's marketable and what people want and you also have to dance too. You also have to put on the bodysuits and dance and you can't really be singing I will love you always. You can't you can't belt Whitney Houston in the tightest bodysuit with glitter and be doing like crazy dances and twerking and all that stuff. So I don't know. It feels like we're hitting on a topic right there where it's like there's something wrong with the industry. There's something wrong with genres. We're like hiding all the good music because we're gatekeeping it for ourselves. We're like, well, I don't want people to know about this niche artist that I love because then they'll blow up and sell out. Like Beyonce, and then there won't be any. I won't like them anymore. So I'm just going to keep them underground and make sure they don't make a good living. Live off scraps forever.
I didn't know you had bills too.
Right?
But yeah, you're absolutely right. And again, like as a music, can't stress this disclaimer. I do not like I'm not a person to tear down. Like I know that, and I don't say these things from like a place like, ew, Taylor Swift.
Yeah, it's not like a jealousy thing.
No, not at all. But like you said, you can see like the prime marketing and like money opportunities like in these people.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets to a point where you hit like a certain level of that success to where you're no longer just that person. You're a brand, like you're a sponsor.
Yes.
You're someone's cash cow. And these are the guidelines, this contract, you do this and we give you the money. And like you said, they also are victim to that algorithm thing and root cause analysis, and they go off what the people want. But there's this weird battle, as we know, in marketing is a thing we always talk about, to where they have to convince you that you like this thing. And it's worked amazing for them. They've convinced the entire planet like that Taylor Swift is the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
And like she's good, but
she's
like,
good. But
have you heard Madonna like in the 80s?
Yeah. If you go
That
back, you can
phenomenon,
find more talented people. It's
right?
crazy.
Like if you just look over here, like to stage left, like some of these people are still alive.
Yeah. That's true.
So again, with that, I feel like with the regional boundary being, evaporated due to, the internet connectivity,
Mhm.
that made it easier to project, like what's good and what's not. They can just, we know our phones are listening to us.
Yeah.
It's that kind of
All the
thing to where,
time.
like, how do you know what's good if they don't show you like everything like at the buffet? Like you just keep getting the spaghetti, but oh, I didn't know you guys had chicken too.
Yeah.
So there's this weird. It's tied into the misinformation, the algorithm, and AI music became a thing. Like
Oh
that.
no.
That's how like
Yeah.
dead the spirit became to me. Is that like we're like fast food, processed packaging the thing now to where just type in chat GPT, give me a 4 bar chorus or some words for this song, make me a song like Taylor Swift and spit something out, go to this website, type in whatever type track at 120 BPMs, it
Mhm.
spits this out and you're like, what's up TikTok? Like,
Yeah.
did you really put any of yourself into
No
any of this?
skill, no effort, no creativity.
Right. Or was it just like to get the numbers? And I feel like, again, that's where you're starting to see that weird thing. I blame streaming. It all started with streaming.
Yeah, yeah.
Going to a brick and mortar store and buying, record or CD, like those numbers were like solid physical numbers. Like Jay's record store sold 50 of these albums. Like, okay, this is the one that's selling. That's what. But again, that's tied to that regional thing to where, once you introduce the internet and, you know, one click buy or YouTube plays, to where now they're just looking at plays and like, well, that could come anywhere. It's not like you don't have to actually even care about listening to the music. You just turn your phone on, go. It's going to play everything.
Mhm.
As opposed to me, like actually sitting down, opening up that Walkman, putting that new CD in, getting those. It was an experience for us, I think,
It
growing
was.
up that we didn't realize was like a magical moment. Was going to that store, when the new Britney Spears CD's coming out.
Yeah.
I remember like the girls lined up at the
Oh, dude, out
Britney
the
lady,
doors. Yeah.
like lined down the street for like the new CD. But like it was in your face, obvious thing. Like, okay, whoever this Britney lady is, like, she must be a big deal. And Toxic is one of my favorites.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
she's
you
got some
definitely see
bangers.
this. Yeah, she absolutely like great, phenomenal talent, and we know her tragic story and
Mhm.
how the industry affected. That kind of connects to how this all works to where she eventually was like, I'm not doing this anymore, and then we all labored her as crazy. But
Yeah.
she just wanted to do her own thing, didn't want the spotlight and stuff anymore. And I was one of those. Sorry, segue here.
Yeah, yeah.
I was one of those people that like when that whole. Remember when she all over the news, every tabloid picked it up, and I
Mhm.
was like one of the people that was like, oh my god, she has gone crazy. Look at her. And then I like
Yeah, look
watched
at
some
her.
of her
She
docu.
shaved her head. We've seen
Like
all of her
killing the people.
exposed.
Right. It was like, oh my god. But then I watched the documentary about the
Mhm.
situation, and it completely flipped the perspective for me. It's like, no, like she was struggling and no one was trying to help this in her situation. They
Yeah.
just wanted more of the thing. And I feel
She was a
terrible for that.
product, dude. Yeah.
Right.
The
And
companies
that,
wanted more, and you as a consumer wanted more.
right. And she did not want
She didn't want to
more.
give
And it
you.
was like, well, you're going to do it anyway.
Yeah. Or
Shout
else.
out to her dad, the
Right?
whole conservatorship thing. Like, that's how far and crazy that got. With America's Sweetheart, the original Taylor Swift.
Yeah, for real.
That's how that was. And then we got, the new and improved Britney Spears, Taylor
Mhm.
Swift.
Yeah.
And it's working. They figured out how to do it better. Like, we're not going to do it this. Now it's being tied to the NFL with Kelsey, the new boyfriend.
That's the
Like,
best branding partnership I've ever
bro,
seen.
like good GG's. GG's. You guys
For
killed
pulling
it.
that
Like
off?
that's next. That's like iPhone level shit. You're gonna combine her with the NFL? Like, oh, we're like, yay, good job, we won, we got it all. Like, close up shop.
We won. She
And then
goes to the games. Everyone looks at the outfit she's wearing and that she's matching and wearing all the hottest brands. Then people go buy those brands. They listen to her music. They watch Travis Kelce's podcast so that they can learn more about their relationship. Now they're watching games with their parents and going to football games. And now women are more involved in the sport, which means you're selling more tickets. Everybody wins.
I love it. I freaking love it. Like, good.
Consumerism at its best.
But see, now when you go out and say that in the real world, they're like, oh, you're just a hater. You're crazy. Like, oh, I'm like, no, that's.
Nope, you can see into the Matrix, my friend. That's what. That's what Jay says. Jay has a comment here. He says she's the white Beyonce.
and remember Beyonce did the halftime show with first the Netflix NFL broadcast.
Yeah.
Another prime opportunity. I'm like, do you
what the hell?
Not see what's happening?
It's so crazy.
They're using these two, and it's like so good though. It's like so good, and it's working. But then you have that whole like, remember during COVID, and I think for myself, I'm an independent thinker. I ain't no sheep. But they're actually, like, hey guys, you actually are. You just don't know it because they're that good. They are that good. I don't know if people know, like, when it comes down to like big business, they hire like psychologists on these things to like understand like how the human brain works next to things. To even like we talked about color coordination, like not coordination, like correlation.
Yeah.
To where like McDonald's is yellow and red for a purpose. Like that's not just a random.
It brings up feelings of hunger. Yeah. It makes the yellow makes you think of the French fries. You know. The red and the yellow combined, you think of the Happy Meal. You think of the Golden Arches, the little Happy Meal box that used to have the M on it as the handle. Like all that stuff, dude. Yeah, it plays a huge role.
And like we don't think they're doing that same thing when it comes to the entertainment industry. If they're doing that with your food,
yep. Imagine what they're doing with sounds and music and the way artists dress and stuff. Yeah.
This is why I'm disappointed with conspiracy theorists these days. Like you have like a plethora of stuff you can get into. Like no, these are actual things.
Yeah, this is real. You can go down this rabbit hole and be correct.
Actual like there's steps into this rabbit hole. People have traveled this. There's a path.
This is not tinfoil hat stuff. It's
genuine stuff. But then like you said, 5G is killing everybody. Okay. Here, we'll focus on. We're fighting over flat Earth again. Like, what are we doing?
What do you think about? Yeah. What do you think about Beyonce's pivot in the country? What do you think that's all about? Yeah, I'm trying to get you fully canceled. I want to make sure you say all the bad things about Beyonce. It's about time we lower you down a peg.
We take you down tonight. No, I love it. I need a good scandal to come back from. I got to do my public apology. So, prime time. I don't know. It feels very pandery to as an Afro-American in America. This sense of like country music has always been like their thing over here, and like we do this, make this bridge, and like we do this, and it's like we have plenty of Afro descent country artists, like, a lot of them actually already doing the thing.
It's not unusual.
By Beyonce jumping in and saying, "Hey, I'm here now," like we said, you're immediately shutting down all already doing the thing, like trying to grow, because it is a struggle, and then like now you're on deck. It's like when all the celebrities became Twitch streamers, like during COVID.
Yeah, right.
AOC playing Among Us.
Yeah, for real. Everybody was doing it. Yeah. They're like,
And
we're
it was
all at
like,
home. Let's start a podcast. You know?
man, the great podcast wave of COVID. But if that's what it feels like for me is, I hate that I can't remember the lady's name that won that, and that she was in the news. There was some big controversy. I can't remember that name of the song. It'll come to me later.
Okay.
But she did really good. Was big, blowing up. They were like, kind of about it. And then like that next year's when like Beyonce made country transition. And I still haven't quite figured out what it is because I'm not a long time Beyonce fan. I'm like, she's trying to get into some new genre. Like maybe she had a country wave.
I mean, she is from Texas, so like I get it.
Yeah.
But it feels like she's hit such a point with the market where she's already mastered so many different genres of music, from pop to like rap to I don't know, like soul, R&B, a couple different genres, what have you. And she needs to expand into country to reach the final frontier, like the next big audience, And it feels a little manufactured to me, because I tried to listen to the Texas Hold'em song or whatever, and it is a loop. It's just a very short sample, and it doesn't feel like a bunch of country artists were in the room, playing the banjo and the acoustic guitar and the lap steel. Like, it didn't have all the ingredients that we look for in country music. Now, she could be trying to do something new and merge country music with, hip hop or something, whatever.
Yeah.
It could be a million different things, but like, it was just that same little sample over and over. And so to me, I was like, and she wasn't really singing with any sort of twang in her voice. She didn't let the Texan out.
Yeah.
So it felt like it was just.
But you gotta let it out.
Yeah, it was just her saying words that sound country, like sitting in my truck, rolling down the windows, listen to the radio, and it just felt pandery.
Version of a country.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, here's some words that are country.
And there's plenty of country artists that actually do that. They do kind of pander, and they don't understand like what real country sort of is. They have this perception of it's all about Bud Light and trucks and going, wearing my short shorts and whatever.
Wranglers.
Yeah, my Wranglers and my horses and Oklahoma. We got to mention Oklahoma. Yeah, and so it just felt like that. And I think when she went to like the Country Music Awards, and she was expecting to like win some awards from and be recognized, and she didn't really win anything. And I think the reason was, if you listen to a lot of the country artists, I'm sure you could get into a debate about, oh, it's a race thing, but like there are black people that are successful in country music. So it's not necessarily that, but I think they saw that, like, hey, you didn't play at the Grand Ole Opry. Like, you didn't play at, like, what's his name?
You gotta earn your stripes in the thing.
Yeah, you got to play at, like, all these different venues. You have to collab with, well, I guess she collabed with Dolly Parton, but I mean, you got to collab with more than just like a one-time track.
Big name stuff. Like, work with more artists in that genre and like build up your reputation in it, and then go from there.
Exactly.
As you were saying, maybe she's trying to do some kind of crossover thing. That's cool, but like you still have to earn your stripes in this genre before you like say, "What's up, guys? Can I get that award?" Like, no, because now you're doing it just based on name, like, and who. Yeah, I did that Texas. Now give me my award. Like, you're not expected to have that.
Yeah.
Like I said, the other country artists started, from these grassroots origins. That is the country thing, which that's the part I respect. I just couldn't do the twang was my thing.
Exactly.
Boot Scoot and Boogie though, oh my god.
Boot Scoot Boogie.
Sit down, turn around. Yeah.
No, it's a banger, dude. That's that one and Achy Breaky Heart really get to me.
Achy Breaky Heart. It was a good one. That's a classic. So like, I don't hate all country. It's just a lot, but those bangers. That's almost bottom. So, but you have to earn like those stripes in that thing. Even like if you were a practitioner of like a martial artist, go to a new gym or dojo, you're not gonna come in as a black belt. Like
Nope,
this
they
new
don't just give you the black belt on day one. They're like,
right,
oh, you're Chuck Norris. Yeah, let me just give you this. Clearly,
right,
you know Jeet Kune Do or Brazilian Jiu Jitsu or
right.
something,
Like that's great. You've been doing Tai Chi and got a black belt, but like this is
right?
BJJ. Like it's well, I was a black belt back. That's a different thing. But I think that's what's happening with it. And like you said, it
Hmm.
feels very, it's very consumery. And that's my concern is, like you said, you can't really play the race card. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Like, man, can't play the race card on this one.
On
We
this
are
one.
making country music. Like, so it's not like they said we can't do it. Um, but I feel like she's selling more so to us as a people
Mm.
than like trying to appeal to the air quotes country market. And that's why she's just saying like country sounding words. There's no you don't have to play those instruments. You don't know what these things are.
Yeah.
And that's the part where I'm like, I don't know Beyonce on this one. But you can't say that because Beyonce, that's the
No,
thing.
you'll
We
get
don't talk
canceled.
about right.
And she's so skilled, and we know that
right.
she could actually rock pretty hard. Like if she really
Right.
went all in the country and got the instrumentation and collabed with artists and up new and upcomers and as well as
Mm-hmm.
the old classics, sit down with
Yeah.
the legends of country music and went to the historical places and did basically the country music tour, maybe did a
Yeah.
cycle with Blake Shelton or someone,
Yeah.
and he even called her out the other day on his new bar in Vegas. He's like, you got to come play here before like
Right.
we really recognize you. Like they're trying to welcome her in, so
Right. They
that's not
want to
that's
help.
not
But they're like,
racism when you're when you're like,
yeah,
come over
that's
to my
hard on
place and
the
chill, man. Like you got to play at our
kids.
club.
Yeah, and that's back to that regional thing, like we talked about. Like that was part of it. Like she moved south, you had to play this. That's how you knew. Like the Apollo Hall was a big thing.
Yeah.
Showtime at the Call was a big show back when I was a youth. It was basically like a talent show, and that's also part of where I grew up seeing a lot of music and stand-up comedy as well. Another
Hmm.
thing, but like you had to play these venues and things to like earn your stripes, and then you went on, to the bigger, greater stage. Where I feel like now
Hmm.
they're like already at the top, and they're like, what are the common folk down there get into over here? And I feel like that's what also happened with the Twitch thing. Was like you had people that phenomenal already, and they're like, oh,
Hmm.
there's a thing over here we can make some more.
Make
Oh,
even
let me
more
get into
money.
that. And it's like I'm all about like go get your money, always secure the bag. But like when's is the bag big? Like you can see like the little girl selling her Girl Scout cookies. Terrible analogy. A little girl on the she's in the like in a neighbor. It's a nice neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
Selling the lemonade, at the lemonade stand, the big Walmart comes in and like, hey, we got lemonade for you run the kids out of town. And
Yeah,
it's like,
that's
well,
exactly what
how
it's
do you
like.
how can you say like with that heart of country, like being the grassroots, becoming working man, like how can you like say that you are this if that's what
Yeah, I think that's a really good example of what it's like because there are people like trying to put in the hard work and earn their stripes, and then you have people who like win American Idol or The Voice or they blow up on social media or what have
like
you, and
yeah,
they
TikTok.
they skip they skip all the process. Skip
Yeah.
pass go, don't collect $200, like just go right to the finish line. It's like what
Right.
is happening?
And that's how you get that, fast food style processed music to where like it's just shooting out the door and like you didn't go through that struggle to like, better appreciate your music as opposed to having like that one viral up. And now you have to do that thing because that's the viral thing that blew up.
Yeah,
And you may
you're
not even
committed.
like that thing you did.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you could attest to this, like in videos and things like the thing that you think is like, that wasn't my best work, and then you come
Yeah.
2000 what? We have those moments. There's a running joke amongst the friends that a beat I did. It was from Queen of the Dam, the
Okay.
violin playing Lestat. I did
Yeah.
a rendition of that. Just a throwaway fun project. it's out there in the world. Fast forward years later, this thing's got like 9,000 views. Like my stuff might generate like a good day, which is fine because I have a small community. I like that. I
Yeah.
really don't think I could ever be a Beyonce because I don't like that many cameras.
Yeah.
As you
I
can
don't
see,
want to be
Beyonce's
that
very little
famous.
cameras.
I'd like to be able to go to the corner store and pick something up, you know? Like,
You know,
I do enjoy some anonymity at sometimes, yeah, because you lose freedom, you lose security. You know, you can't go anywhere without having like bodyguards and stuff. You know, it's not all it's cracked out to be.
You
You know,
know,
yeah.
the money part's great, like not having to buy your own groceries, I guess. But
Yeah, that is
I
kind of
would like,
nice. Yeah, you could have your
I would
own.
like to, you know, go to the corner store and grab me a bag of Doritos.
That's
Back
what
in the
Michael
car, sitting in the
Jackson
car.
wanted to do, right? Remember when he like bought out that whole supermarket just so he could like
Yeah,
feel what
right.
it's like to go shopping because he had like never done that in his life because he had fame his entire life from when he was a kid
right.
to an adult. Like
Yeah,
that shit messes with you, man.
yeah. And we wonder why Michael went. Yeah, like Brittany went. These are normal. These are humans. These are human being people. Massive lives. So, yeah. But and I think when it comes back to the Beyonce country
Mm-hmm.
crossroads situation here, I do like what you said. Like if she did like do a tour with like other country bands and artists, like do a whole country tour, like bring the status with the ones that aren't as known, doing good, making numbers, give them like a showcase and like slap that Beyonce sticker on this person,
Yeah.
as opposed to like showing up like a superhero, like haha,
Yeah, she
that will
kind
help
of
you grow.
did
It goes like,
in the outfit, you know, the chaps and
yeah, I
the
was
red,
like,
white, and blue on the horse, and it's like, you know, you're what Donald Trump thinks America is. You know, just flags and the Star Spangled Banner and stars and
yeah,
stripes, and it's like there's more to America than that. And
it
Beyonce's
was the
doing that with
tourist
country,
version.
and it's like there's more to country music than just saying the word Texas and Texas Hold'em, and you know, just like you got to go deeper,
Right.
make a
And
real
oh my
album, I
God,
guess. Yeah.
who was that guy that went viral? The country guy who did that song about the working man thing, and like they tried to
Hmm.
give him like a record deal or something. He was like, I don't
Oh yeah, yeah,
know. God, I wish I could remember his name. I absolutely love that. I love this segment. It was such a feeling for me. I listened to that song several times. Um, and I felt like that's who I want to be like doing that. Put him on the NFL shit halftime show where he's about
yeah. That was Rich Men North of Richmond by
yes, yes,
Oliver
the
Anthony. Yeah.
it was so good, and I felt like the reason he blew up in that moment wasn't because it was a catchy beat or Beyonce said. We had no idea who this guy was, but he
Yeah.
had like spoke to America that day, and we all felt it. I'm like, there's your next superhero, but like, I cannot tell you where he's at now. I have no idea.
I have no clue. It's possible the 15 minutes of fame ran out, but like he had something in the words and the lyrics, and you know he
Right,
sang really well. He delivered what you would expect from a guy who's from that area. Like,
right. It was he checked every box. So like,
hmm
shout out to him on that. And for me, like, how I love in this, NFL Netflix premiere with the Beyonce, still do the Beyonce halftime, but have him like
yeah,
do that. Like, sure, we got Beyonce, but like, hey, remember that guy that's like right now?
give him
Yeah,
the
don't forget
comeback, yeah, and then he's got like a real song about
right
like what America's going through right now or something, you know,
on Netflix, so everybody saw this.
so
Like
nobody
that
misses
was
it.
a pivotal moment. Like we could have had 2020, but I feel like that's kind of like to show people and the listeners like that's how it works, guys. Like you have this, the McDonald's product over here, and then the mom and pop over here.
Hmm
9 times out of 10, you're gonna McDonald's,
They're
and it
not working
sucks
together.
because like right at all, but like that mom and pop burger is gonna be like 20 times better. So good. yeah, that was a moment for me. Like I was a little upset that like people just kind of let that go by the wayside. I'm like, no, this was I actually was going to do a sample from that in a beat.
Mm-hmm.
Not very good at doing country. Something I try to work on.
That's pretty tough. That would be rather ambitious, yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause there is a certain art to the way like the fiddles come in and the pedal steel and just all these various features and they just chime in for like a measure or two and everybody
Yeah.
just kind of knows their place, not to like
Right.
overstep their boundaries, whether it's a slow song or a fast song. Like they just kind of know when to come in and just say their little phrase and then back
Mm-hmm.
off and not overlap the singer or anything else.
Yeah.
Like there's something beautiful about the way country does that
Not
in a way.
everything needs more cowbell all the
Yeah, yeah, that's for real, dude.
time. I have
Especially
to
with
tell
that.
myself that too, like back to what you said about redoing a project 10 times. It
Yeah.
does not need more cowbell. Like it's okay. But yeah, I think that is a big like those bands back then, like they were much bigger. You'd see like 10 guys like on stage all doing something. Like I
Mm-hmm.
said, that guy playing the triangle matters. Like no, like over there, like all those things played a part,
Yeah.
and there were little feelings attached to those things, and like when you would go back and listen to your favorite, and you'd hear like something new, and you're like, oh, I didn't hear that little doodly doo over here, or I didn't, notice this kind of thing. Part of what the big community was in music was like, hey, I'm not very good at playing the drums, but I can play the bass. Mark over here knows.
Mm-hmm.
Tim over there knows. You build that community with this common, and that moment didn't really feel like that building the community common. Like now you brought controversy to the country scene, and that's not what they want.
Yeah.
And that's me, like even as not a country fan, I respect and like, hey, don't do that.
It feels like a lot of that's lost. Yeah, a little bit of that community because everything is so online and it's so manufactured and you could just get an AI or you could just hire someone on Fiverr to play that guitar part that you need, that you're not really seeking out like a person cuz like it's almost like bands aren't really a thing anymore.
I,
Even though they
hate to
are. I
say that,
understand that
but
there are still bands. There's like metal
yeah,
bands. There's still some groups, and they're
but you don't
mostly
see
older
like
groups. But like
the
now, it's
garage
just
bands. What happened to like the
yeah.
kids in the garage
What
band?
happened to
I do not
trios,
see that.
man? Like yeah,
Yeah.
where'd the improv groups go? Like it's all built around one person, the star.
And that's where I think what, as we always talk about, that branding and marketing comes in. Which of you is the
Yeah, which of you is the
just
one
getting
we
it
can market? Who's the hottest?
right? Honestly, though, like that now, and it's wild to me.
They were like, boy bands are too hard. That's too much work to maintain five dudes. You keep them all
Get
in
out of here.
the perfect shape and out of drugs and alcohol from killing each other.
I've always said, put cocaine back in music.
Yeah.
That's
The 80s were so good.
oh my god. Friday Night Fever. It's a jam. Ha ha ha. Staying alive. Great time.
Staying alive. You
We
only
gotta
get
get the
those hits
fentanyl
with
out of the
that. Yeah.
music. It's not working. We gotta try something else, kids. But yeah, you don't really see that camaraderie like you used to. Like
Mm-hmm.
I love the Doobie Brothers. Like
Yeah.
I grew up listening to them, like to where I'm like, love them. And I remember the first time finding out, oh my god, the lead singer's name, Mark. My memory has gotten terrible as I've gotten older. I realize this and I sympathize more and more with Joe Biden. I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, I know I get it. I get
Phasing out during the debate.
yeah, like every time. Um, yeah, it'll come back to me one day. But
Yeah.
like I know who Charlie Daniels is. Like,
Hell yeah.
so like knowing all these things back then was just like I knew like the lead singers, like usually who you know. But then as I started production, I did look credits like on the back and see like, oh, who did play the bongo?
The liner notes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. remember liner notes? Remember those?
It's not a thing when everything's digital now, so you don't know like what drum kit did they play on, what guitars
Right.
did they have, is there, a message from the band to their fans? None of that is
Right.
there anymore.
And those were those little magical things again for me in music.
Hmm.
I think we take for granted, and
I think we did,
we
yeah.
we really didn't know how good
We
we
never
had them.
thought it was going to go away because
I
records had
think
them,
that's what it was.
CDs had them, cassettes had them. And so
Yeah,
it was like with each evolution in technology, certain things stayed the same. But then we
yeah,
got to digital, and it's like, well, now music doesn't even cost anything. So who gets the
right.
money when
Yeah,
you're streaming?
yeah. It's straight Spotify. I get that. I still am like baffled at the what is it, the 0.001 cent per stream. Like,
Yeah.
that's insane. But okay. But yeah, those liner notes were important to me. Like, even gaming, bought a new that sucker open and get the instructions booklet out on the car
Hmm.
ride home. Couldn't
Yeah.
wait till you knew all the buttons part of the game. But you don't really have those kind of like things anymore. And I see this push now about going back to physical medium.
Yeah.
And even with that, I'm like kind of stussy. I'm like, is this like another marketing consumerism thing? Because I was digital bad about some more. Because like you told us to throw all this out, went digital.
Hmm.
All right, we got this. Hey, remember vinyls? Like,
Yeah. Vinyls came back in a big way, didn't they?
yeah, they did, but they were like never gone.
Yeah,
But then
that's
all of a
very
sudden,
true.
it was like the hipster thing to like have a record. Like, ooh, I want to vinyl. What we all do, like the ones that actually care about.
I think that's happening with like cassette tapes as well. Like right now, people are having sort of a revitalization. They're like, "Ooh, I like that sound," or "I like having these things," or
Right,
it's so retro, and it's like
right,
those of us who were there remember what it was like. Yeah, it's like
right. It's like I'm not 50. I don't know
yeah,
like
I'm
if
not
people know
50.
that. It's like, I just turned 37.
Yeah,
So like I remember my cassette player. It's not like this ancient technology.
nope.
It's like right there, as a matter of fact. Like
Yeah, I still have mine, and I still have empty tapes, and it's
right. And so
It
that's why I'm
wasn't
like
the
this.
greatest. It wasn't the greatest in
Yeah.
terms of quality. You can remember what it's like, and vinyl
Yeah,
really fills a room in the way that cassettes don't really do the same thing.
absolutely. See, I never experienced the 8 track either. And I know like
Oh,
that
yeah.
was a thing. Right. When you get back into like that kind of stuff. Now
Hmm.
imagine like that for the first time, like where you could listen to excuse me?
Music on the go? What is this?
In the car? What do you mean it's not the radio? Like
I
these
get
were
to pick?
mind blowing things.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like kind of like one foot in, one there's still vinyl shops. Like we still have these things. It's not like for long gone nostalgia thing. Like cassette tapes, maybe. You
Hmm.
don't see them as often, but like I said, I do see it coming back. I mean,
Yeah.
this interesting like revitalization of things from the past.
Hmm.
Um, there was something I had seen. I've been seeing more things about like CRT TVs, the old school, boxwood TVs.
Yeah.
Where like people were like discovery at Goodwill, like, oh my god, I found this. And I'm like, is that really like a find?
A
It's like there's
discovery?
money in the right.
We
Like
only
there's
quit
money in the
using those like 10 or 15 years ago or whatever.
so consumerism, kid. That's what I'm like. Are you just trying to get more money out of us?
Yeah, trying to
That
get you
thing,
into the vintage look of a tube TV.
yeah, that kind of thing. And I'm like, are we gonna like be at a point where like people's houses, there's no longer like flat screen panel TVs. Everybody has big back TVs again. Like, are we really gonna do that? Please don't do it because those things are heavy. I don't know
Yeah,
if you
they
know.
were no, they were super heavy and they were bulky too. They had that big back end on a lot of
Yeah,
those TVs.
that big vacuum tube system and all that.
Oh
Yeah,
my god.
it was a pain trying to like move the TV to a different. Like that
You
was
just didn't
intense.
do it. You just never
Yeah,
moved the
yeah,
TV. Once you bought it, you found that spot in the living room and that was it, man.
yeah.
You-
Like you. that TV has like seen some stuff. It's been there for a minute. You move it off the carpet, it's just like perfectly flat in there. Remember when TVs were like furniture, like the ones that were like almost like nightstand size? They
Oh
were
yeah, they're
huge.
like built into like wooden
Yeah,
shelves or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, just like
yeah. I
literal.
remember my grandma kind of
It
like
was
decoration,
elegant.
like family photos on top of the TV.
Yeah,
It
elegant
was
as
a neat
hell.
thing. And again, I guess, as time passes, we take more and more things for granted. But I feel like there's this weird thing happening. We're trying to almost fast forward time. And
Mm-hmm.
anytime you like get on social media or something, they're always like, how old were you when this was a thing?
Oh, I
People
hate
my
it.
age know this thing. Right. It's everywhere now. It's like that thing is not that old, but it's like constantly bombarding you to say, hey, you're getting like I'm not even 40 yet.
Yeah, they're like
And I
every
think
single day they're trying to make you sound old.
yeah, and I feel like that's that weird psyop on like the generational divide. They
Uh,
move like, well, we're not that much, apart as opposed to, like great grandpa to where like we can't connect over things. I'm old. I'm like, no, that's I think what it is a marketing thing that's happening, and like it's about the retro style thing. It's not gone out. Like we're still here with those things, but like that younger generation,
yeah, they don't know what
hey,
it is, so it's like brand new
right?
to them.
It's
And
a new curiosity for
yeah,
them. And there was a great video for remember Vine.
yeah,
It
yeah, I remember
was
Vine.
for the pre TikTok days, kids. There was that video of like this girl. She was trying to use a landline phone, like in a hotel. She had like no idea.
Oh my god, yeah.
It was like a rotary phone. She's like, "What do I do with it?" And I'm sitting there like, "Wow, I remember when I was confused with phones like as a kid." So it's not that much different. Like my grandma's house had a rotary phone, but I remember like not knowing what to do with that spinny thing. I saw it
Yeah,
on TV and people would like say things on the other end, but I was like, I don't know how to work this.
like old
And
movies.
yeah, the good old days. And then seeing that video was like such a like hilarious, heartwarming moment. It wasn't like me laughing on this phone. It was like I had that same experience. Like, no, they're just young. She's never experienced this thing. It's not because I'm old and she's young.
Yeah, it doesn't
It's
make
you're
you old, yeah.
right. Like you're just new to this environment. You've never seen this kind of thing. It's like when people talk to you about like their like niche thing, and they're like, "What? You don't know what a summer flans is?" Like, of course I don't know what that is. Like, I've never done rocket science, whatever it may be,
Right?
and that's also a weird thing that you run into nowadays in the world where people have like talking points that they don't have as many social skills as we used to. And it's
That's
kind
for
of like
real.
you have certain bullet points about yourself, and you're like, oh, I should tell Shaq about iGame. I'll talk this thing and start there. And then, we kind of branch into
Mm-hmm.
other things. But when you don't really have like, anything else like a hobby or interest, it kind of has to stay in this same lane the whole time. And growing up in this era, I can imagine it's very different from how we were kids when there was no internet. And I know I
Yeah.
always go back to the whole like back in my true, but we have
Pre-internet.
to talk about this. Shake my fist at those darn kids in my yard. But there was you had to go out and discover and find them like you had to any kind of thing. And scrape your knee and go through these situations and that goes the Beyonce thing about putting in stripes. I think that's what we're missing now
Mm-hmm.
with trying to live so fast. You don't have time to like earn those stripes. You got to go. You got to get it out. We got things to do. And you have to mess up in order to get better at things. And like about me, music like this is years in the making of like me starting and then stopping, starting, stopping, getting upset at it, but then picking it back up. And those like cuts and bruises through the years, like on my spirit of going through those things, like make my sound what it is today. remember when I didn't know how to do this kind of thing, and you appreciate it more. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that's why we don't really have that, appreciation like we used to, because everything's so quick now, easy to
Yeah.
get to.
We're always
It's
trying to
weird.
move on to the next big thing, and we're
What's
always
the
trying
next
to
big thing?
discover something new that we don't really enjoy, whether it's music, whether it's movies. Like, you don't really go back and watch your favorite movies anymore because there's always another new movie that you're like, oh, I got to see that one. I got to
Mhm.
catch up. I got to make sure that I've watched all 27 MCU movies so I can be prepared for the new Captain America. It's like,
Right.
so you don't really get that time to enjoy living in the moment. And I've
Right.
seen it even with the family, like just like
Yeah.
how everyone's
Absolutely.
on their phones when we're watching a movie or something. Like, nobody can get off their
Yeah.
damn TikTok or Facebook or anything. And I know it makes you sound like an old man to say that,
Right.
but it's like I
And that.
miss when you had someone's full attention. When you're like right now, I mean, unless you have your TikTok open right now,
Just
unless
doing
you
something
also
casual.
have some headphones on and you're like listening to another podcast while we're
You know what we'll be
like
doing right now.
I miss when you had like the undivided attention of someone. They put their
Yeah.
phone down when they're on a date, and you talk to the person that you're with. And
It was an interest. There was value in that. It was to like learn more about this thing. I wanted to experience this thing right now in this moment.
mm-hmm.
It was rewarding, honestly, once you got to that. And I think that's my struggle. I'm not going back to talking about myself
Yeah,
here.
sure.
But like understanding that struggle and like going through things, I do put barriers to, a trip over my own self. I won't get out of my own, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I always have to earn this thing. And that's just how I grew up. My grandfather was in the military, military police in the Vietnam War. Yeah, crazy. Like, wow. He was military police in that. And a black man in the South during the 60s. Like, yeah. So I grew up on hard mode.
Hell yeah.
Very strict rules. And that's part of like why I'm so OCD and like so oriented on that. And even like you said in the music, you can see well, this man's like really paying attention to these details, but like you really don't have to worry about it. But like, nope, everything has to be 90-degree angles. Everything has to be like perfectly. That's what I kind of grew up in, and that's like you see it in my music and like in the process. Big part
Everything's rigid, yeah.
emotion. It's very. I had to learn, Aaron. I suck at relaxing. It's
Yes.
so hard. I don't know how to chill. Like you said, I'm always on to the next mission, and I think that's also coupled how we live. Like you said, we're always like, what's the next big thing? And for me, it's like, what's my next task? Like, what's my next project? It's always got to go, go, go. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
learning more to like dial it back, down. Take an hour where you turn everything, just sit. And that, like, for me was a nightmare when I started doing it.
Alone
Like,
with your
what do you
thoughts.
mean just do nothing? Oh, I don't want to sit with that guy.
Yeah.
My thoughts, ew, no. Please give me a mission or task. And I feel like you said about the Marvel thing, like it was fun in the beginning for
Yeah.
me, but then like it became this task. Like,
Now it's
I
an
gotta watch these
obligation.
20. Right.
Even
It's
if you
like
don't
finding
like
a
that
door number.
character or that movie, it's like, oh no, you got to watch it. Otherwise, you're not going to know what's happening on the next one.
Right. And I really got off the train with the when they started the Marvel shows. I not knocking them. I
Yeah.
didn't see Loki. I didn't get to because I didn't have a Disney Paramount. Like I couldn't see it. Sure, I could bootleg or whatever, but I was like, I'm not really gonna go through like that much effort. Like I didn't even really like Wanda in the movies,
Yeah.
but
So
everyone
what's
was
the
telling me,
point?
"Oh man, you gotta watch this." I'm like, okay, now it's homework. Now it's a task.
Yeah, it's
It's not
homework.
fun anymore. And I'm like, well, this is my mission now, and I blame Marvel for that whole thing going. You don't even care about this movie. You're like, when's the next one?
Yeah.
It's really FOMO, like that fear of missing out. I don't know how we managed to put that package FOMO, but we are so good at selling that idea of like you're gonna miss out on something.
Mm-hmm. And you
It's
don't
like
want to miss out.
yeah, I can't have that because like how dare you go to work break room? They're talking about that. No idea. Now you're the you did that kind of thing, and it's like if you step back and look at it, it's genius. It's like, people have those conversations.
Yeah, at the water cooler, and you'll be
Yeah.
the one guy at the water cooler that doesn't know what happened in the movie.
Huh?
And you gotta
Right.
plug your ears. You gotta be like, oh no, spoilers, don't say anything.
Oh my God, like in this era of spoilers, like internet spoilers, it's hard out there, like especially when something big comes out. I remember when Infinity,
Mm-hmm.
I just shut off all like Wi-Fi internet connect until I
Honestly,
saw
that was
that
probably
movie.
the healthiest move you could have done, just in general, not just for Marvel.
Okay, right, like I didn't realize it in that moment. Like, oh, it's therapy for me. I'm gonna
Yeah.
just turn everything off for a bit. But yeah, you see that more and more to where like it's this rush thing, and I feel like that's what happened with the music as well. It's a rush to get those numbers, plays, get my stuff out there, as
Mm-hmm.
opposed to like sitting with it and feeling it. The craziest thing for me when I'm doing music, like, is when I'm doing a project and I've arranged the beat, I've like picked out my sounds, samples, everything's go, and now it's like time to arrange it and post it. I freeze up at the post part every time. There's so much music I have that you will never hear
Okay.
because in those moments, like we going back to spending time with your little baby that you're putting out there in the world, and
Uh-huh.
I'll play with those projects and things, and they'll sit on my hard drive for a week. I haven't touched it, but still like thinking of the melody in my head wherever I'm at. I'm still thinking of that project, and then like a week later, I'll come back to it. I'll hear something completely different. I'm like, wait, no, take this out, put this in. It's a whole new thing, but that's because I spent time with it. So you might actually find something even better if you just like hang on a minute and like let it sit for a while. I don't think we really sit anymore, you know?
You found a way to justify procrastination. You're like, no, 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 it's percolating. Listen, I am letting this fine wine age here in this song, and I'm still thinking about it, so I haven't given up on it. I just know that I'm gonna circle back at a certain point and I guess
You
complete
guys
it.
know,
Is that the idea?
Aaron Shack is also my therapist. I don't know if
Yeah.
you guys knew
Sorry
that.
about that. Didn't mean to put it
Unlicensed, but
public.
absolutely. Like, no, I needed that. That was a punch in the stomach. I need. I'm like, oh shit, is he right?
Oh shit, is he right? Damn it. I thought it was my art. I thought it was my process. He just called
I'm
me a
sure you
lazy
helped me.
fool.
Oh my god, no, that was actually great, and that's why I love these talks. Yeah.
But no, it's interesting. So, I mean, would you say that you get to that point where it's like 90% done and you're just looking at those finishing touches and you're like you just set it down and then pick up something else?
Absolutely, 110%.
Yeah, there you go.
I even do that with games. Like if I'm playing like a game and I'm getting to that point where like I know the ending's about coming up.
Oh
It's
no.
like, well, let me go back and check this. Did I get all the collectibles in this chapter? Like, I got to do all these things before I finish the game.
Yep.
I still have not beat Breath of the Wild.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, still got to get everything, but like I'm not gonna focus heavily on it to where like it's a mission. Like for this week, I'm gonna play only Breath of the Wild, get everything. No, I
No.
gotta go do this. That's part where that ADHD comes in to where like, oh yeah, there's a pile of clothes over here. I gotta do 2 days later. I'm like, oh yeah, that project I started. Oh yeah, it's marinating. Like it's whining. Like, I'll do that
Exactly.
later.
I got 10 other things to do.
Yeah, I'm a busy man. I have things to do. I'm not going to finish any of them, but I have things to do.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know that
somebody hit the
feeling,
nail on the
man.
head. That was a good one. That I needed that. Thanks, BetterHelp.
Oh man, better. And don't forget to subscribe to BetterHelp. Use code Aaron Shack. Listen, if only we had a partnership, a sponsorship
Yeah,
for that.
yes, we're working.
I would chill so hard. Okay.
Right. Do you want to chill? I'm gonna be the most chill guy. I'm just a chill guy.
Yeah. So
Oh
you
yeah,
say you
like
don't know how to chill though, but like, isn't your stream like just a chill zone where you're just like you're chilling in the game room? You've got all your decorations and your stuffed animals and your figurines and you got your vibe tunes on and you got the headphones and you got Overwatch in the background. You got someone else's stream in the background.
So that's the catch. Like,
Yeah.
as he's saying this, like, think of the list of things he just said.
The
It's
illusion of
become a
chill.
task. The chill is now gone. The chill left
The chill has
now,
gone
like, the
away
thing.
for good.
But I love it because other people do feel that vibe, and I love when chill. I'm like, that's great, and that's what I want. The whole time behind the camera, I'm working my ass
You're not
off to
chilling.
like, keep this chill vibe going.
He looks so relaxed, but it's just a mask.
Right, and that's a little behind the scenes. You're only going to hear it here, folks.
That's so
Yeah,
funny.
when it comes to those strings, like I do enjoy it, and I have learned to dial it up. It used to be much worse. It was
Yeah.
like a full TV show production.
Yeah.
Um,
I know the
90
feeling.
and 80, you're right, be on your cue, can't be off my mark, like all of these things. And like little by little, I've been like taking pieces out, and it has helped me relax a little more. Now that I know people are okay with it, I think what it was in the beginning was like I had to be like entertaining and doing things like keep viewer retention, all
Yeah.
those kinds of things. You hate for like the idea of a new person to gear BRB. That was like a streamer's nightmare. It's like
Oh, it
raid and
is
you're
the
like not
worst.
there. Your heart would sink into your butt when you came back and saw the alert.
Yeah, you
Oh
get a
no!
raid or something. It's
Yeah,
like,
you're like, oh, what's up, guys? Like, hey, I'm still here. Like, don't leave. I'm sorry, I got a wipe. I'll be right back. That kind of situation, and I was like, bro,
yeah,
this is actually a little stressful.
it is.
And I took my hiatus, and I think everybody takes spring break hiatus, which is important.
Yeah.
As far as announcing it, we'll talk about that.
No, it's a
um,
surprise hiatus, and we never tell them when we're coming back.
yeah, that's a true hiatus. That's how you earn your hiatus stripes. Just vanish. People like wonder if you're dead, and then you're just streaming Overwatch again like nothing. So yeah, it is a very chill thing, and I like that. And I think that's more so on people picking up on the energy
Yeah.
as opposed to like what's actually going on screen, like what game you're playing, or like chat commands, all this. I think there's still something to be said for human interaction.
Mm-hmm.
It's harder to pick up in streaming and whatnot because you're not face to face physically, but
Mm-hmm.
you still can like tell like what this person's energy is, and you've been in the business long enough to be able to tell like when you come to like a new person or like you can kind of get a sense of how this person sort of moves.
Yeah.
You have your ragers, COD bros, and then you have the hot tubbers over here. You kind of get those categories, but like when you click a Call of Duty stream, you're gonna get one of three.
You know what you're gonna get, yeah.
Yeah,
Couple
and so I
different
think
genres of the same guy.
yeah, then that's also hilarious to me. Is like when we had like all the Chads during came started, Warzone blew up. Oh my God, everyone was
Yeah.
also, thank you, Shaq, for introducing me to the DMZ. Just
Oh
wanted to
my
point
god.
that out.
That was all
Talk
my
about
fault.
that.
I still have that clip of you. You like did a wrestling move and broke someone's back.
Ah, yeah, that team we caught in that little shack.
Yeah, dude.
It
It's
was so
still
good.
I
Great
still see
time.
it every now and then and I'm like, "Brown Tiger, no. What'd you do to that
It,
guy?"
it was so great because like Shaq comes around the corner, like I was doing it like
Perfect
by a
camera
bush, like
angle.
in like, and I have him like hoisted up in the air and like Bane style. Like, what did you do? And you just couldn't kill him. You had to break his bones. You're a
Yeah.
madman. But yeah, like those dudes you hear in those Call of Duty lobbies, you bow. And I think that's the joy I get when people come to my stream. They're like, "Oh, wait a minute, this isn't the typical thing you would expect." And that's what I try to exude in all forms of life and activity. Is like, I don't like to be what's the word? I don't like when people think they know me, kind of thing. Like, I
Ooh.
like to switch up. Like, oh, you think I'm gonna go left?
I'm gonna go right.
Right. I always shave against the grain. I was never like one to follow the individual. Uh, Growing up, I thought I was, the weird, awkward kid that didn't fit in. When it was like, no, I just don't follow, these guys.
Yeah, you don't follow
And
the trends. Yeah.
now, like for me, it's like if that thing is already trending, that means someone's already like now. I'm like last in line. Sure, you might get, your blow up or skip in line like Beyonce. Anyway, so you, I was always like thought I was the, but I found out no, he's actually a pretty cool guy if you actually like get to know him. But no one wants the kid.
That's
They
for
want the kid in
real.
the corner to come. Like, no, go over there and see what's going on with them. And that's kind of like what my stream and community became was like this smaller like group of people that are like a little oddballs, a little different, think a little different about things. But once you recognize that in another person,
Hmm.
yes, that I understand what you mean. And I feel like that's what happened with us. Like me and Shaq didn't go to school together.
No,
But
no,
like,
we're on opposite ends of the states here, you know.
right. But like one magical day, like through the community, we met
Hmm.
and it was like, hey, this guy's awesome. Like,
Yeah, that's exactly
rest in
how it
peace.
went. And I'm realizing even now that we have more in common than I even imagined, which is
Right.
kind of crazy to me.
Yeah. So it's like that that connection. I'm all about like my spiritual energy and my
Hmm.
dues and my power up my crystals during the um but yeah, energy is a real thing for me. And I think that's part of something we don't pay attention to as much nowadays. Again, living so fast, you can only
Hmm.
like know who you are when you take things away.
Hmm.
And the less lights and less, things you have going on about the streaming thing, the less activities and things I had going in that moment, like with the camera on, mic on, here you go. You're not playing anything, you're not doing anything, there's nothing to distract viewers.
Hmm.
It's me and you, like this moment here. And it was like,
Yeah,
oh, sometimes there's an actual bigger connection here, but like it's quiet enough for you to make the connection.
it
And I think
is.
that's why I prefer those like more chill vibe streams. It's not so high octane and high energy to where by the end of it you're exhausted. You
Yeah.
actually feel better by the end of it. You're like, oh wow, cool. There are people out there that think like me, and it's not just an echo chamber because we have people like from all diverse groups around the world. Like
Hmm.
I didn't know I had so many UK followers. I'm like, wow,
That's
oh,
yeah.
maybe I'm
You learn
moving to
that very
Europe, I
quick.
guess.
Yeah.
So like, and then finding out like they're into like similar things. So those genuine connections are still there, but like I said, you have to spend the time in it and like actually doing the thing. It's
Hmm.
not going to be immediate. You're going to have failure moments, and we've all talked about, streaming to zero viewers.
Yeah.
That's like the make or break in stream. We did the episode on Twitch of what we do. We called it. It was like a tutorial for like people that were getting into it during like COVID,
Oh yeah.
and it was streamer struggles. That's what we called it, the segment.
Yeah.
And we had everybody come in like struggled with like as a streamer and like things you dealt with like getting started. And the one that we all like unanimously agreed on, that feeling of like looking up and seeing that zero.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, it's been an hour. Oh,
Of like no one's watching, but I'm so great. Once you get
right.
to
That's
know
that.
me.
Yeah, just come on in here. Like then you'll know I'm the best. Like I'm off. It was that moment was really like the big
It's
make or
humbling.
break. Like step one. Like
Yeah, it ticks up to
some
one and
people.
then it goes back down to zero.
Oh man, when that one guy leaves,
Yeah.
like someone says, and you like get your little excitement. You're playing the game even more. Maybe even talk a little bit, and you look up again. Like, oh, yes, okay.
They just left. I can't believe it. I just won the match though.
Right.
And they left.
And we talked more about it, like how like no, that influence like how you develop your stream persona or your career path or
Hmm.
whatever it may be is how you handle those moments. It really does matter. And pro tip that I use in my early days,
Hmm.
I do not look at viewer counts. I anywhere where it will show a count, I can't see it. So the entire time in my mind, it's always zero.
Yeah.
So I turned my things more so into like an inner monologue or almost like a journal entry to where like I'm playing this game. And that's kind of how we got more into in the community, like talking about, mental health stuff and
Mm-hmm.
emotions and all the things like the Call of Duty bro is not gonna be talking about. So it's like, yeah, we're playing COD, but it's like this.
No, he's just there to thank you for the subs and,
Yeah.
read out everybody's username,
Oh my
throughout the
god.
whole stream. Yeah, thank you for the sub, 6969, blaze it.
Oh my god, I love when they like do the mess up of the name, like the 696 Blitz. Yeah, thanks. Anyway, gonna play my game again, and I always thought
Anyway,
that was
you
such a
matter to me for
disingenuous.
2 seconds.
Right, this man took the words literally out of my mouth. Like
Yeah.
it felt so disingenuous. You're like, oh, thanks, bro, appreciate this.
Thanks for the
And then she's
50
like, go back.
bucks. Yeah, like
Right, appreciate
I'm
your money, but
I'm
anyway, I
like the
got used
what? The
to it.
50 what?
Yeah. And then you had the ones that were like the overly fake reactions to it. And I'm like,
Oh yeah.
really
Over
honing
the
it in,
top.
give a shit, because you've had like 30 of these subs in this stream. Like, mine doesn't. And that's also why we did the viewer struggle segment, like things
Mhm.
that bothered you as a into a stream or like buying someone new. Like, what are some things?
Oh, the pet peeves, right?
Yeah. So that's where I'm gonna swing this mic back to you. What are some things you've seen, Shaq, in the
Pet
industry
peeves and
that
the
you're
red
like,
flags.
yeah,
Oh man, that takes me back. Yeah, cuz
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
sometimes like the first one is like if you say hi and like no one acknowledges you.
Yeah, like that you're even there.
And I get it, sometimes you're like really into a game or something, but sometimes it's like you might just be playing something kind of chill where it's like it's okay to look away for a few seconds and just make sure that
Yeah, right.
chat is okay. So sometimes that can be a huge red flag. I usually look at personality like right out the bat. Like if it's something that doesn't resonate with me, which is usually kind of the Call of Duty bros, or if it's
Yeah.
like a thing where they're clearly not there for the audience, like there's no interaction. It's just this is
Mhm.
my show, watch me be me. But I
Yeah.
won't acknowledge anything that's happening. That can be
Those are
like
the
a real
valuable
ego
ones.
trip to like watch someone go through that. And yeah, and then I saw the people on TikTok, being NPCs and
What was that? What was
burger
that?
good, thank you.
No, yeah, that was the most,
Meow
that shocked
meow.
me more than anything I've ever seen on the internet. And
Yeah,
I've seen
that's
some things on
disturbing,
the
dude.
internet. I was like, what is, I honestly did not know how to, I don't know if I hate it. I don't know if I'm disgusted. I don't know if I think it's dumb. I don't know if I even think it's like cool. I
Yeah.
don't know what to feel about it. That was so
No, it
weird.
was it was weird. It was like I don't know. It's like they're getting their bag, but it's like how
Yeah.
low do you go to get that? You gotta like
What are you
debase
gonna do
yourself,
with this? Like
eating
as a
little emotes
career?
on the screen. Like
I
you
mean,
gotta
grow
meow
up
every
from.
time someone sends you a galaxy. Like I don't understand.
Like you just let people control you. Huh, that's how you chill. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's fucking
Don't do
weird.
anything. Let them live my life. Tell me what to do, chat. Like,
No, I
do I
would
eat now?
I would need a lot of therapy if if I was doing that. I'd be a broken person.
He's got a premium better help membership.
If that's how I relax, it's like, oh my god, that sounds like the most high tension thing you could possibly do
Yeah,
is just
that did
let
not
someone
seem fun.
not be yourself for a whole hour or
And
however long you do that stuff.
I think that is something that comes back to us as consumers as well. Like we also, they don't sell us what, and if we didn't want it, they it's what I say about like poaching. If there weren't ivory buyers, they would killing elephants or tusks and stuff. So
Right.
somebody wants it, but you can't just be mad at the poacher for killing the thing. Well, he's doing a job for them that paid him to do this. So
There's a
what?
market for it, yeah.
Right. If there wasn't a market for this thing, it wouldn't be a thing. And I think that's part of the COVID wave of Twitch that was like another huge eye opener. Is like, oh, there's some messed up people out here.
Yeah,
There's some crazy demands
there
on the
is.
internet. And I'm always, every time we talk track, I'm gonna mention the hot streams. Like,
I was thinking of the hot tub streamers.
I've got to say it every time. As
Oh
mayor of
no.
Gotham, I have to make mayor of Gotham City. I have to make this announcement
Yeah, you have to bring it
that
up. Yeah.
when we saw like the hot tub thing come on the scene, everyone was like, "What?"
Yeah.
But slowly but surely, it just became the norm, and it was slapped on front page and was a thing to do on Twitch for like a summer, and then it
Yeah.
got worse and worse. And you saw like the weird, awkward kid in the corner gamers, and I'm not going to say completely pushed out, but like eat out of the center field of like what Twitch was supposed to
Mm-hmm.
be. Because YouTube did have, thing, but you couldn't do some of that stuff there. Like we said, Twitch is Gotham. We've talked about that now.
Yeah.
So it became like the Wild West to like try things, and it felt very disservicing to like those of us who had been there trying.
Trying our hardest. Yeah, and then you just kind of
Right.
have someone that comes in with their smoking hot body and just take all their clothes off and bounce around the hot tub on a pickle floaty for like an hour.
And then I do it, and they, call the police because it's indecent exposure, but whatever. Um, so yeah, that's like going back to the Beyonce country thing, to where like you have these big, great things that come into these smaller markets. Even further back to that, Walmart, like coming into small towns and like running out to
Mm-hmm.
all the mom and pop business. It's that same thing,
That's for
but
real.
with like entertainment. And there are some cities that like, not to have Walmart. And on the other side of that same coin, there's places like, oh my God, we need. But then other places like, no, it literally like decimated the economy.
Hang on, I'm losing you a little bit. Can we reset the call real quick?
Yeah,
I'm gonna hang up and you hang up and then I'll recall you.
good deal.
It's like a little drop out there. Hello, hello.
Worse.
Yeah, there we go. I was just having
Okay.
like little moments of cutting out, I think.
I mean, I'm always worried if it's me because, audio.
No, you
If I
sound
need to do
good.
anything, just let me know.
Yeah, very concise. Okay, so you were talking about like how the hot tub streamers are the Walmart coming into town and pushing the mom and pop shops out because they can sell the same things at lower prices. Maybe it's less of a quality product, but
Mhm.
people are only interested in the cost and not necessarily the value.
Right. And that's a good one. I'm gonna steal that. It's in the cost, not the value. I'm gonna get that like in cursive writing on the wall, like next to my live, laugh, love.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, because
That
you could apply it to
was
everything
good.
we've talked about: music, video games,
Yeah.
the whole deal. It's not about value. It's like how quick can you deliver it to me, and
Right.
can you use AI to tailor it to whatever my likings are, so you don't actually have to put any effort or a soul into it.
Right. And that's why I feel like the music kind of became soulless.
I'm
And I
definitely at
can't
that
speak
point.
I can't speak as much on like the gaming front because my struggle with like I question like if I'm even a gamer anymore. I've been so out of the loop. But I feel like, especially like in music, you do see that a lot more where it is that like fast food process, get it out quick as possible to you. There's no soul in the burger kind of thing. And I don't want that to be the thing we pass on to the next generation
Yeah.
because, like you said, there is like great value, quality stuff out there. And like we do have those genuine connections we make, like we talked about here.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible it's not going to be every day. It might not be, every stream you find, that new person that connects with you. You just got to keep doing it. Eventually you kind of find your tribe after, putting in the hours and years of doing the thing. And like I said, you pick up on certain things that you can, see when you go into a new stream or something like that, people's personalities. It's things you learn from doing that thing and being in that industry that are become easiest by. It's like putting tools under your belt. You experience certain types of people. we've all had like certain types of viewers and stuff come in. You're like, oh, we got one of these again. We've
Yeah.
had the trolls and the fake support thing.
The
We've
troll, the
seen all.
stalker, the
Yeah.
self
Oh,
promoter.
I love a good self promoter.
Hey guys,
Been
just
there.
got done streaming, but I thought I'd come
Yep.
by and say hi to Brown Tiger.
Right. Like, oh, I'm streaming this too. Like
Yeah,
that
we're
type of thing.
both playing Overwatch. How crazy is that?
Like,
Only
yeah,
I'm
crazy.
playing as Diva, so should.
But I'm a diva man though, so if you're interested in that, you know, that kind of thing, like we've seen it, and I feel like we're the grizzled vets, like
Mm-hmm.
telling the new kids the story. Like it really hasn't changed up much. You
No.
kind of see those same things come through,
Archetypes,
but
yeah.
you won't know about them until you experience. Like even like sitting here talking about it, we can tell you like these things, but
Mm-hmm.
they're really good at covering it up sometimes.
Sometimes,
Some of them
yeah.
are really sneaky. They're like, "Ah, you had me. I okay. Oh, I see what this is." That kind of thing. But you have to like put those hours in for that to happen. Um, Going back to the viewer struggle, streamer struggle thing.
Mm-hmm.
Another one of the bullet points that was brought up was like you said about not really getting that engagement when like you do say hello or something. And you can tell like they're very dismissive of like the chat community. And it's kind of that ego trip, like I'm here, watch me, I'm the best, like screw whatever you guys got going on. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why I'm so overly apologetic. Like if I take a 1 minute break to like go pee, like I've been streaming for 4 hours straight,
Yeah.
and I'm like,
I need
I
a
gotta take a
break.
break. But I would tell myself like, no, no, you owe a service to the people, and you will be here for
You
them.
will
Like,
be there. You
now I'm
piss
at the
later.
hospital with a bladder infection. I'm like, well, hey guys,
Well,
that kind of a thing, and that's where I think going back to. Sorry, I'm having like this podcast and my therapy session at the same time with her.
hell yeah. No,
Looking
at
back
some
in the
point you
chat.
gotta say fuck it, Because I've streamed on TikTok before, and it's like, dude, the moment you throw up that BRB screen, like your views go
um,
from 100 to like 5. Like
and I
everyone will
wonder if
tune
that's
away the moment you don't give them attention. So I think at some point you just gotta say
mm,
fuck it, man. If they leave, they leave. The real ones are gonna stay.
that's what I
Because it's
had to
like we're
realize. And
humans. We need a break. You gotta you
right,
gotta go get a snack, get some coffee, go to the restroom, whatever.
like, even at your job,
No
they're
one's a
mandated to
machine.
give you a break. Like,
Yeah.
you get a lunch. Like if we're gonna stream for 8 hours straight, like you get a 30-minute lunch in there.
Yeah,
But
you're
like
supposed to
nobody's gonna stick
mandated
around for that. Right.
coffee.
Like how dare you take care of yourself? And that's part of what I realized, like in doing it. And a friend, dear colleague of mine, pointed that out. Like you said, eventually you kind of have to say fuck it.
Yeah.
But like I said, the good ones are going to be there, and
Mm-hmm.
even the community has told me that numerous times. I'm
Yeah,
kind
and
of
you
getting
don't
started
listen, do
to.
you?
Yeah, no,
You're like, no, they'll leave. They're lying to me.
no, you don't mean that. And I'm like, is that like some weird thing in myself where I don't believe? Whole adventure
No, I think
without
everyone
that.
goes through it, man. It's real.
And I think that's the crazy part for me is that we all do kind of go through those things, but like we don't talk about it. But like in situations you can't always talk about it.
Yeah.
If someone doesn't like connect or relate, then like it's like having like this conversation. You toss the ball back and forth, kind of like feel for it, talk about this topic, toss it back.
Yeah.
And then like when you get to like my mental health and you toss the ball and like kind of flops, you're like, oh, um, all right, gonna do a 360 no scope, guys. I mean, and that's how you get the Call of Duty, bro. Like he can't talk about his feelings or emotions. Like, oh,
No.
what are you
What are
feeling that?
those?
Like, right?
That's gay.
Like,
That's
you don't look
exactly
your
what
feelings. Like, you don't
that's
do
what they
that.
would say. They'd be like, "Oh, those feelings,
I've
that's for
been
women."
if you've ever been in a Call of Duty lobby, you know
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah,
Like,
unfortunately.
ever.
Yeah, that's the game.
Right. And so me seeing that and like realizing that now I can go into like those streams and people like even like friends that I have will name
Mhm.
drop like you dealing with something under there, buddy, huh?
I can
I
see
can
it.
go into those, and yeah, and I can see. I'm like, okay, I see what this is. Like you're running from something. Like that's what's going on here. And I honestly, Shaq, I sympathize more for them than anything. Like I used to be like, oh, this guy's lame. Look at this Chad over here.
Interesting.
But now it's like, okay, you're scared to be yourself. There's something,
Mm.
some reason for that. You can't say fuck it. You got to do the thing. You got to be like big personality. I'm like, is that actually you, or is that what the people made you out to be? And I tell people
Mm.
that's the dangers of success and the thumbs up. That's the dangers of like getting the numbers. Is you come to a crossroads where the thing worked. Whatever you did, it's booming. It's going viral. Things are happening.
Yeah.
But before that, you were this different person, and now you got a decision to make. That fame and stuff worked, but now you're gonna have to do what they told you to do over here because that's what they're gonna want every time you do this. Or you can say, fuck it, I'm going to keep doing what I do. That is over there. It's kind of like a seed you planted, but I'm going
Mm-hmm.
to stick to my path. That's cool that you guys like that. You can come on over, jump on the train if you want to, but that was like a one time thing during that stream. We're not doing that kind of thing anymore.
Yeah.
For example, I used to have a channel point redemption for the mask redemption for my old Batman mask. Where I'd be like Batman and do the voice and whatever. But for like 5 minutes in the stream, I would do that.
Oh my
Chat
God.
that mask itched so much,
Oof. No.
but I had it service to the people, and that was another one of those moments. I was like, I don't like this.
Yeah,
They
why am
love
I
it.
doing this? They like it.
Why am I doing this? I hate this, and I'm not that kind of person to like I said, I don't follow the crowd. I'm like, wait a minute, and that's really where my spoiler alert, my rebranding came from was from that channel point redemption. That's literally when I was as X73 and then I changed to Brown Tiger.
Uh-huh.
That's what it was. It was that fucking mask, and I threw it in the garbage. So, like you said about wearing masks and the whole analogy, like, no, that
Very
was
literal.
a literal
All of a sudden.
mask I used to wear on stream to pretend to be Batman and cool and fun. And I was like, that's not who I am. And
Hmm.
I did away with that. I stopped doing like I used to drink so much more on stream. I was like a drinker, but
Like
that was like,
alcohol?
yeah,
Oh,
big
okay.
time. Yeah. I was a party guy, I always have been. I was good at it. I'll drink anybody at the table. But
Yeah.
I tried to bring like that persona and mentality into the streaming as well.
Oh, like a
And
drinking game.
yeah, that kind of thing. Because
Oof.
like that's what I do. But
You'll lose at
damaging,
that too.
right, damaging my
Make
liver
it a
and
channel
kidneys,
point redemption, you know? Do a shot every time Diva kills you.
right, that kind of thing. Everything you
Christ.
know, take a shot. Like that was how I was doing and setting up streams, and that became this cool thing for like people to engage, interact, and like if he gets a headshot, he's got to take a shot. Woohoo! And like eventually, like he's gonna be drunk and like all loud and extra. It was that kind of thing. It was fun energy, but it wasn't maintainable. I couldn't keep
Yeah.
doing that.
No.
Like if I wanted to be consistent in what I was doing, I could not do it that way.
Which
And
consistency is key, man.
it is. It really is. And I'm coming to learn it, and I still feel a type of way about it because I am the most inconsistent. But I'm getting better. We're working in progress.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how it used to be back then, and I was that person to appeal to the crowd and the masses. And I saw how it was changing me, and I did not like that. And it was a scary moment to do the whole rebrand and say I'm not doing that anymore, and like to completely wipe that old thing away and start fresh. It
I'm
was
glad
very
that
scary.
you saw that. You had the self awareness to look at that and say that that's not me. I don't like where that's going. You could almost see down that path and see where you
Yeah,
would be a year from now if you had taken that route.
absolutely.
You could have
And
been Doctor Disrespect. You know, you could have put on
that's
the wig and
exactly what I was.
go a
Absolutely
different
that.
route. Yeah.
And then like thinking about that, and like if you do,
Mm-hmm.
go even further down that route, like how hard it becomes to turn from that. Like that becomes who you are. Like, could
Yeah.
you imagine if I blew up off, like that drinking stream?
Yeah.
If that was my viral moment, like, well, I got a sponsorship from effing vodka and we're gonna try
Oh
this
my
shit. Like
God.
now I'm the
Yeah.
old drunkard stream, and like that was never what my intention was. I
Yeah.
really wanted to do the music, but at that point, I didn't really, put two and two together.
Mm-hmm.
But that could have been my trajectory based on, if someone liked this video or not.
Yeah.
I think
Sheesh.
people don't realize how fragile it is. Like in those moments, like those tiny moments actually do matter, and that's why I try to be encouraging everywhere I go. Like if I
Mm.
see somebody doing something like trying to get, I'll push, help, do whatever I can to support that dream and goal. But like just to do Call of Duty reactions and yell at people all that, disrespect.
Mm.
I don't know if I can like sell this to other people to where like I want other people to. I don't want like 1,000 Doctor Disrespects running around. That sounds it's stressful.
No, that sounds
Very
like,
stressful.
yeah, that's madness.
And I'm like, take like 20 shacks. Like, I'll take that.
Couple of those, yeah, we could make that work. Yeah, man. That that's a pretty it's been a pretty wild arc. Cause I mean, like you said, you've come up on 8 years here. I've done like 7 on Twitch and like 4 on YouTube. We're starting year 4 on YouTube. I mean, it's a long time of kind of doing this thing and giving it a shot. And, there's times where it gets really successful. And then there's times where you do have that down point where it's like, if you're not making content, everything flatlines. Or if you try something new, all of a sudden, it could do really well. Or if you try something new, that could totally flatline. Whatever idea you might have could just completely collapse. It's
Absolutely.
chaotic.
It's a very fragile market. And going back to what you said about the TikTok thing and streaming, as soon as you put the BRB, like everybody
They're
vacant.
gone. Doesn't matter how entertaining your BRB is. You can have all
Right.
your hot clips
You
and
have like
everything.
free money cash app code on the screen. You're like, nope, I'm not.
Nope.
He's gone. He's gone. I'm not doing this.
They're like, I'm sick of
I
this.
I wonder if that's like an attention span thing just for like people in general. Like we don't have the attention spans anymore
Yeah.
to where we can't, like we said, make those connections because they're not going to sit with you in that moment. As where like, you'll throw up the BRB. The people that are still there when like your BRB goes for too long, you're like, oh, are you
They'll
staying?
peel off. Yeah.
Like the ones that stay in there, like those are your real down
The
ride
real
for you
ones.
types.
Yeah.
Like they were waiting for you to come back because they needed to hear what you had to say. And that was like my big heart moment for the whole streaming thing and everything I do. So when I
Yes.
found out people like actually kind of give a shit about what you say, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, what me? Because I'm just spouting nonsense into a microphone while I play Overwatch. But then somebody's like, yeah, I felt that. Like, oh, you did? Cool, let's talk about that.
All of a
But
sudden,
then
you have a
also,
responsibility.
you right.
Because you are Batman, whether you wear the mask or not.
Man, that's the Bruce Wayne part. Like he's
Yeah.
not Batman right now. He's Bruce in this moment.
He's Bruce in this analogy.
I think that's why I identify with Batman.
Running for
Much
mayor
like,
of Gotham City.
see, it's all it's all connected. This is canon. I think that's why I identify with Batman so much. That was like I was this lonely brooder. I don't have friends and family. I'm by myself. But then I look up and
Yeah.
like Robin's there, Batgirl's there. And
Yeah,
like,
you see the whole
all
Bat
these people
family
are
all of
there.
a sudden.
But I'm still like standing on the rooftop, like
Brooding anyway.
no.
Everyone's like, why is he doing that? I don't know. Just
Just
let him have his
waiting down there for
brood
the
time.
birthday party. And like, why is he still up there? Like, is he gonna come blow out the candles on the cake? I need cake.
Don't eat cake.
Yeah, and I feel like that's part of why like I was such a Batman fan growing up, and not realizing it. Like, oh, I see. So yeah, that's kind of been like my character arc over the years, like being that, and then realizing like, no, you do have like a community, you do have friends, you do have people that like support your thing. I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, I do. And
Exactly.
you do have to remind yourself every now and then because you like I said, you do have those slip moments where like something goes wrong somewhere. And
And you think you have no one to turn to. Yeah, yeah.
right.
You're like,
It's
I
like,
don't have any friends. I don't have any acquaintances.
that cloud starts coming in. Like, yeah,
That's
you have
exactly what
those
it's like.
moments. And
Little
then
cloud.
like that's part of why I started streaming more and have become more consistent in it. Is
Uh-huh.
like I said, I treat them like little journal entries, little therapy sessions. Like, let's talk
Yeah.
about this today. And it doesn't even have to be about me. Like somebody else can come to me with like with something that they experienced and we can talk about it. Or someone else in the chat might hear you say something. And like, oh
And
yeah,
then
I
they
resonate
open
and
up.
connect with that. Right.
Yeah.
And that's what I like to do. And I think that's why people say, such a vibe and they like being because it's an open space. Like we're not, it's not one type of thing. We don't have like one type of demographic come in. It's all types, all kinds, and you can see like we all have these experiences and things. We all go through these situations. Even like how when me and Jay started met. We didn't know that we were long lost brothers. We
Yeah.
like found out like a couple months ago. I'm like, oh, like we're twins. Grew up completely opposite sides of the continent, but like having childhood experiences and like those memories, like, oh, you did that too, cool. And it was like such a genuine thing to have those moments. And I don't think you get that when you chase the numbers as much.
Yeah, you don't know.
You don't really get to sit with the people as opposed to like just trying to increase your follower count and things like that. And not even just streaming, like in all things, social media.
Yeah,
And I
building
feel
community is different. Yeah.
like you said about the band thing, like building that community and camaraderie with the band, like that's how you got good. It wasn't because of the sales and the numbers. Like you
Mm-hmm.
guys spent time and hours upon hours in jam sessions and practice doing these things, getting into those arguments and disagreements about projects. Like, but then you make up and find a common ground. You have to have those kind of things, like have those connections. And I don't know if the next generation is going to know how to do that as much. And like, you got to
Mm.
think these kids will be born into a strictly digital Wi-Fi world. They will have no idea that never had the internet. Like that doesn't exist. Like, what do you mean no Wi-Fi? Like that was a thing. Like that's coming.
Yeah. And that lack of social skills and that lack of collaboration, of course, COVID hit and they probably lost a couple years of school on that. Even if they
Yeah,
were going to like online classes or whatever, like I mean that's like jarring on your development.
absolutely. Especially in those early development years, like
Yeah,
those
for the
those are
young
critical.
kids, oh my god, what a nightmare being on like video
Yeah.
chat calls with your teacher and just I don't know.
Like you grew up in Zoom calls.
Yeah, that's going to be like an insane
I
what
want to You know what
moment.
I want to see is like in the future when they do like a scientific study on like brain development, like 20 years from now, and they like
Ugh,
look at those kids' brains. I want to know so bad what it looks like because it's got to affect it in some
it's
kind of
going to
way.
be different. It's going to be they're going to put it next to like someone who grew up in the 80s or 90s and it'll just be
Yeah,
like, "Ugh, what
like
happened
what is
here?
this mushy part right here?
What is that growth?"
Like archaeologists dig up stuff and they're like, oh, what happened during this era? Like carbon dating.
It's so
There's a big
weird. They
shift
have
or
like a
something.
weird slouch in their back from looking down at their phones. They evolved to be able to TikTok even longer.
And you're gonna get TikTok for longer.
They have elongated thumbs from using their phones. Like,
Right. Like we can all laugh about it now, but like
yeah.
no, this is how like
So
genetic markers and traits like over
that's how this
decades and
stuff
eons of
works.
time like do develop. That's how you have like height differences and like different, regions have different amounts of melanin in skin. These are
Mm-hmm.
all factors in this. And like, yeah, eventually those thumbs are gonna get long as shit. That's coming,
No.
folks. It's gonna be a
Oh
whole nother
no.
finger
Yep.
in like
They'll
a
have an extra
million
finger.
years. Got that whole like neck hump thing going because like we're all looking all the
Yeah, we're all looking down at our phones. Yeah, and we're all
time.
slouching and no proper
Oh man,
posture anymore.
chiropractors are about to blow up. I should have gotten to that.
Yeah, would have been would have been a better living than music.
What shows? Not realizing as we talk about. It, oh man, I messed up again.
That's what I'm learning. I'm like, damn, a plumber would have been really lucrative. Shit. Why am I doing this?
Yeah, yeah. That's part of growth is yeah having those moments of like, oh wait a minute. And that's what I did with the music thing. I was like, oh, let me do this a little bit more. I don't have to be good at it, but let me do it more often. And it
Mm-hmm.
blossomed and picked up from there. And that was another thing that helped me kind of branch out and be more sociable. I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to say I was a socially awkward kid because I wasn't. I was like the center of attention. I was the life of the party. When I walked in the room, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
but as I got older, I guess I like kind of aged out of that. Like I had the attention.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, I'm good. Like turn that damn camera off, kind of thing. Um, Funny story.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about viral and blowing up and like I went to a Dave Chappelle show when he came to Memphis, and we got front
Oh.
row tickets, like front row seats to a Chappelle show during his hot times. This was what 2 years ago.
Oh.
Him, Donnell Rollins, Chris Rock, and another guy were all there. Like great lineup, and sitting front row, took me and the girl. And first comic that comes out, like doing crowd work, straight to me. I'm like, "Are you serious right now? No, no,
I
no,
can't have
please,
the
God, no."
spotlight.
Right. I'm like, we just talked about like how I do not care for I'm like, and this is at a Dave Chappelle show to where like they have phones and secure bags, so no one's distracted.
Yeah.
Camera's on me. Jumbotron has my face up there. I said, "So how'd you guys meet?" Oh God, this is every introvert's worst nightmare.
Yeah.
So like, had to do the crowd work thing. He left. Another comic came up. Donnell straight to me.
No way.
Like it was like weird in a way to where I knew what it was. Like when I laughed really hard, my eyes water. So like I was an obvious like target for them, like in doing the work.
Yep.
And then Chappelle comes out straight to me, and at this point I'm like, okay, this is nuts. Like the main attraction here is like he's talking to me about where Horn Lake is. And
Uh-huh.
so he asked like, "Where are you from?" He's like, "You know, I never heard." So me and Dave Chappelle are having this conversation center stage at the FedEx Forum in Memphis, like during the
You're
show, and I'm
just
like,
chilling with Dave and a couple hundred other friends.
right. And then he's like, "It sounds like that place has great catfish." I remember like the joke and laughing.
Oh my
A
god.
couple other things went back and forth. It was a great time. The
Damn.
crazy part was after the show,
Mm.
everyone in that place came up to. They're like, because I said I was from Horn Lake, and everybody like in the crowd was like, Horn Lake, because they would think I would say Memphis because that's where the show was at. Like I'm
Mm-hmm.
originally from Horn Lake, so I was like, shout out, hometown,
Yeah.
small town. This was me doing the thing. Like, no, I'm gonna give props to where I'm actually from, and like the little rinky-dink town in Mississippi. So that became like the joke. Like, everybody was saying like Horn Lake, Horn, woo. And when we left the building, there were a group of like 5 people asking us where we're going next. And I'm like, we're going home.
We're going
Like,
home.
what do
Bye.
you, what?
Where's the
I'm
after
like,
party?
people, right? They're like, where's the after party?
You
And
guys
I
want to
guess
hang
people
out
were
with
thinking like,
Chappelle?
yeah, that's really what it was. They're like, oh, they must know each other. And then as we're like leaving the place, everybody's like high fiving and like walking out. Man, I'm from Horn Lake too. Where'd you go? Like people are having these
No
conversations,
way.
complete strangers. And I'm
Yeah.
like, me and her, like, you kind of like lock eyes with somebody, you like have that look like, we're like, is this really happening? All the way to like the parking garage, people kept stopping us to like talk. And that was the moment I was like, I cannot be famous.
I cannot be famous. This is too much.
Yeah,
Chappelle let me
and
have
that
the spotlight.
for like 5 minutes, and like I was an overnight celebrity just in that moment, and I was like, no, and that's not even like me trying to like overly be humble. I don't need it. No, genuinely, like I had a panic attack that
Yeah.
night. I was like trying to get to my car and like go home, get my girlfriend home. Like,
Yeah.
let's get out of here. And I understood that moment, like the paparazzi things. Like, yeah, no, I get why some of those people like punch the camera.
You get it now when
Yeah,
they have
no,
their outbursts. Yeah.
yeah, like I sympathize with them now because like usually like, oh my god, how could they? Like, no, I get it because you guys won't like people are trying to. Yeah, these kids asked us like where we were going to next. Like we're hanging out, like extra happy. They were so disappointed when I said,
I'm going home, and you can't stop me.
no, I'm a complete stranger. We
Yeah.
have never met before.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you so obsessed with me?
Yeah.
It was this weird, like, mental moment, like universal. Oh, this is that thing. They don't care if they don't know you or you're a stranger. You were just in that light for a moment, and I want to be able to. It was so bizarre. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, it's like secondhand fame. Yeah, and they wanted to be
Yeah.
kind of a part of it in a way. Yeah.
And I didn't want to be a part of it.
Yeah, you're like, no, I just want to go home and rest.
I just wanted
It's
to
been
see
a
some
long
jokes.
day. I've been the star in everyone's freaking show tonight. They all
Right?
caught me on the crowd work. I just want to go home.
That's all. I was so exhausted, but like I understood like the Britney Spears thing. Like, okay, that's why she. I got tired of people
Hmm.
touching my hair, so she cut it off. I was like, yeah, okay, I get it. That's why I went bald.
There you go. Following the same career path.
Exactly. Got out of my conservatorship.
Yep.
So yeah, like there's something out there in the atmosphere now to where like we grew up with like don't talk to strangers. Oh, that's
Yeah.
gone. Like that's not
That is
cool
beyond
anymore.
gone. It's like, yeah, talk to strangers, get to know them.
Get in cars with them sometimes.
Yeah.
Do that all the time.
You'll find out
It
if
was
they're a
just
predator later.
we'll figure all that out down the road. Don't worry. That,
That's what BetterHelp is for. So once again, don't forget the code.
don't forget code Aaron.
Oh my
Jesus
God,
Christ.
Aaron Shack.
Yeah, love it. But yeah, it's a ever changing and different world and society out there in more ways than I think people realize. And I think like we get so caught up like in our own moments, in our own daily things, we don't realize like, the neighbor next door has a whole different life and perspective and take on everything that you think about just next door.
Yes.
Like how you feel about this thing varies from person to person. And then at that same time, in that same breath, the internet connects all of us and squishes all of us into this thing to where like, hey guys, you all got to get along now, work it out.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many different like personalities, ideas, like conflicts going on now. And I think that's part of why everyone's so stressed out.
Yeah.
It's like constantly being bombarded with these things and like being shown, ideas and things that might differ from what you believe. And that sparks that, stress response, like conflict in some people. And that's genuinely tied to like your internal primal fight or flight response to things.
Mm-hmm.
And I've even said it in like when I go to the grocery store, I hate grocery shopping. I love food, hate shopping for it. Because I was never one for crowds. And that Chappelle incident was like peak of my fear. Like, okay, all the crowd is
Phobia
on me now.
activated. Yeah.
Right. So at the grocery store, and I told this story a couple of nights ago, I would like sweat in the checkout line in winter time because like my body is genuinely trying to like get me out of this situation. It's like the predator is around here. We're in the jungle. We got to get out. Like, where's the
Yeah.
nearest exit? And so I would like throw stuff in the basket and like hurry up, get out of the checkout line, get back to the car. I made it. And that's just to the grocery store. Now you imagine like Friday night Chappelle live
Yeah,
downtown.
at
Like,
a concert, just like bombarded by
God.
people.
So like I'm trying everything in me to like get out of this situation. And like I honestly, like I said, I had a panic attack. I remember it in spurts, like I blacked out and I like passed out. Like it was like flashes of it where I can't remember because I was in like full escape mode, full flight, 100% because I can't fight these people. Trying to get out of that situation was like a nightmare for me. And I'm like, people want this?
Yeah.
That's the part that's insane to me is like, you want
You want
like
that?
2,000 people following you like to your car. What? No way. I could
No.
never. So that's why I'm
Absolutely
okay
not.
streaming to 0 viewers. Like,
Yeah.
it's
That's
perfectly
the
okay for
joy of
me.
streaming.
Yeah, we brought that back around.
No one bothers you.
Right? When you're weird, no one bothers you.
0 viewers is the self checkout of streaming. don't have to wait on anyone. No one waits on me unless I scan the item and then it needs to be approved by the freaking, oh my God, by the clerk. Yeah. Yeah, and they're like, sir, you 18? Trying to buy these Blu-rays.
We get carded for lighters now. I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like a week ago. I don't know if that was a new rule. Like
that's got to be something new, because, like, that's weird.
Yeah. I was at a grocery store, got all my stuff, and I was like, oh, yeah. And I scanned it, and I said, please wait for help. And I was like, looked at the light, like, what's the alcohol content in this thing? And no, somebody had to come, like, scan my ID to get a lighter. What was that about?
Yeah, that's weird. And clearly you're of age, but, like, they have to do it anyway?
Yeah.
Like, just as, like, a protocol.
Grays in the beard, she had to, like, grab my stuff, and my ID, and scan it, and the thing went through. And she's like, oh. I'm like, really? Or whatever that's about. But, like, even in that moment, like you said, I'm already panicked, like, trying to get out of it. And then, like, just
trying to get a lighter.
The bane of, right.
Oh, my God.
The last thing on the quest. The lighter. Got it, secured.
Yep.
Human interaction incoming. God.
Oh my God.
So, like, for me, that was a huge deal. Like, I do have social anxiety. I don't do well in big crowds.
Yep.
I hadn't figured out the roots of it, but that was never a place I wanted to be, and that's why the kid off to myself in the corner. Not because I was like shy or awkward. Like, I physically do not like too many people around me at once. Fight or flight kicks in. I got to get out of here. And streaming for me kind of helped with that, because there's like a buffer, because you don't like physically see all the people around you. But then there's that point to where, like, you know, when a stream is like doing numbers, I'm like, oh, chat's going hand.
Yeah.
And you're like trying to keep up.
You see the interaction, yeah.
Yeah, then that heart rate starts going, and I'm like, all right, guys, I'm going to raid out this stream right now.
Well, at a certain point, they carry it for you, actually, you know? Like,
that's something I did discover later on. And going back to what we talked about, like the different types of viewers, that was, have you ever had a live stream get away from you? Like the chat, like it got out of your hands?
Yeah, and there's times where, like, your mods or just people in general will just field all the questions that are coming through. You know, someone will ask something like, oh, what game's he playing? And then, like, someone in chat will answer it before I get to it, and it's like, damn, I don't have to be the world police. I don't have to be everything all at once for these people. It is kind of cool when the chat, when people in the chat, they're not all just there for you. They're like, they become there for each other, and then there's conversations between them. And then at a certain point, they include you, and then it just goes back and forth, and it's circular. And you sort of learn to let it go and maybe care a little less about, like, having to be on top of things all the time.
And I found I absolutely love that. Like, that first moment, like when you look over and you see, oh, they're having a conversation. Okay, cool. I'll just
go back to my game.
It was such a magical moment for me. The first time I ever had that. Oh, no! You guys keep talking. Don't pay attention to me.
Yeah, forget about me, honestly.
Yeah, I can care less. Like, matter of fact, you're helping me by not paying attention to me. Like, it'd be great if you would stop listening to me, kind of thing. And that's something I've struggled with in this business for so long, with having that personality type, while trying to, like, build a brand and, like, do these things, but not liking attention. It's crazy. I told you, I chose life on hard mode.
Yeah. I see something in you that might be similar to what I have, and it's that I'm not great in groups. You know, like, I can be sociable and all that, but, like, if you're with me one-on-one, like, I am super.
I will kill a one-on-one.
And the back and forth is really good. But you put me in a group of, like, 5 people, like, someone else might overshadow me, or they'll be the life of the party. Or I might try to be the life of the party, but then someone else will just come in and interrupt or be rude or something.
Yeah, you get that one-upper that comes in. Like, you tell your story, they're like, oh, that's great,
but my story's better, and I'm going to interrupt before yours is done. So it's like you lose your moment, and you're just like, all right, I'm just going to slink off and get another drink or or just
Right, that's
leave.
me. Yeah. 110% agree with you. That's absolutely
Yeah, so it's not really like full on like an antisocial thing or
right. And I think we've been mislabeled with that. And it's really
probably
easy to use the word introvert. And I do use it to
introverted. Yeah,
I don't identify myself as an introvert. Other people identify me as an I'm
right.
just me. Like I don't know what I am. And moment here, that's really how you find out who you are out on accolade by yourself. That and I was still me, and other people come in and told me, oh, like, okay, sure, I don't know that I am, but say so. I guess I'll believe. And I found out, like, actually, I'm not, because like I said, 1v1 me, bro. Like, and I'm like the shit.
Like
So like,
absolutely not. That's like the
with
one
five
random
people,
guy that walks up to you in real life. He's like, "Hey, bro, let's fight." It's like, what? No,
I
you
didn't think
need
to
to
do it.
chill, brother. Have a
What
seat.
the Street Fighter rules?
Yeah, that's crazy, man. 1v1
Yeah.
me.
So like on a one-on-one conversation, like I'll knock it out because like
Yeah.
again, we get to have like that personal, like, intimate conversation where it's like back. There's nothing distracting
Hmm.
like from the conversation. You're not trying to get out of it. You're
Yeah.
not trying to like one up the person. You want to hear more of their stories. So your question's like, no, tell me more, because you're genuinely interested. And I think those alphas in that group of five,
Hmm.
they're not so much interested in your story as like, man, I can't wait to tell them this story. So like while you talk, they could care less what's coming out of your mouth because like they still have that raw four in their back pocket that's about to end the thing. So that's where we lose a lot of that connection. And like we talked, the people having their own personal like bullet points and highlights. So
Hmm.
like if you tell this story about having to walk to school, then oh Chad over here is like, well, I had to walk to school 15 miles through the snow with a burning backpack. I'm like,
Had to go
okay,
uphill
but
both ways.
right, that kind of thing. And it's like this about like how it was to go to school, just like having a conversation. But now it's a contest. Who can
Yes.
tell the better story? And I don't like when people do that, like just trying to like sell the story.
Hmm.
Not even like from like a hater, I'm hating on your situation kind of thing, but it's like let this person have their moment.
Yeah.
Stay in the dialogue, the conversation, like keep it here, like toss the ball around the room, opposed to like, just holding on to it. I'm gonna tell my story, everything I have to say. No, you're supposed to be able to engage, everybody in the room. And even if there's like someone who may not be, as talkative, I like to get them involved. But if I can see like I'm not gonna I'll try to get you involved in it. Like, so hey, check. What do you think about this? I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, done. And then you have the other ones like, oh, come on. And they like regress even further because now they're feeling attacked, pressure in the situation. And then fast forward a week later, oh, Tommy's an introvert. You made him
Yeah,
one.
you've molded
He
him into
wasn't
one because you never
right.
let him have the spotlight. Yeah.
And he was like proud to tell his ukulele story, but like
See.
then you didn't respond and immediately started talking about Uncle Jeb's banjo. So now he feels like a less of a person. And I hate to see that in communities,
Hmm.
especially like, going back to streaming, where like you can
Yeah.
see someone having like an interaction or something. Another person just kind of like deads their thing, like, whatever. And then it just keeps going. I'm like, it's kind of a dick move. Like they did have something to say.
Yeah.
Now, if it's completely like randomly off topic, like two left fields over, like I get it. But
Yeah.
if it's still in the conversation, like I do make a point to like at least acknowledge the other person's thing.
For
And I think
real.
that's one of those lacking social skill things that we're starting to see as we develop more into like you said, the me, the ego, to where you don't want that spotlight off you. Like, no, put the camera back on me.
Hmm.
And it becomes like jockeying for position during conversation thing. I see it at work all the time. Like to the water cooler thing,
Yeah.
especially like if you go on like holiday or like over the Christmas holidays, everybody comes back with like a better holiday story than you.
That's true.
Oh, you traveled to see
It's
family? How
so,
long was your flight? 5 hours. Well, mine was 8 hours. Mine was 12.
yeah.
Well, I had to take a space shuttle. Like,
Yeah,
that's not the
exactly. They're
point.
constantly one-upping you.
Right, and it's like
They're
you've
like, and
gotten
my
so
family is
far.
so big, we had to buy 7 hams. Like, what are you talking? Shut up.
Yes, those like,
Nobody
oh,
cares.
my uncles came over. We had to have like 2 extra tables brought in. Like, okay.
My God.
So weird. And yeah, I'm not a one upper. I actually was told I need to talk more. I'm like up more, like not just
You need
one,
to
like
up
maybe a
more.
two up. Yeah, I need to step my up up. Because I was always very reserved, not because I was like shy or didn't want to speak. I always want to give everybody else their chance to speak, so I wouldn't say anything for the entire meeting. Now the meeting's over, they're like, "Oh, Aaron, so." Like, well, I was just waiting for my opportunity, and it never came.
Yeah, yeah, that is exactly how it goes for sure. Yeah.
So when another story,
Mhm.
we went out of town somewhere. I think we went to Nashville. We went to a Tom Segura show. Great comedian. We
Oh,
see
yeah, he's
him
awesome.
as as we were leaving the show. Complete random guy walks up to me. Dang, dude! I was like, huh, "What's yeah? What's? Can I help you, sir?" Said like, "What you been doing, man? I'm trying to get big, like talking about like muscles and stuff." I've never met this guy in my life. I
Oh
didn't know
my
anyone
God,
in
dude.
that. And he
You
was
got
like,
him with the fit.
that's how you know it was on point. Like, but the crazy part was like he was with his girlfriend and like let go of her
Oh.
arm to come talk to me. And I'm like, hey man, don't you want to
He's like,
go
"No,
back
I
on?
want to talk to this like totally ripped dude."
And I was like we said about having like sympathy. And I was like, you have like some body image issues or something going on.
Probably,
Just
yeah.
abandoned your life to like come compliment my physique. What's that about? It's gonna be a quiet car ride home. So like he's just like saying all this stuff like giving these kudos like I appreciate, but it was like so random and abrupt. And I
Yeah,
had like
that is
a
kind of crazy.
visceral flashback to the Chappelle show to
Yeah,
when I
where
was
everybody
trying to
was
leave. Yes. Yeah.
wanting to be your
I'm like,
friend.
oh God, is this happening again? And he gets done complimenting and all this stuff. He's like, I'm trying to get like you, man. Like, what you doing? Like, tell him I was like workout stuff and try this.
Mhm.
And then we get done. He's like, all right, man. He gives me like fist bump and like walks off. And then my girlfriend at the time turns to me. He's like, you know him like that? She was like, that's an adorable woman. Like, how do you know? I've never seen that person in my. I have no idea who that is. He's like, are you serious? I thought y'all went to school together or
Like
something. I was
you
like,
ran into an old friend, yeah.
yeah. I was like, I don't know that person. And again, that's how I know like the stardom is not for me.
I think it's an
I'm not.
energy that you're giving off at this point. It's part of it's the
You know.
physique, part of it's that you were the the star of the show for a minute, for a few minutes or what have you.
Mhm.
It all compounds, I guess. Yeah,
And
that is
that's
really that. I mean, that's how you know your muscles are on point, though. If people start
for
calling
sure.
you out and asking for tips.
Yeah, like unwarranted fitness advice.
Yeah,
Not
a little bit of a
consistently.
confidence boost, even though it's like an abrupt celeb
But see, like
interaction.
a Call of Duty Chad would have loved that moment. He would like
Yeah,
reveled in that, and I'm like, no, thank you,
he
sir.
would have been like, "I'll tell you all about myself and sell you on this fitness powder."
Right? Pulled a pre-workout out of his back pocket. Like, you had
Mhm.
that the whole time? You never know when you're gonna work out,
Sponsored
bro.
by Gamer Juice.
Chugging my G Fuel on the way to the show.
Get those
So yeah, it was.
electrolytes.
Gotta get my anabolic window.
Oh my
Um,
god.
yeah, it was like if you gave me like 2 pallets of Bibles, swear on that's a true story. Like that happened. I don't believe it, and it happened to
Yeah.
me. And I'm like, what happened to like discretion? Like you don't know me, sir. Like you don't know what type of energy I was in, but like you said, maybe he picked up on. Oh, he's a cool guy,
Yeah.
and that's been like my duality is like having the energy and the vibe,
Yeah,
being
like a
attracted.
non-threatening vibe, but you look
Yeah,
approachable and friendly, but you know.
I'm like, I don't know you. Like, I'm cool and friendly, but like, get to know me first before you ask like, where are you headed tonight?
Oh my
Why are
God.
you?
Yeah, that's skipping a few steps. That's also another type of chatter. Start with
Yes.
hello, but most people will just come in, they'll be like, game? And I'll be like, are you asking what game I'm playing? And they'll be like, yeah. And it's like, you skipped like, hello, how are you? Excited
Yeah.
to be
The full
here.
house.
What are you playing? Use complete sentences instead of just word question mark.
It's very cave brain, you know. Those are ones I also feel bad for. I'm like, oh, what happened in your childhood? Talk to me. And that's
Right?
kind of why, like, I started accepting like those trolls and things like that because I hit them with the therapy. They come in, and it usually runs them off. They're like, "Oh no, I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to talk about that." I'm like, "I know, that's why I did it." They're like, "How's your relationship with your father?" And blocked.
And blocked.
That's what I'm looking for. Like I've learned to like kill them with kindness. But yeah,
Yeah.
you do get those that like just come in, kick in the door, like so you invite send me an invite, bro.
Mm.
And what? Who are you? So yeah, I always wondered about that, Jack, and passing the mic back to you. Like for you, what's that like to be? What's your growth like? What's it been like to start from your grassroots, hard working man, and put those hours into becoming the guru that you are today? And I don't even say that like being funny. Like for those listening,
Well,
I
if you
take
sign
so
up for
much
my
advice.
classes, actually, you'll I can tell you exactly that.
Oh, it would have been a perfect segue and run the ad.
Run the Run the ad for my master class program of how you get to become as successful as I am. Except you won't. You're just going to give me $1,000 to be a part of this master class. I'll send you the videos.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, I'm curious. Like, what's it been like for you to like start out in that like from the ground up, and you have clearly built a phenomenal thing here. Like, I am impressed, and I give my kudos, props to you always. For the listeners, I take so much from Aaron Shack. It's like 90% of what I do is like, how does Aaron do this?
What is there
That's
to
who I look to for stuff. I'm like, no, man, you've been
That's really funny because we share the same name, right? So we're like, how does
yes.
Aaron do this?
Yeah.
What is Aaron
Yeah.
doing? That's
That's how it works for me. Like when I do my self therapy, that's what Aaron did.
Is he
What am I
talking
talking
about
about?
himself in the third person? No, he's talking about other Aarons. Apparently, I don't
Right.
know.
That's how I get away with it. So yeah, like I take so much from you and what you do, channel and thing. Like it's really helped me figure out a lot of what to do. And there was something I think you had mentioned in another
Mm,
one of your podcasts about like arranging your YouTube channel and stuff for
right.
the consumer when they come in, as opposed to having like just a jumbled mess of videos, random content,
Yeah.
making playlists and organizing those things, like making a library of things. He's right. And that's when I started separating, like I would post to my YouTube for like gameplay stuff and music, which it used to be all jumbled together, but then that's when Tiger the music stuff. The Tiger Plays segments, like when I do my gaming stuff. And then over on Twitch when we do like the one-on-one, like more so mental health talks and things like that, because they're more like live streamed, an interactable thing. So yeah, you really helped me out a lot with it, man. I
Oh
appreciate
man,
that.
that's good to
That's
know. Honestly, I'm happy to hear that. That's such a like a small kind of niche thing to pull from, but it is such a key point, and I'll actually pull up the YouTube so we can so we can further iterate what
Mhm.
what he's talking about. But I mean, yeah, you have like your live streams, you have your videos, your popular videos, so that people can see like the moments that you've gone viral with like certain videos. I have like a feed of just shorts, and then I have like the podcast, any guides that I've created, tutorials, game reviews. Like you want people to be able to find those. And then recently I
Yeah.
did the everything on the channel A to Z, and it's literally every playlist is like a different game that I've played, or there's like a music playlist, there's an IRL playlist, whatever. So if you wanted to scroll through every single thing I've ever done, there it is. If you want to see like recent stuff or comic book stuff, retro games, horror games, Nintendo, and then you got like the recommended channels at the bottom. I mean, all that's super key to.
I love your organization.
Yeah, I think you got to do something like that to really.
And I think that's part of the work that kind of gets pushed to the wayside when people talk about putting in hours. Now, just that organization, that is time spent in your craft. That's part of it as well. Like those little things matter, and sometimes we put them to the. And honestly, like it's so easy to navigate your back to hell is this place.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta think about like how a viewer is gonna come to your page. Are they gonna see it and it's all disorganized, and they're like, "Well, how do I find what I want to see?" Or they might just click off of it at that point. So like, you almost have to have it set up like your bookshelf at home, where you got things on display. You have the books that you immediately want to get to, and then you have some of the ones that are your favorite reads that you put on display. You got your coffee table books, and what have you. So I mean, you have to set it up like window shopping. Yeah.
Yeah, you're really, like I said, off of window shopping. Even that analogy, you're setting up your shop. This is like in a video game. You're stopping by the shop. This is your shop, your YouTube channel. What do you want your store? What do you want to be the first aisle people see when they walk in? Like those things actually matter. They are looked at. They're smaller on the scale, like not big picture. They actually do matter. Even like we colored coordinates thing. Those little things matter. Attention spans are getting very, very thin.
They really are.
People need to find their thing like as soon as they click. You've got about 10 seconds to like hold that and navigate, or otherwise they're. And now you do an amazing job, sir, at that. And I absolutely wanted to comment you on that because I'm like, I got some work to do.
I appreciate that. Things are changing too. They're changing from the Mr. Beast style videos where everything is about retention, right? They're constantly changing scenes and camera angles, and font is on screen popping up as they're speaking. It's showing you the captions, all that kind of stuff. Things are shifting to people want more of an authenticity based videos and content now. So honestly, if you are creative, or if you do have any sort of personality, which we're going to see a lot of people don't have that, and they're going to start falling apart, where, before it was like, oh, you could just be really good at Fortnite, or, you could just be really popular from something else, and you'll do really well in live streaming. But like now it's apparently going to shift into more of like, people want to know who you are, what you do, what you're about, and they want to be a part of the journey in a sense.
Yeah.
And so Mr. Beast is even pivoting in that way, regardless of his game show antics and the philanthropy and all that. Like he's kind of pivoting to like stuff that's about him and his story and what he does and what have you. So he's always trying to one up the next project. But I don't know, I guess you were onto something about the growth at what it's been from like zero to hero, which I don't even think I'm at like a huge point right now, but looking back, I've come a phenomenally long way.
Yeah.
From like
tremendously.
From like 0 viewers playing, Resident Evil on my Xbox One, streaming direct from the console to Twitch.
Yeah, there's the direct console day. Where were you?
Yeah, and I graduated from that to the laptop with OBS and a little capture card I bought, and then from there, you raise funds over time, built the gaming PC, fully out of those funds. So I mean, that was back in the days when I feel like you could really fund everything from subscribers and memberships or what have you, all that kind of stuff. I think post-COVID, some of the market has changed where our wallets are pinched a little tighter. We're not as willing to subscribe to every single streaming platform.
You found out who you wanted to subscribe to, didn't you? Like,
yeah, You
Not
call the
everything
list
needs
a little
Disney.
bit, and you're like, do I need Disney Plus and Netflix and Hulu and HBO? Like, maybe I just
Yeah.
trim a few off and save some money here. And
And the
finances are
streaming
tight,
effects right up.
economy's tough. Price of it, everything's going
Yeah.
up. Gas ain't
I think
cheap,
that's
none
part
of
of
it.
why they like that realism.
Yeah, so
Because,
that it's coming back to authenticity, and
yeah,
that is
the veil has
good.
kind of been lifted. Like that whole like smoke and mirrors, like of like, this is
Yes,
what it is. Like it's not work. The trick isn't working anymore. And
yes,
people want to know, like, no, what's this person actually like? Because we know this is up here, but behind the scenes, what are you actually like? And
the
that's where you said, like,
facade.
I think the ones with personality, they will shine more. I do feel like there will be a second coming. People
Mm,
call me weird for it, but I do
a
feel like
second
there's going to
coming.
be a renaissance, a renaissance period, so to speak, to where that the whole like clickbait thing isn't going to work because of everyone knows like what clickbait is now. They know about algorithms. They know these things.
Yeah,
So they're going to look for that more like torn down. And now that I say that and we're talking about it, I think that's why the vintage retro thing is coming back. They're like, oh wait, people like real stuff. Quick,
people
make
want
all
real
this cool
shit.
and we'll start selling this. Like no, because I got that TV in there. I actually posted it in the Discord of my old wood TV. Like I still
Yeah,
have it. I could use it today. And I think there's a craving for that authenticity now. You're starting to see because we even talk about it like in music, like everyone knows like it's all sounding the same. We want something different. We want something more organic, more genuine. And I feel like you're starting to see that in streaming and entertainment as well. Uh, like we talked about movies before, how like old movies had that film grain style, and like
mm-hmm.
wasn't always the best lighting and things like that. But you absolutely loved,
It was
and it
art,
was
dude.
right
It
that
was
we
about the
lost
camera
the art.
angles and the, adapting to the fact that the lighting wasn't perfect, Like,
Right.
it's not filmed on a sound stage, with a projection on the wall like the way things are now where it's just, everything's
Mhm.
green screen.
If everything's perfect, like you can't have any mistakes or errors, then that's not human. That's not genuine, even in like music. And that's why I try to make stuff that's a little. It does make you go like, wait a minute, did he mean to do that? Yes, I love those little hiccups and things, and that I love like the mic pop in this one scene because like finding out those intricate details in like movie is something that like I enjoy. I appreciate like all that goes into it, not just like being an actor. Like, oh, Chris Hemsworth's gonna be in this. That's cool. Who's like your key grip? Like, who did the lighting? Who
Yeah.
so much more goes into things, and I appreciate them. So those older style movies, like you can imagine with like the capabilities they had back then. We didn't have green screens and things like that. But
No.
to make this shot work, they had to do so much, and like that's the beauty of it. And
Mm-hmm.
again, I think that's part of that struggle, like we talked about, like the adversity of trying to get to that goal to like, get the best shot, or like capture this scene. We had to do so much to make this work, and we got it. Like we finally got it, as opposed to like just be able to click, click, click. All right, bam, there you go.
It's
Like
all done.
right, and I get it. Respects to the CGI crew. Love you guys.
Sure.
Like
Yeah,
all this
exactly.
like, so I feel like we've shifted so much to this side, and the one movie I always, 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 always will point out
Hmm.
is Jurassic Park.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Everyone on Earth loved Jurassic Park.
Yep.
Like, do you think Spielberg knew he was making Jurassic Park when he was making Jurassic Park?
He
Like,
probably just thought he was making another movie. Like, he
right.
wasn't concerned
Like,
about whether it's a hit. It's the same thing they say about musicians. Like, John Coltrane wasn't, concerned about the chord progression or what scale he was playing. He was just playing music. He was just playing what was in
mhm,
his soul and he was letting it out. So, I mean,
having fun.
even if they know the theory and stuff, they're not really thinking about it in the moment. They're just like, I'm just doing it.
And I think that's a hindsight thing for us. Like we look at it now and then go back and like analyze and put all these things. His inspiration was in that. I think he was just making a movie. Like, he was
Yeah, and the
just
CG dinosaurs just don't hit in the same way that the
not.
animatronic ones did.
I miss puppeteers and animatronics
Yeah.
so much. I miss practical effects.
And it's the
I need
problem with
that.
Indiana Jones as well. Some of
Mhm.
the newer movies have suffered from, especially Crystal Skull. They just went full CG. And it
I
was like,
think
dude,
that's when I
Indiana
stopped.
Jones was always about like claymation
Yeah,
and like
I
puppets
love that.
and live action stunts. Like, what happened to stuntmen, dude?
Yeah,
Like, they used to be in
bring
every
stuntmen
movie.
back.
Every movie in the
I,
70s and 80s was like car chases and shootouts and kung fu fight scenes and shit. Like, it was awesome. It wasn't all a
like
bunch
when
of
the
CG and shaky camera, Born Identity
yeah
crap.
shaky camera. I'm over camera shake now. Even in my game,
Yeah, in the
they
games too, you just turn it off. You're like, motion blur off, camera shake
yeah
off.
off. I'm glad
I'm
you
sick
turned
of your
those
shit. I don't need to be sick.
oh, good. I'm good. Absolutely. I'm glad you did. So yeah, those kinds of things. I'm like, that's cool and everything, but that's not why we got into this thing.
Yeah.
Like, what was that other movie? Like a lot of Jim Muppets and things. Like we know they're like silly sock puppet things, but it was like the magic of seeing
Yeah,
Miss Piggy and Kermit like on a pirate ship with Tim Curry. Like
it
what?
was.
It was this magical thing, but like I don't know if we can like recapture that now in 4K and 8K. It's like it's about the pixels as much as it is about the art itself.
True.
Um, I love puppeteering. I miss like the guys in suits. I've always been a huge fan, and I know like people always like make fun of how like, raggedy the puppets and things look. Godzilla. We're talking old. We're not talking like
Old
Kong
school.
and
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. We're talking very old like Godzilla, Rodan, and Gamera. The old puppeteer suits. I love that when you can like clearly tell it's somebody in the suit, but like, that's not why you were here.
No, you
To
weren't
create
concerned
this
about it,
movie.
especially at the
Right.
time.
And I feel like now we're so obsessed with like the tiniest details. The societal mirror of that is like why every society
No one can
has
enjoy anything because we're
right.
constantly
You're picking.
criticizing it to the point where you're
Yeah,
you're not even enjoying it anymore. It's okay to criticize things. It's okay not to like things, but I
yeah.
see people hating so much, so many things that's like, what do you enjoy in life, man? If you're like can't find something to enjoy, man.
That is one of like my greatest things is that like what do you love? I love asking that like out in the making them break, especially like when they're talking about like all the negative.
Yeah, that's a
And
better
I was like,
question than like, what do you do for work or whatever. It's
yeah,
like you're cutting
that guy.
deeper into the issue of like, what do you love, man?
Yeah, tell me something that you're excited about. Like what things do you love? What brings you joy every day? And like when I see that moment, I was like, that's tragic. That's when I get. I'm letting my empath out things. Like we listen. I'm learning to do that, and I'm like, wow, like you don't even know you spent so much time picking this thing and like hating. You don't even know what you love anymore. You just know what you don't like.
Yeah.
And it's like people spend so much time, and I think about like the conspiracy theories, like with all the yarn stuff, and they're like picking out and analyzing these scenes and reasons why I like this. It's like you spent a lot of time and energy to prove why you hate this thing, as opposed to just not doing the thing, not
Yeah.
watching the movie,
Just
not going to
wasting
that
your
show.
time. You put so
Like
much
you
energy
could
into
go
something you
home,
hate. Yeah.
Right. I don't understand that now. And it's like there's so much energy out there for it. And I hate being like the typical like Captain America, like after school guy. What if we just
No.
turn that frown upside down? You know?
It
Like
takes more
you
muscles to frown than it does to smile. Let's all put on a smile.
the more you know.
The more you know. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we
that,
see it in content creation too. I mean, all the hate and outrage content
yeah,
gets you more views, but it's temporary. I mean, you can't keep it up forever. And I mean, even if you
right.
do, what kind of life is it that you just spent all your time just hating on every single thing that comes out and it's all about outrage. It's like, oh, there's a black guy in Assassin's Creed. the game's gone woke.
Oh,
There's yeah, like Yasuke in freaking
I
Japan. Like,
remember.
I'm so
Yeah.
excited for that, man, and I really hope that
Yeah.
Ubisoft doesn't mess it up. But I mean, regardless of whether they do good, you're gonna have these guys making these videos because they're mad about, well, half of it's they're mad about black people, and then the other,
Yeah. Well, let's say
yeah,
what really
like,
is, but
but let's
sure.
get to the issue. It's really racism. Yeah, it's like, did
So,
you would you be happier if it was an Asian man instead? I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sold. I feel like you'd rather be a white ninja than anything.
good credit, so he can financially get out of this.
Right.
I think the very first time, like as we talk, very first time I remember
Uh huh.
like that about like the colorism thing was Resident Evil 5.
Oh.
Remember when they were gonna put it in Africa?
Yep.
And I remember the very first trailer, like all the bad guys like, well, we're black people. And
Yeah.
they're like, oh no, we can't have that. Like, he's out here killing black folks. I'm like, it's a little like weird to look at Chris Red.
Oh yeah, they were talking about that with the remake. They're like, "Oh yeah, for the remake, we're going to have to be more sensitive in Resident Evil 5. I mean, we can't have, we might have to base it in another country cuz I mean, we can't. It would be so unwoke of us if we were just shooting all these black people in Africa." And it's like, you understand it was just a realistic depiction of like what Africa is. There's a lot of, I'm
like,
sorry to tell you this, but that's kind of where they all came from. African Americans, they came from a place.
Considering the local population has been mutated,
That's where all the melanin is, okay?
that's where we keep it, in Africa.
Yeah, the outrage on that was insane, dude. I was like,
I didn't know about the remake thing. That's news to me.
yeah, they came up.
Know.
People were trying to turn it into an issue, and I was like, don't burden Capcom with this bullshit of, we don't need the woke police on this one. Like, just let them make the original game the way it was, and just remake it. We don't need,
because we loved the game.
They're zombies. It's not like we're killing actual, people. We're, they're just zombies.
But like Grand Theft Auto is still killing it. Like they're fine. But when we did the Resident Evil thing, oh, don't shoot those. You can shoot up the entire here, but
the entire city.
It's so wild to me, like the hills we choose to die on nowadays.
Yeah, it's a little weird, and it's good to be able to see into the Matrix and see both sides of the issue. Sometimes it's the leftists that are wrong. And sometimes it's the right-wing dudes that are wrong, that are mad about women and African Americans in games, and then the other side is mad that there's not enough gay people in games, or,
My game isn't gay enough. Like,
yeah.
Arguing about this?
It's like, why are we arguing about this? Just make a good game. No one's gonna care.
Right. Like, and even with that, like on the no one's, our attention spans are so short, they're gonna forget about this in 2 months.
Exactly.
It won't be a thing anymore. But it's like that initial, like, yeah, that them and us kind of thing. It gets so big, and then you never hear about it. And so it's like, well, what was all that about? Are we still like marching for this thing?
It's just a phase, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's not a phase. It's a phase for sure. Yeah, I didn't know about that remake situation, but yeah.
Yeah, a little crazy.
That's where we're getting though, and it kind of makes me sad to see like that conflict moving into gaming, and it's like this was our escape from the real world,
from reality, yeah, and we're bringing all the social issues and politics,
right? Like, all the justice warriors are here.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know you guys were playing tonight. Pick this character.
You're playing Call of Duty and someone's like, actually, you can't kill me because of my beliefs.
That kind of thing. And it's like, we can like have the conversation, have fun like with the thing while still talking about the topic, but I'm sure you've tried to with other people and you pick up that sword and shield and like, I will die for this stance. Like,
yeah.
Oh, you can have your idea and opinion, but like, don't attack me because
don't force me into it. Yeah.
Yeah. So that kind of thing, like I said, it can be on centered. We all make mistakes. We be wrong on a lot of stuff. And that's
Yeah.
why I think it's important to like kind of ride that middle ground. I
Mm-hmm.
hear what you're saying over here. Now let me listen to them. Why are you
What
never
everyone
talking?
else is saying.
Well, how dare you listen to everyone?
Yeah.
Like situation. You can't do that anymore. It's so weird. I don't like that.
It's
And
a
I think
weird
that's what's
obsession,
making
yeah.
us it's what's making us more socially awkward because now we can't have those conversations.
Yeah,
Because
now
that's
you
the
can't
whole
believe in
point of
anything
dating.
until you check it with the list. You know, you got to go, oh, well, I'm supposed to think this and this and this and this.
Yes, that is exactly it, Shaq. That's it. Like, hang on. I believe this. I should my checklist here. Can you believe that? Like, okay, here's all my talking points now. It's like you just went to like the checklist to make sure you felt certain ways. Is that actually you? Where's the anger coming from?
What happened to the authenticity?
Yeah, like, and you can't even be authentically mad. Like, you're
Hmm.
upset about something that you see trending and everyone else is mad about. This 2 seconds ago, before you saw that article or like TikTok, you didn't give a
Hmm.
shit about the thing.
Yeah.
But now you're like, oh yeah, me too. I hate that. Then now you're gonna spend your energy on that, just going about your day.
I remember the moment I decided to cover Hogwarts Legacy. I,
Oh,
yep,
oh
yep.
boy.
Yeah, I got canceled. This is a canceled story. So I didn't even buy a copy of the game. I was gifted one. And
Uh,
and I was like, it looks cool. I've always wanted to play this game. You know, it's like it's
mm,
the Harry Potter game we've always dreamed of. And I'm not even like the
mm,
biggest fan, so I was like, all right, we'll play it. We'll cover
yeah.
it on the channel. I only played it for a few weeks, but I lost friends permanently, or friends quote unquote permanently.
Right, like let's use an asterisk next
Where
to
they were
that.
just like, I can't believe you hate all gay people, and I'm like, what? What?
You screwed up this
How do we
game.
hit this
Right.
ultimatum right here? Like, do you not understand? Like, I have people in real life that are gay and have the
Right.
rainbow flags, and we're friends, and they understand, and
Love
they're
it.
playing Hogwarts Legacy too, and they
Like,
think
we're gonna
J.K.
play
Rowling's a
co-op.
piece of shit. Like, you know, you
But
can
you know
walk and
what?
chew
I'm a
gum at the
Slytherin,
same
so
time, dude.
yeah, you can't do two things anymore. Everything is black and white, A or B. It's getting out of hand at
And
this
our
point.
politics, I even told them, I was like, dude, our politics, we agree like on 99% of things. And just because I deviate this 1% right here, we're gonna call it quits? Like, that's
That's
crazy.
it.
Like,
Yeah,
you have to
but you
understand,
notice?
people don't always agree. Sometimes we have friends that are, we disagree with each other. We're different political parties. We come from different
Mhm.
sides of town, different backgrounds, and we all
Absolutely.
we all learn to agree somehow. Or
I
not
grew up
agree,
in
but I
northern
mean
Mississippi, so
compromise.
like in North Mississippi, like trust me, you gotta learn to compromise.
You gotta
Like
compromise.
you're outnumbered, so you either learn to get along or get out, kind of
Dude.
thing. So yeah, like no, I was never people to alienate someone what they believe. I don't like conflict and confrontation anyway. I usually try
Yeah,
to
you'd be
mm,
like, just forget it.
yeah, no, I'm so good at like walking away from
No, that's a
I almost got
superpower, dude.
it honestly is now. Now I'm realizing that I'm sorry, segue ADHD, but
No, this
there
is
was
good. I mean, like knowing when it's time to just pull out of a
time to back
conversation. You're
away.
like in a
Like
circle talking to three or four people. You're just like, this is not serving me.
right, like there's nothing good is about to come to the situation. Let me remove
Or you're like the
that
guy who
way.
leaves the party before a fight breaks out. Like you just know the vibe is coming. You
Right
can feel
here.
the tension building. You're just like, I'm out of here.
Me and Jay had talked
Uh
about
huh.
tips to survive.
Hang
And
on,
we
you're
said,
cutting out again. Hang on, I
oh
lost you.
no,
Check, check.
Mike, check.
Okay, I don't know. You were saying you and Jay.
Okay. Me and Jay were having a talk about growing up in the, we did like a small segment like surviving the hood.
Yeah.
Things to look for, like tips that you might not know. And one was about parties and like when knowing when to.
When to leave.
And it was like when you hear the two guys arguing in the backyard and then you see one of them walk away, he's not done with the fight. It's about to get real. Leave the
He's
party
going
at
for a
that
weapon, yeah.
point. Right, like he's not going to the car to leave. He's coming back. That's when you get out of there. And some people don't know things like that.
Holy shit.
Live
Yeah,
with the
like some common
situation.
sense. Yeah, you could write a book on that, honestly. You
Now,
too.
yeah, it might be a self-help book.
Yeah.
Common sense 101. So, like, yeah, things like that, knowing when
Damn.
to exit a situation, even in a conversation,
Mm-hmm.
when you see like you're trying to, have that but the other person like has zero give. They're not like hearing anything you're saying. That everything is an objection. It's very rigid.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we still having this conversation? You're not about to convert this.
Yeah.
If
It's
anything, you're
very
about
hard to change
solidify.
someone's mind, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest things.
Think about how many times you've actually changed someone's entire position on anything.
Yeah.
Like,
we'll wait. Like, how many? Count on one hand.
that's rough.
Yeah, when you completely change an individual's views and things like that, when does that happen? And most of the time it gets even. So there was a guy at work that was a very big Donnie supporter. Don't care who you are.
Uh-oh.
But like on the other end of that,
Yeah.
he was like he would have stormed the Capitol. He was one of those.
Oh.
The crazy part was it was a black guy, an older black gentleman. And for me, like,
That's a big twist.
Exactly. Hang on, guys. Here's the twist. He was a 50-year-old black guy. And I'm like, what?
Didn't see that coming.
The day I kind of like pulled back from him was when he was talking about like how happy he was elected. He was going to get all these immigrants out of here and deport everybody. I'm like, is this really coming out of your mouth? The whole like, send them back home. Like, do you know who you sound like?
Right?
And it was like, people are so far deep in their own like beliefs and things, like, they don't even realize like what they are saying or
No
what
self-awareness.
actually, right. That kind of thing is lacking now to where like they will die on that hill. How many facts you throw out, like numbers, actual like scientific data, all of that, like none of that matters anymore. And it's so bizarre to me to where back in the day I could present you with this book or this article or like this thing
some
and
facts.
say, like, hey,
yeah.
This is the thing, like water is wet. And then someone says, I don't know about that. There's nothing else to talk about now.
Yeah, you can't really argue or change someone's point of view because they'll just be like, well, you got your facts from a, biased fake news source,
Right.
One of them scientific studies. I don't believe in no science.
What are you reading? Book?
Can't argue.
That kind of thing.
Your books?
Growing up in Mississippi, one of the poorest states in the U.S., like, no,
that's
grown up
rough.
in that environment. Like, I've seen it to where they don't fund education. We've closed like 2 more schools here.
Wow.
That's a real thing happening live.
Yeah.
The books in some of the schools are so outdated, the information
is wrong.
And then
yeah, not current.
TikTok that has new information that may or not be wrong.
Yeah.
It's the craziest setup. And like, we're seeing it on the front lines here.
Oof.
When you think about like those hard right things like, and again, not saying yay or nay, I'm not.
Yeah.
But like just from genuine lawmaking, things you put in place in policy, you can see them taking place here. It is super. This is the reddest state you'll ever see. Like it's never gonna flip, and we've accepted that. And to be able to see that and have grown up in it, and then like travel and gone to other, I've been to Europe and seen things like how they do. And then I get back home and I'm like, oh, we have a huge problem.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. Yeah, leaving your hometown, even just going as far as like somewhere in the US, but even going like worldwide, you will see. I mean, that's what I think the problem is that some of these people haven't left their town, so they've never met someone who's gay. They've never hung out with someone who's a different race than them or from a different country. They've never traveled. somewhere else. And when they do, they just do the typical American tourist thing. They don't, and they just be a slob and an asshole and everything.
Does anybody speak English around here?
Yeah, where's all the American language here? I don't know how to read this French shit.
You got an English menu in here? And I think, like you said, being international, like going bigger, like just living in your hometown is huge in itself.
It is.
And there are people that have never
opens your point of view, man.
Right, and that gives you a new perspective to see things different. And I can tell you, like the first time I went out to San Francisco, what a place!
That's a whole new world, dude, from Mississippi.
Right, exactly.
Friggin' rural Texas, yeah. The same deal.
Yeah, that kind of thing. And like I remember my first time going to like a gay club, and it was an experience. I was like, oh, this is completely different from what I was told by my friends and people.
I was told all these gay guys were gonna try to fuck me. They're gonna fuck me and give me AIDS. I can't believe it.
Yeah, like when you walk in, you get AIDS. That's how you get in.
Yeah, like there's such a bubble over this part of the world that you have to travel to escape from, and you have to talk to other people and learn about their experiences and get this weird thing. It's called empathy. Yeah. Get one of those.
How do I sell it?
I can tell right away who doesn't have empathy in the comments of my new politics channel that I started like 2 months ago.
Oh, nice. Yeah. What's that? When I saw you were doing the politics thing, I was like, I was here for it all 100%, but I was like, I'm so curious. What's that going on? What's that?
You're like, let's see if this blows up or not. This could either go really well or it could be a car accident that I can look at from afar.
The fuse is lit. Let's see what happens next.
No, dude, I had like one guy in the comments. He was like, my grandpa was right. China built the wall to keep those Chinese people in. Semper Fi. I was like, what the fuck?
Wow.
I was like, the racism and the like first and last name and like your birth year being your like username, and then your profile picture is like you and your 2 kids hugging.
Oh, yeah, that's classic, right?
Like, dude, you are telling on yourself, sir. But I mean, yeah, it's anytime I delve into like deep issues or dark issues, even the California wildfires thing. I was just highlighting a story about how a 90-year-old couple, they had their house burned down because of the wildfires, and their fire insurance cut them off before the fire.
Wow.
So, and people in the comments were saying, well, what about the insurance company? They said, maybe they told them and they just, they didn't switch to another policy, in time, in a few weeks or whatever it may be.
They're supposed to mail it or something? Because, the post office is on fire.
Yeah, that shit ain't cheap. It ain't easy to do. And if a company dumps you, like, how are you going to find a good competing rate that gives you the coverage you need?
I did not even think about that with the insurance thing. And to think that sound, what that sounds like was during the Katrina thing with insurance.
Yeah.
Like, really? Because I didn't have a wind policy. Like, what? You didn't tell me anything about this.
Nope. Surprise.
It's your problem. Yeah, surprise. Yeah,
that's an extra $500 a month if you want that coverage.
So like,
that's the upsell.
Out of the wildfire, you lose all your shit, and now you don't have insurance. Like, good luck, buddy. Like, wow. Yeah, that hurts. Like I said, a 90-year-old couple. Yeah, that's how you know who has empathy and who does. It's really easy to tell when you back the insurance company on that. Yeah, I don't know on that one.
That kind of shows like where people's values are when you sort of immediately align with that. It's like you don't try to maybe look at all angles of the story. You're just like immediately like, oh, I need to pick my side on this issue. It's not like, oh, I need to dive deeper. So yeah, I mean, I've talked about some serious topics, and that channel has grown really fast, like 225 subs in 2 months, over 80,000 views. It's literally gets the same amount of views daily as my gaming channel does, which took me 4 years to build up where we're at now.
Remember what we said about building something, then the other immediately you're like, oh, Never mind the thing I've been building.
Yeah, my
One little
politics channel is the hot tub streamer of YouTube. Like, it's like,
You're
look at
doing
me,
a hot tub politics.
I could just flash everybody and talk about Joe Biden for 3 minutes and everyone goes nuts.
Love it. That's premium content right there. Ah, that's wild. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Another thing on that,
Yeah.
like no one thinks about. I watched a doc. Didn't get to finish it. I hate I did. It was the orphans of COVID, talking about all the kids
Oh,
who's like who lost parents, like both parents during COVID,
yeah.
and like orphanages and like stuff blew up. Like they had nowhere to put these kids,
Yeah.
and that's something you really don't see or hear like in the news or like
Nope.
TV.
That gets
So you
glossed
don't really
over.
right, but it's like it's an obvious thing. Even if you just think about like, well, yeah, a lot of people. Sometimes mom and dad didn't make it through. What does little 5 year old Timmy do?
Well,
And
it's
we
not
don't
sexy
really talk
enough
about
for
that.
the what is it, the 5 o'clock news where it's like I just say, man, like Lester Holt on NBC, he can only cover 30 minutes of news, and probably 10 or 15 minutes of that is commercials because they gotta do ads, right? So
Mhm.
it's like
And the
he only
camera.
hits like a few stories. He'll be like, "Oh, this is what's happening in Ukraine. Oh, look at this dog. This three-legged dog that won a race. Like,
Hmm.
they always got to do the fluff story, and then they're like, "Oh, look, there's a tsunami in California." It's like, like
Right, like it's that ADHD thing, like where you don't have time to spend on things. Like we got to cover these topics quick because there's so much shit happening right now.
yeah, and
Like you never
that's
have
why
the chance
people are
to actually
going
sit and
for
talk.
independent media. People are going. They're
Yeah,
trying to search online for the issues that they care about, and they're trying to find people that cover the things they want. And does it also force us into echo chambers? Absolutely, because I mean,
oh
you
yeah,
you find your right wing media guy, you find your left wing media guy. You
yeah,
don't really
yeah.
find a lot of people that preach either to the middle or just kind of the whole issue. They give you the news and then you decide what to do with it.
Those are the days I miss. Was present me the information, let me decide how I feel.
Yeah, because I mean,
The thing I
everything you see at night, no matter what channel it's on, that's an opinion show.
oh, absolutely,
Even though they're
and
giving you the news, they are feeding it with their opinion.
I think Andrew Alliance might have mentioned it on one of your episodes. I've done
Oh
my
yeah,
homework. Shout out
yeah, he's great, man.
about amazing. I love hearing you guys together. That's joyous car ride. Like they're in the back seat and like hanging out with him.
Oh man,
Mentions something about what were we talking about? There was my idea. I had such a good point and I lost it. What were we
Andrew
talking about
Lyons.
before that?
We were talking about how media,
Middle
little biased
background.
opinion shows in the
Opinion
evenings.
pieces. Yes, that. I think he said something about like, and that sparked something in me because I wanted to talk about.
Uh
When I was in school and like learning writing and journalism, one of the things I was taught when doing an article was I in an article because it immediately becomes an opinion piece. It becomes about you and how you feel.
yeah, you're
Like,
making it personal at that point.
yeah.
Yeah,
So that's what's helped me. And this is a pro tip for anybody. Anytime you read an article, as soon as you see the word I, just know that person is talking about the. It's no longer about just the information. And you see that so much more in like news articles, Yahoo News, and any article like you see now is like talking about that writer's experience with this thing, or like I feel like this. And it's like you're telling me your story. I get it. The information sometimes it's so buried to where like you have to read an article
hmm,
4 paragraphs in before you like get to what it's actually about. And like the titles are always so catchy, and
yeah,
it
they
is
are
that kind of
clickbaity. Yeah,
baity thing where you click it, and now they're judging it based on like how much screen time you spend on this article.
yeah,
Oh, look, it is generating revenue and bill. But like you've made this Easter egg hunt thing where I have to find the information.
yep.
And so the trick I use is again like the word I, when I see that, I'm like, nope, next article.
That's a
As
good
soon as I see
point.
it, I'm like, next one. And it's becoming harder and harder to find articles about that. it's okay to have an opinion, but when you're doing the news,
Yeah. There has to be a portion where it's like, this is what happened. Now,
mm-hmm.
and then a clear separation. I think Philip DeFranco does it really good on his channel. He's like, he
Mm-hmm.
gives you the story, and then he says, here's what I think, and then he says, what do you think? Sound
Yeah.
off in the comments, and it stirs everything you need. It gets people interacting with your content and liking and disliking and
Mm-hmm.
arguing in the comments, and then it also, yeah, it shares the news story, and it provides a clear separation that most of your nightly news is not going to do. They're not going to they're just going to tell you one side of the issue, and it's whatever team they're on,
Whatever
and
that station,
whoever
yeah,
pays the
whatever
bills,
who's
yeah, at the
sponsoring that
station, yeah.
station. Well, our boss thinks this, so we all think this. And I
Exactly.
feel like we all know that's what they're doing now, and that's where that mistrust, like
The
in
game is
America,
up,
is
yeah.
coming from. Right. It's not like just like we're all a bunch of angry Americans in this room. It's like when you found out the Tooth Fairy wasn't real. Like,
Oh,
sorry, kids.
you ruined
So,
it for me. I'm
damn, I
still
could just
getting
have
nickels under my pillow.
that's something else.
That's a whole different problem.
So like when you have those situations like that, you you feel abandoned. You're like,
Yeah,
hey, mom and dad, you told me this thing 5 years, and now I find out.
it's not
Even in
real.
like good innocent fun, it's still like that moment of like you took this thing from me. And I
Hmm.
feel like that's what's happening in society is, like we said, that veil is being pulled back. The curtain has been raised. We've seen, the Wizard of Oz thing where the guys like pretending to be Mr. Oz, not Dr. Oz, the other Oz.
Yeah,
he's like,
Wizard of Oz.
he's like trying to, play the wizard. It's revealing the magic trick, and we've all become aware of it, and we know that like algorithms are a thing, and like uh, what is the personalized ads are like out of control now,
Yeah.
to where every person's worldview is skewed now.
Hmm.
And once you pull that back and snatch the tablecloth, some of the dishes will stay, some of the dishes will fall, and you have a lot more dishes like staying and want to be in the Matrix. And if you've ever watched the Matrix, you kind of understand it. What's the scene where the guy was like eating the steak?
Hmm.
He's like, I know the steak is juicy, it's delicious. I know it's in the Matrix. I know it's not real, but I'm experiencing it. And that was a moment in that movie I think a lot missed.
Yeah.
He's explaining the reason to get out. And it's like, I don't want to be a part of this like post-apocalyptic, depressed, gray, robot ruled world. I get it, like from both peels. I
Yeah.
understand. But you have to like understand that. It's the ones that only take the red pill and like, both of them are real, but which one you decide on. And like you
Hmm.
said, people choose sides way too fast now.
Yeah,
And
that's the issue.
that's really what it is. Like you said about the other situation where like you're presented with, all right, I gotta immediately take my side, then make my point as to why I chose my side, as opposed to let me see the information and then I'll.
Yeah.
They don't want to be. It's like the analogy of the red team versus the blue team. Like all the people are out. One guy picks up a red flag, then
Hmm.
another guy at the other end of the bleachers picks up a blue flag.
Hmm.
Fuck your flag. It's that easy.
Like what?
Like right, it's that easy to divide up people, and I
Yeah.
think they know that because like even if you look at sports, like
Oh,
perfectly
sports.
fine people, when you walk in with a different jersey in like the local bar, they will literally beat you up over this jersey. Might
Yeah,
be the
that's
greatest,
insane,
could
dude.
have been the best friend you would have. Like might be a great guy, but because he's a Phillies fan, fuck the
That's
guy.
it.
Give
Fuck
him a
that guy.
right. Like you haven't even spoken to this person, and
Hmm.
people are like, "Oh my god, how can we be so divided?" I'm like actually pretty easy.
Yeah,
Turn
we're
on the game,
judging books
watch
by
sports.
their cover. That's
Right.
exactly it.
And we're being programmed for that. Super segue back to sports when you put Beyonce and Taylor Swift in it and
Oh
get
my
even
god.
more people involved in this.
Full circle.
Screw your team, my team's better. Screw
Hmm.
your music, my music. Welcome to the new world.
Ugh. What a nightmare. Yeah. My music is better. Your music's no good.
Like, okay. Like, what do you want me to do with this information? That's like, yeah,
Nothing
cool.
to do
Now
with that
what?
information. Yeah.
Your thing sucks. All right.
All right.
Now
So
what do we do? Usually they want the argument. They want you to go back and no. But as soon as you give them, they're like, yeah, it does. Now what?
yeah.
Yeah, just make
What do
sure
you
you're
win for that?
everything.
Where's your trophy?
Right. That's why I love killing them with kindness. And
Oh
like,
my
tell me
god,
more
dude.
about this thing you hate. Like, I get impassioned about it. I'm like, yeah, give me all this. Tell me your story. Like, oh yeah, why do you hate these things? Like, I hate redwood trees. They're too big. Oh yeah, with some traumatizing thing happened. Did a tree touch you at some point? Like,
Right?
and I'm like, no, give me the information because I want. I can. It's just like hate fueled spewing. Like, there's no like actual information being given. Oh, okay, you don't really have it. You saw a TikTok or heard someone else say. Now you don't. Yeah, it's a weird place now. It's so weird.
I do think that people don't really even have their own opinions. They just go to, people on the internet to be fed what to think. Whether it's
Uh,
politics, whether it's video games, we all go to our corner of the internet. We listen to Asmongold, and he tells us what games are woke and what games aren't. And this game has women, and this game has men, and this game make me mad. So and it was really funny because I watched this video from Hassan Piker, and he was live streaming the Game Awards, and they were reacting to all the new games being announced. And what he pulled up on the side was Asmongold's stream, and anytime they would announce a game that had a woman in it, the whole chat would just be L L L L L L, just L's. And then anytime there was a game about like shooting with a man in it, they were like W W W W W.
Like it's so funny that like they're so atypical.
Mm-hmm.
It amazes me sometimes to see situations like that. I'm like, you guys just like this whole mob mentality.
Yeah,
It really works. It's really a thing.
it really is, and it's
Yeah,
it's
I feel
serving some
guilty.
people pretty well. Yeah,
Oh yeah, it's working. It's working for some. It's not working for others.
it's not working for me.
I felt guilty when you said it because I was like, immediately, like people go to their certain things. Show, and I was like, maybe I should like other shows to get other opinions. But then that's the other problem with the algorithm and like the personalized being
Mm-hmm.
so personalized. I don't know what else is out there because like YouTube isn't showing me anything. So until someone else says, "Hey, check out this," I have no idea that's a thing. And I feel like that's what we're running into is that like singularity
Mm-hmm.
where everybody in there, like we said about people being in their own homes, like each house has their own thing that they do
Yeah,
regardless of region. Like this household watches this channel, this household watches, and so on and so forth.
that's real.
To where everybody ends up in these tiny camps, and like, and if everybody leaves their houses and goes outside, we don't have the same mind, even though like we're all in the same neighborhood, let alone city or state. We're in the
Mm-hmm.
same neighborhood, and we all have differing opinions.
Yeah.
Even though all of our children go to the same school.
Mm-hmm.
We're dealing with the same mayor, we're dealing with the same town, but we have so much varying and wide views that we kind of overlook those small town politics and like your local stuff.
Yeah.
And that's the important stuff because, like I said, that's where your kid's going to go to school. So what happens at that school should be the most important. So, like,
Mm-hmm.
fund the school first, maybe.
More than
Update
your
those books.
presidential, your Congress elections. It's
Right.
about who's the mayor, who's the sheriff,
Yeah.
who's in charge of the school district, who's the superintendent, whatever.
Who's in charge of the trash pickup?
Yeah.
Like just sanitation person. All of these are actual jobs and people, but like no one knows any of their. But you always see. I know who Marjorie Taylor is. No idea
Yep.
what she does or who that really was. She doesn't work where I live, but I know
Nope.
so much about.
You know too much about her.
I didn't want to know anything. I know so much now. So it's like, where's that energy in like the local front? Am I just missing it?
Well, the local news doesn't cover that, right? Like they're not. Even if you had a local news that was only about your town if you were privileged enough to have that. Some cities have it for sure, but they don't have the time to cover that type of
No.
stuff, or they don't make the time. They don't see any value in it. They'd rather just, do the 6 o'clock news and cover all the crime that's happened in the city, and then do the weather, do sports, and then log off.
Yeah.
Because
Then
that
they
serves
are.
a purpose, and you might know what that purpose is.
Somebody say money.
Yeah.
So yeah, like if you're not getting those like ratings and viewer
hmm
news,
No one wants to watch what the railroad commissioner thinks. Like,
But at the same time, like that same person will like go on Twitter and
yeah.
4-page rant about I'm so tired of these damn trains. Well, yeah, if you went and voted on like where they were going to go,
Yeah,
yeah, you
exactly.
might not have to deal with this. But
Most
like you
people
said,
skip out on local elections. That's also true.
yeah,
They don't vote on
it's
was it
not
like
fun.
the midterms. People don't vote in the
Yeah,
midterms,
midterm
and people
elections.
don't vote on their local elections because they don't keep up with it.
Yeah, and I think we got to find a way to like radicalize, make that like the fun, like catchy, edgy things, like make local stuff fun. Like follow them around, like what do they do every day?
Right?
Like our what's our mayor? I can't remember. I can't remember his name. Uh, Alan, Mayor Allen, we'll call him. I can't remember his whole name. I've never seen him like in my life. I like not around town, like and I compare Mississippi to
Uh.
that one view, like it's Mayberry, and everybody. No, that's not at all. We don't whatsoever. We find it weird when you do speak to us.
Huh.
We prefer you not to. And who are
We
you and
prefer.
why are you walking down this sidewalk? Kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we operate. The whole Southern hospitality. I don't know where that came
Fictional.
from. Yeah, we don't do that. If you don't sound like us, we pretty much know you ain't from around here. That kind of thing.
We don't want to
So
talk to you.
even so, like, even for me, like talking, I was alienated from my own state because I don't sound like everyone else here. They're like, "Where are
Yeah.
you from?" I'm from Horn Lake, Mississippi. That's where I'm from. Born and raised. My grandparents. This is where my family was founded.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Are you sure?"
You sure
Yes.
about
Where are
that?
you from? Space? Are you from a cartoon in the 40s?
Oh my god.
Like no one talks like that anymore. Like how are we still talking like this?
Mm-hmm.
That goes back to dialects and dialogue, which we've never talked about yet. But
Yeah.
like, there's a thing to lay the foundation. While my conspiracy theory tinfoil hat putting on
Mm-hmm.
is the algorithm internet is coming to life through our children.
Okay.
They're adopting so many things that they see on the internet to where like local dialect, everybody kind of has that Valley Girl accent to them now. A lot of people talk, and there's a lot of questions at the end of it. It sounds like
Oh
there's a question mark all the
no.
time. You're seeing that everywhere a little bit.
It's
Oh,
real.
dude,
Yeah.
like this. All the guys talk like this all the time. Even if
Oh
you're from
no.
Mississippi,
Why do
New
they
York,
all sound like that?
yeah, put the hat on, Aaron. You're welcome.
Oh no. I'm seeing that in all like the young guys on TikTok. They all sound like that. They're like
So think about
nasally
that.
and deep and dry, like they're
Well,
trying to
here, like, I really don't
force
care
their
about
voice to
anything.
be deeper, but they have
Mhm.
like a high nasally voice, but they're like
Right. Like,
trying to
I'm
sound,
only 12, but I actually
yeah,
speak
I'm only 12,
like
but like,
20. And it's that like carefree, like, I don't really care about anything. Whatever. And
I
then
don't care
like the
about
girls
anything,
on
man.
the really hype it. I think Family Guy did.
Oh no.
He was talking about Brian's girl, and he said, does she talk like this? Like everything has a question mark at the end of it?
Oh
Like,
no. Yeah, it really
yeah,
does have a question
you're
mark at
seeing
the
that
end.
now. Yeah.
Oh, that
So
hurts.
yeah,
That hurts my
it's
brain.
your reality check. So
Yep.
that's me and my whole. I'm working my working theory of like
You could do a
the
scientific
algorithm.
study on that, like a
Honestly,
psychological paper here on
yeah,
that.
and because I do voice work, and that's like a thing that matters to me.
Yeah.
Audio stuff, paying attention to that kind of thing. So that was something that I said the average, too, but It sounds different now. And we went on a trip to South Carolina, and I remember like to the downtown area, and all like the kids around me were like sounding like that, and I thought it was like a joke, but I was like, no, this is actually the dialect that you kids are using now, regardless of regional stuff.
Yeah.
Like, people over here, Joey, they had this kind of accent. Like you heard stuff like that, but now wherever you go, it's the question mark.
Yeah, there's not going to be any country accents or plain
Right.
spoken English. It's all
So that's why I was like
slang
so
and
weirded out
what
when the
have you.
guy was like, "Are you from here?" I'm like, "Where are you from?" Because like no one like Latin, but like we hold on to things. And for me, it's like when you grow up like in TikTok and the things and seeing these videos, and that's how you hear people. You give
Yeah.
your kid a tablet, they sit in front of it. That's what they're gonna mimic. That dialect sound. Like that's how you say these words in the English language. And eventually that will become how all Americans sound at some point. And it blows my mind. But you can see it happening. Like it's really happening up. It starts slow. That fire starts slow, but it grows. And so for me, that's like the internet algorithm approving these things or like these types of videos. If they sound like this in the video, that's the thumbs up. And then the kids that get into it, they hear it like, okay, everybody likes when I sound. So let me keep doing this thing. And eventually you'll have that conformity where everybody's doing it. And the other part of it is like the viewpoints thing, like we said. If my phone, the great all being algorithm, only presents me with this stuff, it's eventually going to make me think and feel how it wants me to think and feel. I'm going
Ooh,
to do
yeah.
that. Buy the clothes they tell me to buy. Like you said about the Taylor Swift thing, I'm not even having my own self anymore. I don't even know what my own actual voice sounds like because everything comes out like this for some reason. And
Even that sounds
eventually,
like it has some question marks at the end. Even the men sound that way, yeah. With their like
yeah,
deep nasally voice, yeah.
yeah, I'm not really sure about anything. Maybe we can go get dinner. It's like it's
Why
very
does the pitch
unsure.
go up at the end of every sentence? Oh, it's so.
Now you're not going to be able to.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to unsee it. Yeah, that's very true. You're gonna be at
I'm telling you.
Walmart or something, and some teenage clerk is gonna be like, "I think we have some pillows over there. I'm not sure if we have any."
It's the funniest thing, and I feel like that's where it's starting. Is like with that, to where
Oh.
you're seeing this internet web thing. It did not exist until the internet was a thing,
Well, yeah,
and now
because
you're
we were
seeing it
probably
come to life.
raised off like '90s sitcoms and Mister Rogers and Sesame
Yeah,
Street and what have you. So we
and I think
developed patterns of speech from that, you know.
yeah, absolutely.
And they're
That was
growing up in the
like
TikTok era. Ugh.
I think that was another realization I had, and part of why I was talking about this was like when we grew up in like the '90s era, it was very jazz. It was a jazz time,
Yeah,
and all the commercials and things they were very vibrant, upbeat, and it was so all commercials had their own theme song.
they
Everybody
did.
remembers "Skip It," like it's the
Stupid little
best thing ever.
jingles. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Everything was very musical about
Hmm.
it back then compared to now. Everything back then, like if you saw a commercial, it was like, "Welcome to Mark's Wild Inflatable Wacky Water World. Come on down, energetic, that kind of thing."
Very
And
hype.
now we
Yeah.
look back at like, oh, how silly that was. Like, oh, that was so cringy. But now you listen to like the dialect and people when they listen to something from that time and listen to someone new, it's very different. They don't have that musical tone.
Hmm.
They don't have inflection at all. And like when talking, everything's monotone and then like goes
Uh.
up at the end. Whereas we have that personality, we grew up with skip it, that kind of
Skip
thing.
it.
So like we have that in us to
Drilled
where
into your
like,
head. Yeah.
yeah, where to like if you want to sell something, you high energy, checked up, you're like back straight and be all excited about it. But then when you do like talk like this, it's a lot of stuff. You get your shoulders up front.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like those. What was it? The TikTok ads. It's like, oh, you're gonna be so mad that you didn't pick this up when you thought you got it at a good price, but now it's on sale. It's like practically free. It's like less than a cup of coffee. Oh my god! And then it'll be like
Yeah.
$50, and I'm like, what do you mean? Who's paying $50 for coffee? And this walkie-talkie you're trying to sell me is like, like what the fuck?
Oh God, absolutely.
You
I'm so
learn a
tired
lot
of like
from
the
those
tiny microphone
nerds.
thing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you really do, and that's the double-edged sword of it. Is like they're killing like the game and like pushing like numbers. Like they're doing it. You have what we call the Jake Paul generation that knows sell the merch and do all the stuff to like make that happen. And the
yeah.
old iron worker generation over here go to work, do my 9 to 5, and don't say anything. That kind of
Never talk
generation,
about
like
my feelings. Come
feelings, what
home
the
and
hell is
just
that?
push that down.
Right, I'm just going to pop a bottle and swallow these and down. Might meet my kids later. See how, but like we're caught in the middle of that, and I think
Yeah.
that's why it's so much easier for like us in our era to like see that, see the matrix and see, the lie on this side is like this group is really loud over here.
Mm-hmm.
This group didn't say anything ever at all over here. We
Yeah.
don't have those 1,000 yard air shell shocked and like you don't make loud noises. We don't have those anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of what's lacking now is that that understanding for the other generation. Like I feel personally, we're not supposed to be trying to be cool. We're the parents now. Like we're supposed to be like, you didn't like what,
Yeah.
but it's like now we try to like,
Wait, I lost you. Hang on. Let's try resetting the call
gotcha.
real quick. Okay. Let's try that. Hello, hello. Yeah, I don't know. It's just being weird and cutting out, so maybe that'll help.
No, it's Daddy Bezos is listening to us. And
Yeah,
like,
he's cutting
what am
in.
I?
He's like, wait a minute. You guys are
Over
getting
there
too
talking
real.
about real
Wait,
stuff.
did you hear what he did? He owns doesn't he owns like the New Yorker or something, one of these.
I did not know about that.
Yeah,
What?
let me see which one he owns. Jeff Bezos
I
News.
told you I get all my news from you. If Aaron Shack doesn't say it, I don't believe it.
I think it's yeah, so he owns the Washington Post, and
Wow.
oh, it looks like 3 days ago he laid off 100 workers. Great. But like he literally like cuts out stories that are not popular. There was like a political cartoon that depicted him and like Elon Musk, kissing Trump's shoes, like licking the boot and whatnot. And he's like, I don't like that political cartoon. Not in my newspaper. It's like, dude, like, what happened to freedom of the press? Like, just because you own it doesn't mean, well,
That
I guess it
scares
does
me.
mean
Like
that you can that you can decide
you do own it. So.
what's printed, but you shouldn't. There
You're
should
right.
be a
Like
free
the
press.
ethical thing, like the reason we made the press was like it's a neutral ground to just give information. And then when
Mm-hmm.
you buy it out, that defeats the whole purpose. Yeah, that's kind of scary. That's especially like I said with the Palestine thing that was going on when they talk about the killing the journalists and things like that.
Yep.
Seeing that happening live, like it's actually happening like now.
It's a
And
live
then
stream.
over here,
Yeah.
you're seeing them like set the stage in a way. It's like I don't know about this one, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I did see that Zuckerberg took down the fact checking on Facebook.
Yeah, that's a good thing, right? Don't you like
Right?
that?
So that's what scared me when you said the Jeff thing. I was like, oh,
I was
wait a
like,
minute.
yeah,
So he's
everyone
doing
just says
that.
fuck
Zuck's
your
like, you can
fucking
say whatever
facts.
now. And then Elon turned Twitter into X, like,
Yep.
oh, no, this is the triumvirate, like from World War III.
Yeah.
It starts. It's these guys. Like,
We're not gonna have
okay.
any facts, man.
And that's what's so scary. Like, have you seen how good these AI videos are getting?
Yeah, it's getting scary.
Aaron, I worry. I worry a lot.
I worry too much, and there's a lot to be worried about.
And you are right in those worries. Yeah, I did not know about that. That's scary.
Yeah, just an extra thing to worry about is that pretty much every media company is owned by some rich dude that wants to be Lex Luthor.
Right, it's the race to be Lex is what's happening.
For all of them, whether it's Zuckerberg or Musk or Bezos, they're all just on a speed run to be most powerful billionaire that sculpts, politics over the next 4 years. I guess I picked a good time to start a politics channel because, I mean,
really did.
It's going to be lucrative with Trump in office. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I'm cashing in.
I'm here for it. I support this.
Cover the outrage every day.
Yeah, it's constant. And the other thing with that is like I'm seeing it. Like I said, I watch Tonight Show all the time. I used to get information from Stephen Colbert. He's kind of he did great during COVID.
Yeah.
Doesn't do so great now.
No, not when there's no Trump in office. Yeah, he needs to have. You need a villain, man. Joe Biden's not good enough. He brings.
This is why I love Aaron Shack because he reads my mind. Exactly what I was like. Now that Trump is back, Colbert is having like the time of his life, and
he probably will. He really will.
Like
you're gonna see his numbers shoot up. Yeah, when he goes to battle with Trump every night. Yeah.
And I'm like, you're just giving the guy more credit. Like you're giving him a platform to be seen and heard. Like stop doing that. But he's been eating it up. So I was like, kind of pulled away from that show. I was watching The Daily Show with Trevor Noah. Love Trevor.
Love Trevor. Yeah, he's amazing.
Absolutely. 110%. I can't wait till you get that episode. I will be here for
it. Man.
When we get Trevor Noah on the Shackcast.
Dude, I read. Have you read his book, Born a Crime?
I have not. I saw something on a podcast he was talking about it the other day, and I really wanted to get it. It was very interesting to me.
Yeah, throw it on the reading list. It's a lot about apartheid and growing up in South Africa and how his mother, because she was black and his dad was white, she had to pretend to be the maid and not like his actual mother. Like she couldn't be seen in public as his mother, and his dad couldn't acknowledge his mother or him because they're a different race, and you have to, if you don't keep up appearances, then you get in trouble.
Yeah, so I guess that makes sense. Born a crime, like he's literally a crime.
Yeah, he really hit the spot on that title.
Huh. Yeah, I'm definitely picking that up.
That's a good read.
Salesman, I know.
Yeah, I know. I sold you on Wukong last night.
And I raged last night on Wukong. I might point out. Like, damn it, it's another Dark Souls game.
Yeah, I forgot to give you the disclaimer. I mean, it's hard.
Gorgeous game. I love it, but it's like my skill sets. I don't know if I have it.
You're gonna have to lose a little bit, and you're gonna, it's all learning. It's just like when you're practicing an instrument, which I can see is something you don't like to do. So I might have sold you the wrong game because you might not want to sit there and actually like force yourself to get. But it's not as bad as most Souls games as far as they go. Like Stellar Blade and Wukong are actually some of the easiest and most approachable ones. And I
did kill 6 enemies, so I was doing better than I did with it.
Yeah, and you might just need to like level up or learn how to do something new, whatever the game's trying to teach you,
I think that's what it is. I need to level up some more. I'm definitely the type that like if I come across a boss, like we're fighting on site. And it's like, well, buddy, you don't have the skills yet.
Yeah, you don't have you need to go fight some little guys for like an hour, then come back.
Right. So I was like doing it. I felt good about that first opening fight. Oh, it was amazing. That was such a beautiful fight scene.
See?
I love it. And I'm just like, I want to enjoy this so much. But the first other little boss, I fought the big-headed baby dude or whatever in the forest.
Oh, he is a roadblock. As I showed a clip of that fight last night, and he is a roadblock. Yeah. He's a roadblock for sure. He's optional. You can come back and do it later, but he is such a valuable. What you get for defeating him is very valuable.
And
Um,
see, I'm knowing this, and I'm like, nah, I can't run away from this. I'm
no, that's how I felt. That's why I went against him like 40 times before I won, you know? So the one clip I showed was not me being excellent, all the time. It was me, being shitty for a very long time, and then that one stroke of luck where I locked in and dodged every attack that I needed to and connected all the ones that mattered.
I feel like it's very deceiving because like they make you feel so good for like a newbie like me. Let me
They
point out,
do.
like a rookie. They
Yeah.
like the first boss fight thing, great. I was like, yeah, I got this, and then like doing a couple little enemies walking around, like, okay, I got my dodges down right, doing my little after image, great. Got to that, and I was like, oh, okay, okay, that's it's a very humbling moment.
It
Like
is.
you thought
And
you were good.
it's
Whoa
nothing
there,
but
buddy.
boss fights, I will tell you. Like most of the game, you just walk from one area to another and then there's another boss fight.
So yeah, that's what I was trying to avoid the big-headed baby, and then there was like some dude standing in a temple that was upset that I disturbed his meditation, and I
Yep.
was like, "You're good. I'm never mind."
Probably Guangxi, yeah. The wolf guy with the fire spear. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. I saw him looking badass over there. I was like,
You're like,
"Nah."
nah, I think I'm gonna go home.
So then I was like, "Spoiler alert for nobody that's played the first mission of Wukong,"
Yeah, yeah.
because that's how far I made it. Avoided him. I was like, I'll come back to the big headed baby, whatever. I went down that little rickety path to like the other place. Met my little shaman guy, and he was like, if you go past this gate, there's no return. And so I'm like, oh, okay, so this is the
Okay.
end of the level.
That's not
If I
good.
do this, I can't do anything over here. Well, I guess I got to go fight the big headed baby again. And I went back, I got wiped, and I went to sleep. And I was like, damn it, I want to play this so bad.
Yeah, that's fair. I would fight the fire guy, Guangxi, with the fire
Okay.
spear, get
Mm-hmm.
his weapon, and then go fight the big baby with that.
Deal. Got you. I appreciate it because I was out
If
of
you
it.
don't
I
mind
remember,
feedback. I don't know.
I don't, no, no, with those kinds of games, I'm not one of those people saying, no, don't tell me how to, like, no, please, for the love of God, help me.
Yeah, and like I said, I've done videos of every boss fight. That's why it's so exhausting to stream that game
Yeah,
sometimes because I know
I get it.
I have to
I
record every
understand
fight
now.
because I want to do that. I want to like help and I want to also sort of have a memory of my playthrough through games like that because it's laborious. It's rough
It
and
really is.
you go
It
back and
really
watch
is.
it and then you learn something from it. So,
And my hats off and I salute like, the Dark Souls,
oof.
Soulsborne players. You guys are amazing. I don't know how you live life.
It
Salute you. I
it took
don't
some
have the
time.
patience. Like, I'm still working on my anger issue.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah, like this.
definitely came a long way with stuff like that. Yeah, I had to learn to just like put it aside and realize that it's like a growth thing. You gotta like these games are made for you to lose. Like that is a
Mm,
core part of the experience. Whereas like other games, a game over is a demoralizing moment and it's upsetting and.
hmm.
Whereas these
Hmm.
games are like they're trying to teach you something from your failures so that you
Yeah,
can become great
that's a
someday.
good point on that. I didn't think about it in that aspect of like you're going to lose. Like they know you're going to, but you don't get like the game over screen, go back to the title screen. They set you right back at the shrine and like
Yeah,
try again.
they're like do it
And I
again.
think
Do it better.
for me, that was like hearing that part, it would just feel like every time I respawn, it was like get good. That's all I could hear. Like,
Yeah, no, get good's not a good phrase. I really hate that the Souls community adopted that cuz it's
yeah,
just kind of shitty and it doesn't
it is
help. Doesn't
at
help when
all.
someone chimes in chat and tells you get good, fucking loser,
Yeah. Like I've been told get good scrub numerous times. I'm like, I am good, just not at this.
Yeah.
1v1
It's
me,
like I
bro.
need to know something else. Like what's the move that I'm not dodging right or where's
Right.
where's the opening for attack that I'm not seeing?
I
And that
think
comes through
the
repetition. You have to learn his move set and figure out what the timing is to dodge and when to attack.
that's where it got me, and I think where those games trip me up is like when the boss has, they have phases. Like first phase
Oh
you don't
yeah.
know, and then like second phase, they like change up the attack
A
pattern, and
whole
like
move
something
set
else
change.
happens, and you're like, oh shit.
A
And then
whole
another
new
thing is like,
dance, yeah.
I gotta retry, and I'm knowing like, well, that first part isn't even like the actual fight.
No,
There's
that's the
another
warm
section.
up, right?
So like seeing that video last night, what is it, Bale? You were talking about with the giant wings. I was like,
Yep.
yeah. As soon as I saw like lightning wings pop up, like, no, I'm done.
No
Like,
thanks, guys. I'm going home. Can I get a ride off this volcano?
fight this. No. But like, it's so beautiful. I love those games. I
It is
love those
beautiful, yeah.
giant epic bosses. But like, hey, from like, just make it easy mode. It's
How
okay.
about an
Like,
easy
no
mode,
one's
yeah.
gonna talk about you.
I would
It's
actually
easy.
be all for it. I think it would be a good thing to include more people in the experience. It doesn't undermine the
Right.
people that enjoy playing, the game at a very punishing level.
Yeah.
I'm all for accessibility. I'll fight
Give.
for it.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you said that word. I
Cause
have it written
it's a
down on a
gorgeous
little
game, and
notepad.
that was my first experience. I played Dark Souls 3. It was my first Souls game, and I was like, if this game was a little easier, I could get all my friends into it. I would love it
Right.
more. It
And like,
sucks to be stuck at a boss. I'd love to explore this world and role play in
mhm.
it and do multiple playthroughs, but the game's hard. It's punishing. It sucks.
It's like you said, labor. You got to put hours into it, and I think that's where like it does hurt for me because
Hmm.
I don't know how to relax and chill. So like everything is a mission for me. So like playing the game is like this is my relax time, and it's like oh I'm not relaxed at all. I'm more
Not at
tense than I
all,
was
no.
before. But it's like I want to explore this world. I saw what you said about the Yahweh's the monsters or whatever, like the little lord things.
Yeah,
I
the
love the
lore is
little
good,
poems for
right?
each of them. I was like reading them out loud in the and everything.
Yes.
It was a great moment. And then I got to that fight, and it was like my somebody popped all my balloons, and I was like, oh, I'm never gonna see the rest of this game.
That's it.
But like I said, I gotta spend some more time in it and like actually like go fight a couple little guys and like level up and get some more skills, things like that. I gotta spend time in it, learn patterns. But the hard part for me has always been like that second phase because
Hmm.
I'm like so exhausted on the first
Oh
phase.
yeah, that's what it exists for. Yeah, is to like burn you out and run through all your health and all your potions
They
on
give
the
you the
first
rope dope.
wave, and then you don't even realize that there's a second phase, and you're like, oh shit.
Like, oh, my gourd's empty. Well, so yeah, I'm definitely gonna like revisit because I said that I was actually excited for that game when it came out, and
It's
I've
so
always been
good,
a
dude.
fan. Like I said about the Monkey King lore, I watched the Journey to the West movie. I
Uh huh.
love this, and I wanted this thing. And like you said about accessibility, I think that is important. And I understand like your reputation for like making games tough
Yeah.
and things like that, because really everyone's speed running everything now. And so from like a developer's point of view, I get like making something harder. So you do have to spend more time playing it
Yeah.
as opposed to like you buy it, beat the game in an hour, on to the next thing.
It's a good
Like that
point.
part I get.
Yeah.
But for like you said, if I want to like I really enjoyed this game. Like, man, I want my girlfriend to play this too. Like, she'll never touch this. So like, we'll never have that shared experience.
Dude, I'm like
And
80,
like,
90 hours into this game. That's what
yeah,
you're
see
stepping
that.
into.
So like, I salute. I'm like, that's someone who has perseverance,
Yeah.
perseverance. Like that's
Perseverance.
commendable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to Europe for a while and learned perseverance. It's like,
That's
oh,
that's quite a
okay.
phrase, yeah.
Right? You mean
Perseverance.
perseverance? No, perseverance. Like,
No, it's perseverance, Mr. Tiger.
like aluminium. It's not aluminum. It's aluminium. Like,
Oh
oh.
no, not that one. Yeah, that's the other one. Yeah, that really gets
Yep.
them.
Every time. Put that on the resume. It's not
Hell yeah.
aluminum. It's
I
aluminium.
know what kilometers are. I definitely do know about these meters.
Kilometer. I don't know what a kilometer is. But yeah, the accessibility I think is also important, and I've really had like that thought when I was playing it last night, and
Hmm.
I was excited for it, and then like got to that moment, I was like discouraged, and like I sat with it honestly, and I was like, why am I still? And I realized like I really love this thing and want to have this and like absorb it. I want to be like so obsessed with this. Like I go like buy Wukong merch because like how like awesome this thing was. I'm
Yeah.
like, but if I gotta like work this hard for it, like I might hate if I see a
You might
fucking
hate
monkey.
it. Yeah.
Like he doesn't go to the zoo anymore. He stays away from the monkeys. 1,000 yards there. If he
I
sees a
hate
wolf.
monkeys IRL now.
So like that kind of thing is like what was a little discouraging for me is like the difficulty thing. And I was like, if they just added like a difficulty slider, like I get it. You can play it on professional nightmare mode, but
Right.
like let
Let
me have
people
my
have
kid
it if they
mode
want it. Yeah.
over here. Like, and for me, I'm a big story campaign like lore. I'm the guy that reads the information they give you in the game because I want to know like more about these characters.
Yeah.
And when I play games like that, it makes me feel like less of a badass. Like,
Hmm.
oh, I can do all this stuff, but if I get hit 2 times, I'm dead.
You're done.
Like, right. I'm like, well, how badass am I? Like,
Well,
that's,
you
but
will get stronger as you level up. It's a pretty massive skill tree, and you could honestly put all your skill points into health if you want to. You could do whatever you want
that's what I'm
right
feeling
from the
like. I
start.
did like that they have the skill point redemption thing. Like,
Yeah, you can respec at any time. Yeah.
all games need that.
Yep.
All games need you to be able to respec your points.
I'm telling you, Wukong
Please.
is one of the best and most accessible because of features like that. Yeah.
And that's what has me like so torn, Jack, between this. It's like it's got everything I could possibly want, but like underneath that soul's veil. Like
Yeah, I mean, if
this
you're
is your
doing something
opportunity.
wrong, all you gotta do is respec your skill tree. I was watching another streamer do that a couple weeks ago. He would just every boss he would get to, he'd be like, "Man, for the last boss, I put a lot of
Mm,
points into like magic or whatever, so I could do more transformations. But like, honestly, I think I just need more health because this guy hits like a truck. There you go. He changed
yeah,
his whole,
that's a
or
good
he
point.
or he decided I want to do more of the pillar stance, or oh, I want to do more of the I forget the lunge stance or whatever, where you kind of do the
Mm,
stab moves. Like you might decide that that
smash
is
cannon.
useful for a boss. You just change up respec real quick. Doesn't doesn't hurt anybody.
It sounds so simple, but like my caveman brain did not even think of that at all whatsoever. Like I'm telling you, like the rage gets so real, but
It
like so
does
internal because
overpower,
I'm a
yeah.
chill guy. The stream is still chill, but his heart rate is like 198 over going through it. But like, yeah, if I just spec for this particular fight, maybe I could. I think that speaks more to myself not being able to like really change directions. I'm like an old ship.
Yeah.
It's really hard to change course.
Diversity is
Honestly,
an old wooden ship, I believe.
like once that sail's going this way, like it's hard to get like old iron to make a sharp left, you know?
Nope.
Huh. So yeah, maybe that's the bigger analogy here is like maybe it's time to respec your skill tree.
That's what it takes. Utilize everything the game gives you. If it gives you potions that upgrade your stamina, your strength, or whatever tricks are in the book, don't be shy to use everything that the game gives you. You can always grind for more resources, or go kill enemies and level up.
Like, I will kill those like little like wolf peon dudes, like and
Yeah,
that other
I did
the
that for
bird guy.
hours, dude. That's what you don't
Yeah,
know. I've already done all that bullshit.
gotcha. See, I did it for like 20 minutes and thought I was good.
Yeah,
Oh
you're
yeah, I
like,
got
I'm
this. Look,
good. This is
yeah,
fine.
no,
These guys are
humble.
nerds. Yeah. But then you get
And
to
I
the big
think
baby guy, yeah, and it's like, come on.
yeah, immediately. And then I fought him like twice. And I was like, okay, I got it. No, we're gonna like actually like watch this, gonna monitor attack patterns, like see what all his moves are. Then he does like 6 moves back to back, and I'm out of like stamina to dodge.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
like, oh
He's like, I've got infinite stamina. Fuck you. But every Souls game has that. They always have like kind of an early game boss that is usually optional, and he's meant to rock your world and be kind of the skill check of like, are you really cut out for this?
mm,
And he's
yeah,
kind of
I felt
that.
that.
Because I will
I
say that
felt that.
the other two bosses that are in that area are not as tough as he is. Yeah.
Okay, but I don't feel as terrible now that you.
I know, right? Like, and the game's not gonna tell you that. Like, no one's gonna tell you
Yeah.
that.
And I even said that when I was streaming. I was like, "Am I just bad at this, or am I like not ready for this fight yet?"
No,
And
you're just
that's what I
new
hate
to it.
about those
Everyone
games. Like
sucks. Everyone
they
sucks at a
don't
new
tell
game.
you.
Like, you sucked
And
at
that's what
Overwatch the first time you played it, right? Like,
is
you weren't
very
good.
true.
You didn't know how to
I quit
play every
Overwatch.
single character the moment you logged in. So
I
you
did
had to
not know
get
I was a
good.
wrecking ball main. That's for sure. Did
Yeah,
not know that
you had to fail to
a
eventually
lot.
hit that point.
Huh? It's a Aaron's out here giving life advice. So, like,
And
it's
that's
not
why
just
you should
hard.
sign up for BetterHelp.
Better help if you're not listening. Please give this.
At that point, I could have done 3 sponsorships there,
You
and
guys are
Brown
missing out
Tiger
right
would have
now.
signed up for your premium tier.
Clearly, he needs help. Like, so you can see, I would have signed up. He's struggling. Yeah, I'm so glad you said that. That makes me feel so much better. I genuinely like looked up at the camera, like, wow, am I just bad at games? I don't know. Like, they don't really tell you in the game.
And I don't think you should even feel bad, because think of this: if you're streaming it for like entertainment value, or just, to chill and have fun with a game you enjoy,
Mm.
people that watch those games, they don't want to, like, some people want to watch the best people that, do the no hit runs. But like, when someone's watching, like you, for example, they want to see the journey. They want to see the hero's journey. And Hercules starts off, he's weak, he doesn't know how to fight very good, but eventually he starts fighting like hydras and shit. Like, he gets really good over time. So like, they want to see that progression of, Rocky doing the training and doing the fights and making it to the end, and then he loses.
Right.
But then he
Like, you got
stands up
all the
again and he
and
gets back in the ring and he never gives up.
I need the Rocky approach. That's what I
Yeah, the
need.
whole
I
Rocky
like
approach. You got to have a
give me
montage,
old
you know?
Rocky. That helps a lot. And I think part of it is like I was tied to because I played Ninja Gaiden like growing up, and
Oh,
everybody
okay.
talks about that being like a really difficult game.
Yeah, that game was hard as hell.
And see, everyone says that, and I'm like, what? Like
But
I
you
had a
did all
great
right,
time.
huh?
I played one, I played two, I did all the DLC. A great time with it. And I
Damn.
remember to this day, like a friend of mine seeing me play it in college. It
Hmm.
was Ninja Gaiden 2 on the Xbox 360. And he wanted to play it. I was like, sure. And I handed him the controller, and he got eviscerated. His health just vanished from like one of the fights. And I was like, man, you're really bad at this. Thinking of not knowing at that moment, I was like, no, that's because you've been playing for hours and hours and hours of this game. Like you know how to counter and dodge and all that.
That's
And then when
true.
I, of my age now, like get into the universe, I'm like, man, I can't play this. How do you guys play this game so good? It's like, oh, this is how you were back then, like jackass. But yeah, it's just spending the time, and I think for me, I like those actiony games like that are hard, but like they're a little faster paced, like your Devil May Cry, things like that. Those kind of games are the ones like I really. Um,
Hmm.
I never really picked up any Souls. I didn't get a Souls game until Elden Ring came out. That was my first one. I never had played that.
Oh, okay.
And
How did Elden
yes,
Ring go?
Tree Sentinel. Never played again. I got up the lift. I
Okay.
went out into the world,
Ooh.
saw a guy on a gold horse, and I was like, okay, I guess this is like my first,
He's the
and
big dude.
never,
He's the big baby head. That's the guy
yeah.
in Elden Ring. Yeah, he's totally optional, dude. He's
Also,
the
another one,
he's the skill
Sekiro.
check. Yeah.
Sekiro, same thing. I was so excited for when Sekiro came out, Shadows Die. The first like ogre ape dude at the top of that hill,
Oh
that's when I
fuck.
quit. That's
Yeah.
where the game ends. And my brother said the same thing. He's like, that's kind of like the first like mini boss like damage check
Yep.
period.
He is.
And I was like, oh, okay, I see a pattern here now.
Yeah, and I had to learn. I played Sekiro and I wanted to love it, and then I got to a boss that just kicked my ass, and I put the game down for a year. But then I went and watched a video and I saw how easy, like, someone had like a strategy. They were like, watch out for this, look for this opening, do this, attack here. And I followed the video. I won, and then I was like, well, if I can do that, I could keep going. And then I did, and I never stopped, and Sekiro is one of my favorite games of all time now. And it probably explains why I love Wukong so much, because it is more of a Sekiro-like than a Souls-like.
And see, that's where I wanted to start, was with Sekiro. I remember the trailer came out for it, and they announced. I was so excited for this. It looked so cool, and I had got it, and then stopped at that first boss.
And it's a rhythm game, actually, because you're timing your deflections with L1. You're timing those deflections with every attack. So all you got to do is wait for their sword or their spear or whatever they're attacking you with to, where it's about to hit you, and you just press L1, and eventually you get like a rhythm to the fight. You hear that their attacks go boom, 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 pause, boom. And you get the rhythm down, you start deflecting, and then you find your windows to attack. Yeah. So actually people call it a rhythm game, even though it's not really like Guitar Hero or anything, but there is
a really tough Guitar Hero.
There's a rhythm to the fight. Yeah, it's a dance.
It is a dance. I think I felt myself doing that last night. As you said it, like it clicked something in my head. And I remember, viscerally remember fighting the crow guy that was near a waterfall. And listening, hearing more so than seeing, my vision slightly became blurry because one of my senses is toning down. It's something I do with sound. The music. And so I was actually listening to the sword clink clink, and all the sound effects were in a pattern. And I felt myself doing it, and now I'm realizing, as you say, that's what my brain was doing. It was trying to listen to the strikes and swings to get the timing right to counter. It is a rhythm, but you got a sword kind of thing. So yeah, that's something I probably should pay more. You're right. You're really good at this,
Yeah, I'm probably going to sell you on a whole bunch of games. No, you already have those, though. I'm just going to shoot you. I'm going to send you the tutorial video that I made on how to parry. And then if you want to watch the Wandering White video, that's the big baby.
Absolutely.
And see if it helps you just watching and seeing how someone handles it. It might help.
This is a humbling experience for me. I'm realizing this as we're having this conversation. We definitely have to do.
Yeah, we got to do this more often. One of the things, one of the things I've found is a weakness with me in the podcast in particular is I'll just shut down and be like, I'm not going to do an episode this week because there's nothing to talk about, or I'll be like, yeah, there's no gaming news or whatever.
You need something. You need that hot topic. You need that news story.
Yeah, and it's not all about that, because we just shot the shit about just talking about how you got into things, and everything flows very naturally. We haven't I haven't really had to force anything. We've already hit music, we've hit gaming, we've hit politics. We're starting to flow through all the planned topics without really having planned much of it at all, and you've been really open about that. And so the other thing I've learned is I forget that I have people that can be guests. I forget I have all these friends, right? I have all these online.
We talked about.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we probably talked about it last time I was on Verbal Vibe. I was I kind of forget about Lady G and the whole gang until until Black History Month rolls around.
Those guys.
And then I was like, I don't want to have you on during February because I don't want it to sound like it's just a thing that I'm doing for the month, and then we'll have all the other guests throughout the year. But it's I legit forget. I forget. So I forget that I have all these people around me, and I have Andrew on so often because we're constantly talking. I mean, we're constantly making videos together, or we're just we're chatting about YouTube. We have a pretty good relationship, and it's the same with Jay. And I haven't had him on a single episode yet. we play games all. It's because he's around me all the time. We're always gaming together. he doesn't feel like a guest, if that, and I told that to him, and he wasn't like offended. I was like, don't take offense, because it's like,
no, I get it, because that's what this is now. It's like someone actually asked me like, oh wait, so what are you guys going to talk about here? And I was like, me and Aaron really don't script. We try to just riff. We don't know have a jam.
We really don't.
And that's what this has been. Like, we didn't really like say, all right, we're going to talk about this, and we're going to move into this. Like, no, we've just been having a conversation, and it works. So yeah, no, I get that 110%. Like when you say someone doesn't feel like a guest, like, no, it's because you're a friend here.
Yeah.
It's just like one of your friends is over.
You're higher up than a guest, actually. Like a guest is just someone you don't usually know, and you're just asking them for, like, maybe a one-time appearance. Like, who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely a thing. I think, and it's not even like we forget out of like some kind of like, you weren't on my mind, or like aren't good enough for me to think about through my day.
Yeah, it's not that. Yeah.
In what we do, we're so constantly busy and like doing things, and like as you can see, like you have an elaborate thing going on, and that's something to maintain on top of like your normal everyday life.
Yeah.
Life over here, work over here, all these things.
Yeah.
So where like when you're trying to like build something, you do things tend to go by the wayside, or you don't focus as much, not on a negative like care, but like coming up for air. You didn't realize you were under. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, I do have friends. Like I said about myself, like saying, like, oh, my music sucks, and like meanwhile, like somebody just the other day asked for a new beat for like a week ago, and I went, no, it's like you have all these people behind you that are willing to do the thing and help out. So I'm always willing to help out 100%.
I appreciate that. That's super cool, man. I mean,
absolutely.
That makes a lot of sense now. it's all being learned now, and it's something that took probably way too long for me to have that glass wall shattered. But yeah, I do realize that I have more people that I could have on a regular basis. Just to like conversate, or
it helps me get my voice work out. This has been great for that. I've learned to be multifaceted.
Yeah.
Oh, I can talk into a microphone more than it's like, oh, it's not because I'm shy. I don't like to talk. It's like it's a dance. You got to have a good dance partner. Is what's
it is. Yeah, it's very true. And I mean, that's the hard part about doing the whole podcast. You either need to have like topics, or if you're not that type of person that can chat or can interview, that's definitely a skill.
Yeah, that's a skill set. Interviews that's a skill to have. Is like a good old Walter Cronkite
yes.
thing, or Larry King. Those are like great interviewers. Then you have some that just like ask like, "What's your favorite
color?" Oh, really?
Yeah. So what do you like to eat?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I know this is like an interview, air quotes, but like you're not really giving me anything to work with.
This is just a questionnaire. This is like I'm at the doctor's office and I'm like filling out forms. Like it's not.
Right. Like, what's your favorite holiday?
Oh, mine too.
Yeah, then they do. They're like, oh, me too. Like,
yeah, it's like, is it really though?
And you can feel it like when you walk in.
Yeah, I feel it.
They're really struggling. And for me, I have this thing to where I forgot what they call it, where like you get embarrassed when someone else does embarrassing. Like,
the secondhand embarrassment. Yeah.
Yes, I have that in a bad way. I don't know why.
No, it hurts.
When I see someone like drop the ball, like, oh god, I can't look.
Yeah. I think everybody gets that to an extent. Well, maybe not everybody, but I think a lot of people understand secondhand embarrassment when they see it, and sometimes, yeah, people really feel it.
Yeah, and like we talked about in streaming as well, like so where you can come in and see like that's not even a pet peeve for me, but something that I pick up on immediately. Person not enjoying the thing, but they're like still doing it. Clearly, you do not want to be.
Yeah, I've played some games before where I'm like, you could tell I'm not having fun, and then I should just phone it in, just log it off and do something I actually enjoy. Yeah.
Right. that's what I've learned to do more of. And I used to get shit for it, and people are like, "I he raged out." It's like it's not even that. I was just like not having fun, and I want to do something.
That's the
And
whole
like
point of
as a
what you're doing, man. You want to enjoy
yeah,
yourself, and it's the one time you get to relax and you're not at work, and your downtime at home is a valuable time.
absolutely. And like I don't want to spend that like with teeth gritted and breaking controllers. And I know people like look for that kind of content, like
Some people do, yeah.
very yeah, they love the rage guy that like beats up the desktop. And like seeing those like TikToks and they like people like smash their PC. I'm like, no,
Mm.
not mine. I've spent way too much money
No,
on this.
I can't afford to have tantrums like that. What do you
Punch a
mean?
monitor. What? And
I would
funny
be
story,
without
like
a monitor for several months then.
be like, I'm going to be down and out for a while if I punch this thing. So no, we're not going to do that. That is not good conflict resolution. A friend of mine, their son raged on Fortnite. Um,
Uh-oh.
didn't tell anybody about it. So it was
Uh-oh.
funny. The kid was like going to play outside, and they were like, "Wow, son's like playing outside a lot more often. That's great." They were all happy for it.
Yeah.
And then they were like curious, like he's a hardcore gamer. Like, what's this kid doing? Like playing with blocks. So somehow or another, they found out when they went and like turned on the PC, the monitor was broken.
Uh-oh.
He had punched the monitor and like broke it, but he didn't want to tell the parents. So he was like, "I'm gonna go play outside."
Well,
For
yeah,
like
because
a
you get
week.
grounded to hell. Break
Right.
$500
And it was
monitor or something.
right. And I was like, oh wow. And he's like a little kid. I mean, he might have been like 8, 9, maybe. And I'm like, that rage is already there. And like Fortnite's
Yeah,
this fun, colorful game.
that's not
But
healthy.
remembering his father, my dearest friend of mine, we went to school together, middle school best friends.
Mm-hmm.
I always give him shit about it. Like, he's a hard teacher. And I remember telling him, I was like, well, you did pass that on to your kid. So he was definitely the type to like yell and would throw something
Oh my
go his way. And
god.
it was so funny to like see his son like following in his footsteps.
It's
But like
genetic.
but like them not knowing how to deal with it,
Mm,
parents apparently.
dude.
And they said like he started crying like when they found out. It's like I didn't want to tell you guys I was he was gonna drown. It's like so sorry for and it was like it was adorable that like the kid was about it like
They
wasn't
actually
like the
felt
body of
bad.
the yeah. So I was like, well, he still got some hope. He did feel bad about because he is a sweet boy. He's the sweetest kid. I call him my
Oh.
nephew. But it was like so hilarious to like see that generational bridge to where like your kid's a gamer, they're doing this right. Uh-oh. I gotta deal with some of the negatives.
Yeah, for real, the rage. Oof.
Yeah. So but like that's something like he would have done great. If that was a TikTok, he would be viral right now.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, if you had a
Like
video of it.
8-year-old punches monitor on Fortnite. It's blowing up right now.
Over
And
a
that
game
was
that's free
definitely
to play, of all things.
that's my it's so free. That's what hurt me about Wukong was when I spent that money. I
Yeah,
was
you
like, I
totally
spent this money and this is how you do me.
you paid out the wazoo for it, yeah.
It's like, oh, the disrespect. I paid for you and you treat me bad. It's a terrible
How
relationship.
dare you punish me?
So yeah, the rage thing is like I said, the clicks, it gets the attention and whatnot. That's not something I wanted to do. Even like I said about the drinking thing, like taking shots for headshots, kind of. It was cool at first, but I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. I can't see myself doing that. And it's like if you go out and do like a public appearance someday, if you like get big, you like go meet a meet and greet, like and
Mm-hmm.
you hey do the thing, call me a bastard. Like want that to be the thing I do for people. I had a bottom monitor. If he punched my monitor, I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, can we talk about that relationship
Make a
tomorrow?
rage video.
Yeah, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, and
I
your
can't.
all your content would rely on like generating rage. So yeah, you'd have to
Hmm.
constantly be breaking stuff.
Right. Like you could never smile again.
A
Like you had to be
never-ending
angry.
bill.
People are sending you monitors to break. Break this one.
Break mine, please.
He broke mine and signed it. They sent it back to me.
Be like, ah, I think that guy needs therapy.
Get better help today.
Yeah, he just wants to go and break stuff. That's
Yeah.
wild.
Well, yeah, it's a wild, wacky world full of different people and things out there, and we just try to navigate it.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, do you have any solutions for all the problems we've discussed today?
Drink more water.
Drink more water. Don't get dehydrated while you're.
Yeah. If you can't rage while dehydrated, kids, you will pass out.
That's very true.
Uh, Honestly, I wish I had like some sage type wisdom to give. Like, yeah, just make sure you always believe in your. But I'm at a point in life where it's like, not even in like a negative sense. Like, I don't care. It's like there's so much going on.
Mm-hmm.
Just make sure you drink your water, get you some sleep, do some breathing exercises, find you a hobby. That's because we're all struggling out here. We all know it's bad. We don't need to add to it. Just drink your water. Start there. In your day, if you
Simple
can't
stuff,
fix
yeah.
anything, start with that. That's your first victory of the day. And then go listen to some music and play a little Wukong.
There you go. That's for real. I wanted to ask you about one last thing. What about the fitness thing? How has that kind of come about, and how important is all that to you?
That came more so from the mental health aspect than
Oh, okay.
anything. I actually had a guy at work the other day, like just randomly, like the guy at the Tom Segura show, just, dang dude, what do I do? And I'm not thinking like I look like anything. In my head, that body this real. I know if
Yeah.
people know. It's where your body changes, but you still feel a certain way, and in your eyes, you look like this, even though you completely changed. You still and feel to you a certain way, and that's how I was. Not in a negative sense. I just didn't really think anything changed, but it got to a point where I was like, okay, maybe something's going on here. And I think
That's
everyone
good.
wanted me to like give some kind of like, well, I got to this weight and I decided to get motivated and do this
Mhm.
like fitness physical journey thing, and I was like, bro, it's literally was me going to the gym, putting my headphones on, and thinking the thoughts in a safe environment. That's all it was. It's just on a treadmill, on the like, trying to figure out like, why do I think about this? Do I really feel this way about this thing? As I'm doing the actions and activities, and
Wow.
that became therapeutic for me because I would spend hours in the gym, not because, man, I got to get it, but it's like, I'm really spending time on this. Like, why did I get mad about that thing? Like, why did that bother me so much?
Oh,
I
so
just
it
did
gives you
that.
like some quiet time to like think to
Yeah.
yourself and have some thoughts, and I mean, you get
Mm-hmm.
like serotonin from all the working out and
Right.
stuff. I mean, it builds a lot of like positive energy, and
Mm-hmm.
you get that feel good
Yeah.
feeling.
You get the feel good with the pump at the same time.
Mhm.
Like, you do replace those, like you said, you get the serotonin boost, things like that. And that sense of satisfaction from like doing the workout, but you don't even realize you were so deep in thought about these things. And I think the path that I deviated from was setting like a workout routine, or like, I'm going to go in and do this, I'm going to do chest and biceps today, and Tuesday we're
Right.
going to do this and that. I don't plan anything. I'll literally just put my stuff on, go, start out on my cardio for like 20 minutes,
Uh-huh.
maybe sometimes 50, depending on what I'm thinking about. I'll start there to
If
like
he
just
zones
get,
out.
yeah, it happens all the time. I actually had uh, left a sticky note on my car and
Yeah.
said, "You've been at the gym for too long. You did good." Because I was literally in there for like hours. Like, I spent an entire part-time job in the gym.
That's
um,
insane.
yeah. So, but not even like lifting heavy weights and things like that. I do a lot of lightweight work to where I'm trying to more so like just feel the muscle as opposed to like grow it. I want to know like, all right, if I grip this thing this way and then lift this, what does that do over here to this muscle? Like, or how does that make my shoulder feel when I do? I wanted to
Hmm.
understand my body is what it was. I wanted to know how it works. Like when you move this, how does it affect this? And those kinds of things while listening to music, doing my homework for my craft, picking up on samples, like, ooh, hearing this melody from this song. Well, I'm analyzing this. So, like, it's giving my ADHD brain, like, these activities to do all at the same time. And that's where I found my consistency was not like looking at the results, like, ooh, okay, I'm starting to see. And now I'm going to go back because the first time you don't see that like little line or crease or cut, then you're going to discourage, get off the bandwagon kind of thing.
Yeah.
So what I tell people is like find little things that you enjoy, like working out, even home in the gym. Find little things you like doing about it and just keep doing it. And eventually you'll add more stuff onto it. So for me, it was definitely a mental thing to try to understand myself more physically and mentally. Because like I said, I'm thinking, why was I so upset about this thing that happened to me? Or like, why did this thing make me feel? How can I be a better? How can I be a better friend or ally for this? I'm thinking of all letting myself moment. No one's gonna Jim. In my head, we always think physical. No one can.
Yeah.
We don't give a crap. Everyone else is in their own heads anyway.
Yeah,
Which is
they don't
another
care.
thing.
No one's
Right.
watching
People
what
should
you're
realize
doing. Yeah.
no one cares about you in the gym. It's like that whole like, oh, I don't know if I trust me. We don't care.
Most
No one
people would
does.
rather the gym be empty.
Right, like
Like so I
honestly,
could
they
just
I
use
don't
my
want you to go
machines and go home or whatever.
play. Exactly. So
Like
that
no one
whole
wants to
part, like,
see other people at the gym.
it's a real thing. Like being in an empty gym is like being at Disney World with like free
Paradise.
wristband day.
Yeah.
Right? Like I can just do every yay kind of thing. So yeah, don't
Ride
worry
every
about somebody
ride.
like
Hmm.
looking at you or like thinking about like, oh my god, what are they? No one's thinking about. So that kind of gave me that freedom and like knowing that where I can just come in here and be here, kind of like mosey around. Not like I'm an advocate for like not resting.
Hmm.
Kind of somebody else might be wanting to. So like in between sets, I will like get up like you can use it too, but because I'm in here for like 2.5+ hours, like, he's gonna be on that equipment for a
Yeah.
while. So I like to share kind of thing, but I kind of like just go like, ooh, how does this machine work? Ooh, what does this thing do?
You're
But
just
do like,
very curious and you're just like kind of winging it. Like you're not like,
yeah,
"Oh, I looked up all these things or I got a trainer or I'm focusing on these muscles on this day."
yeah,
Uh,
it's definitely just an aloofness and that curiosity of, huh, I wonder what.
aloofness at
It's a
the
lot of
gym,
that.
dude. That's
Yeah,
so wild, dude.
now think of that Call of Duty Chad, bro, embracing aloofness in the gym. It doesn't happen.
No, he would be like, "No, you need targeted goals. You need to get headshots on the elliptical machine."
Get
They're
headshots in the
like,
room.
"What?"
Right. And it's like, are you even like enjoying the thing? And that's was like my big
No, I
aha moment.
hate the gym.
Right. Like, I actually hate myself, but I'm going to change my body so I feel
I'm gonna
about it.
throw these weights
That's
on the ground.
right. Like, I can't be out here having feelings and emotions. I'm going to put these in my muscles. Like, that kind of thing. Because like, I'll go to the gym and like, pain, pain. I don't care. And people will like look at me walking like, what? Because everyone else has on like Nike suited and suited, got their weight belt and stuff. And it's
Hmm.
like this uniform you put on. And I
Yeah.
tell people that you can lift this amount of weight when you suit up and you got your gear, you put your team and your G fuel go.
Oh my
Cool.
god.
What can you do when you have absolutely none of that and you go in there and project?
Mm.
If you can't lift that same weight, it's a mental thing. Because you
Yeah.
should be able to lift the same thing regardless. Your body's doing it. But because you don't have this aesthetic and look and you don't like exuding this energy of like, yeah, bro. And then I come in a Golden Girl shirt. Cookie Monster pants and like benching 350. You're like, what? And it was like a
what?
humbling experience. People like, you don't have to do all that if this is the goal. That's something else going on there, buddy.
Ooh.
I'll happily come in my Sailor Moon t-shirt, which I do all the time. That's my favorite gym shirt. You see this giant black man walk in with like, I'm just sure you're like, what the?
The Sailor Moon.
Love
I love it. I love that, man. If you don't have a picture of that, that needs to be, yeah, you got to throw that up somewhere, yeah.
We'll definitely get that. But yeah, that was I wanted to make it a fun place for me. Like, I know the goal was health and be better, but it didn't have to be like this rigorous, like hammered to the, grindstone kind of thing
Yeah.
for me to do to like get this way. But it took time. And I think that's, again, to what we said, nobody wants to take the time to actually like get good.
No, I'd rather shoot up some Ozempic and take some steroids and beat you to the punch, man. That's what everybody's all about, you know.
So many people I know have like started taking Ozempic, and some of them have been like taking it and not saying that they're taking it, but you can see like that dramatic like change. Like, bro, you haven't been to a gym in like 6 years, and then in 4 months you drop like 120 pounds. Like,
Well,
that's
the
a little
problem is sometimes they gain it all back like right away because they don't change like their eating habits or their
right.
workout or drinking water, whatever it is.
It's a lifestyle thing, and I think that's where that whole aesthetic thing comes in. Like I said, with the guy in the under that, like it looks like he goes to the Cookie Monster Sailor Moon guy.
He's just a
There you go.
poser. He just
Right.
dresses like he goes to the gym.
Like,
He has the
have a clue.
uniform, but he doesn't have the form.
Right. That's I need that on a shirt. That's a good one. Got the
Ooh,
uniform, but
I
not
better
the
write
form.
that down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
put that. Wow, that's going to be on the Brown Tiger apparel, the gym apparel.
Yeah. That's a free one, dude.
That was quality right there.
Yeah,
Jeff is listening. That's copyright.
yeah, for real. You owe me a certain royalty on every shirt.
But yeah, that was another thing, like, and form. Like, that's why I use lighter weights. I could lift heavier weights, but like, that's cool if you're going for competition. If you're going for like life longevity, how many times do you plan pressing 300 pounds?
Yeah.
Like, it's cool. That's good. You can do it. It builds like, muscle stamina and that. But like when you're 80, you're pushing 300 pounds. But I wanted to be able to like, bend down and like tie my shoes when I'm 80 and like still be able to move and have that mobility. So
Yeah,
that's why
that's
I
one
use
of
a
the
lot of
biggest
lightweight.
things, yeah, is that people
Yeah.
don't take care of themselves. And so when they get in that old age, the hips, the knees, everything gives up,
Mm-hmm.
man. And you don't have that
Exactly.
muscle and you're not able to sit and stand up and stuff. And that's
Mm-hmm.
when things get dire really quick. Quality of life goes downhill. So
And you throw
taking
that
care of
that
yourself is key.
like you said about the people on their phones and being hunchback all like that's a fact that's gonna affect you when you hit 60.
Yeah.
Whether you like it
You're
or
going to
not.
be all
And
hunched
so
when you're 60. It's not going to be nice. You're not going to be able to look up and see the TV.
you gotta get rid of that wall mount. That's useless now.
Yep.
Go back to old furniture TVs on the floor. That's why grandma had the TV on the floor.
On
Now it
the
makes sense.
floor.
Yeah.
It all makes
Now
sense
it makes
now.
sense. But
Yeah, I
yeah, that's
mean,
what
uh,
I wanted to like show people was like you don't have to be this big macho like all like guy to like get in shape or build muscles and like have like the health lifestyle thing. Like you make it fun, make it for you.
that's right.
I
A lot
don't
of
like
people
when
make
people
the gym
intimidate
a
others.
miserable place. They're like,
Yes,
I
like
gotta do this. Like, I have to go here. I don't want to go. And people think of excuses
mhm.
not to go. It's pretty easy to do that. But,
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, you made a place where you can relax and be alone with your thoughts. And, you make it a place where it's like you're not competing against other people in the gym.
yeah.
It's your personal best that you're trying to beat every day?
Oh, that's my personal record. It's like, were the thoughts quieter today? Good job.
It's not
Good
like,
job.
did I bench 300 pounds 50 times? Like, no, it's
Right.
like,
Like I
Did
did
I
it, but I
feel
still hate the
good?
band, like kind of thing. Like,
Did the
no,
angry thoughts go away?
right? Or did they get louder?
Yeah,
That's another thing. Was like what like type of music you listen to at the gym does affect your mood, and we know
no,
like music has moods. And, like if
very
everything you
true.
listen to is like metal, aggressive, that's
Yeah,
how you're gonna lift it. How you're always gonna approach it. So like,
we're gonna be
as soon as you
angry,
walk in that door, right? As soon as you walk in the door, you're already stepping
aggressive.
through the
Yeah,
thing, and like I'm gonna listen to like the Powerpuff Girls thing. It's great.
yeah, that's motivating. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
like play
upbeat. It's
Logan and
motivating. Yeah, it's got.
right, like it's still motivating, but it's not like it's not so angry, and that's where it makes me think like, is that something in you that's you're trying to get out, or the other way?
Possibly.
Um,
Yeah.
that was the thing I learned in kung fu class from one of my seafood, my teacher, and one of the other students.
Really?
When we would train, listen to like jazz music,
No
and
way.
like
That's so
at first
cool.
it was so weird. I was like, what? This isn't my metal music.
To
Fuck that!
jazz
Like
of all things? I love jazz, but that seems like a
and
weird place for it.
so the super cool catch to it was like jazz kind of like goes doesn't have a set rigored like very
Yeah.
rigorous like concrete thing. So in the martial art, being able to, as Bruce Lee says, flow and be like, what you have to be able to like go fast and slow down, turn this way, turn this. You got to be able to flow a little bit and being the whole time.
You can't be.
jazz, jazz kind of flows and moves, and then it like swings over here, and so that's
It
kind of how
does.
life is. It swings. It's not always so concrete, and that's how I approached the gym. Was like, don't go in concrete, flow, feel your body. Like today, I feel like doing shoulder, and I'll start there. And then
Mm-hmm.
as I do that, I'll get sore in like this area. And then like, what muscle connects to that? I was like, oh, well, we'll do a glute exercise. But other people look at you like, you just did shoulders and then glutes. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, what are you
But it's
doing?
what right. But it's like that's what my body is feeling because
Yeah.
like everybody's body is different. You might have a different like your shoulder height like might be higher on the left compared to this.
Yeah.
And so like when we go to the gym, we like to square into this box and fit like perfectly into equipment and machines. Got to do these like 90-degree angles. The human body isn't that way. It's not how it works. It's a good, starting place. But
Sure.
this guy's right leg's longer than his left leg. It's gonna tilt a little bit this way, so maybe he should stagger 1 foot back a little. But like in the gym community, that's blasphemy. You need your feet parallel at all times.
Yeah, that's
But
insane.
right. But like you have to understand like the human body is different from person to person. And even going back to the mental aspect, I'm sure you've heard of like people storing like trauma in their body and like and like that's why like certain people have hip pain. It's like it's not even like something happened like to the hip itself. It's
Mm-hmm.
some childhood trauma or something that happened
Mm-hmm.
that their body, the way magic works, I don't know terminology for it, but like stores that and like ball. And you've heard like stories of going to therapy and like talking about things, and they have like back pain relief,
Yeah, and it
like their
lifts a
knees
weight
go
off
down.
your shoulders. Yeah, I mean
Right.
that's
So
real stuff. Yeah.
so imagine that like in the gym and like knowing that, and I'm like, huh. So when I feel something like, ooh, this is tight, or like, ooh, what's that? Like, is this something I'm running from over here? Like, is your relationship with your dad?
Call
kind
your
of
dad.
thing. What do you call this one? I call it the call your dad. But yeah, you get those like relief moments and things like that. And I had suffered from a car wreck in middle school. I got hit by a car.
Mhm.
Tragic. It cracked my collarbone. My shoulder bone was messed up. Torn rotator cuff.
Oh
All
gosh.
busted and banged up. Yeah, like flew through the air. Car. Like my backpack and shoes came off. They
Oh
were airborne.
no.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm here either.
Wow, yeah, it sounds like you're
Yeah,
lucky to be
this
here,
was
yeah.
this was in middle school, so like little dude, yeah, flying through the air, landed on my head and banged up some stuff. Fast forward, I'm like realizing as I've like come more in tune with my body and like how things feel. So like I still have like these pains and like certain muscle weaknesses and things like that. And that opened a bigger door for me to like realize I've been doing okay. Like there's no long standing
Mm-hmm.
that I thought, but like internally, there's like certain ticks and things where I'm like, if I turn my wrist this way and then raise my arm, why does that shoulder make that sound? Like, does everybody's shoulder make that?
I don't
And I'm
think
like, oh
everybody's
shit.
shoulder does that. That's weird.
Like, wait a minute. But like, you really don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I thought everybody's toes did that. So like, I'm finding like these things where like
Mm.
my body healed itself over time, but like I was overcompensating on like because my rotator cuff was messed up. We didn't have surgery; it kind of like healed on its own. But
Oh,
it's like
that's good.
It healed like too close. Like it's like my shoulder width is different from my left to my right, and I can't reach my left arm
Huh.
right, and I still have that. And so, like doing things in the gym that other people like, I physically can't get my arm to do kind of motion. So I had to figure out some kind of way, reach that thing on the top shelf.
Uh-huh.
I put a lot more of my hip and back into it to like kind of lift myself to reach things. And after like 20 plus years of doing that, your muscles develop a little bit differently. And going to that gym, sitting and actually like trying to feel the things as opposed to forcing my be a certain way. I'm kind of like trying to undo the damage that,
Hmm.
long story short, mentally and physically, undo the stuff as opposed to adding to. Break it
Yeah.
down. And that was like the best thing I ever discovered. And that's why I work out. It's not like for some goal to like be big. It's none of that. It's literally to like figure out who I am and how my body.
I find if you do that, that's a really good way to not give up. Because I think if you are doing it for like vain reasons or, to get chicks or whatever, it's
Yeah,
like
they are there. I see them all the time
you
in the
gonna
gym.
quit before it works out.
Absolutely. The best thing to all the gym bros out there, if
Uh-huh.
you're trying to pick up the chick at the gym, don't talk to her. Just lift the weights. She's at the gym. She goes to the gym. She's probably into guys that lift weights and work out. Just keep
That's true.
working out. She'll come to you.
Yeah, I
Leave that
don't think
lady
they want to
alone.
be approached. Yeah, I don't think they like that.
Let that lady work out. If she's impressed with your bench, she will come let you know.
There you go.
Leave
Or if
her
she
alone.
needs help, she'll come ask you.
Right. Trust me, if she gets stuck under a bar, she will
You'll
cry
know
for
it.
help. Don't run over there before she even sits there.
Yeah.
Hang on, I gotta do it right.
Can I? Yeah. Oh no, not the voice, not the full circle.
No, I think I got it. I don't really need your
I think I
help.
got you. Oh my god,
Absolutely.
it's
Yeah,
horrible.
that's my inspiration. It's myself. Like I said, not giving up on the thing. It's like I couldn't give up doing it because that would be me giving up on like
Yeah, it's giving up
getting
on
back.
you.
Yeah,
You made it
that's
all
kind of a
about
dick
you.
move.
You and your personal growth and your mental,
Yeah,
mental health, which is important. A
it
lot of people
matters.
put that aside, and it's crazy what working out completely changes your mental health.
Absolutely. And you got to find what works for you. I
Mm.
think that's the other pitfall, and especially like someone new trying to get into it. First thing, and it's like, ooh, do you this community? Um, not hashtag not all. You can find some good ones, some good informative ones out there.
Yeah,
Anything you have the clickbaiters and the ones that just tell you whatever.
for
The
real.
scary thing I've been in the gym is people deadlifting. Deadlifting is great every
Mm-hmm.
for functionality purpose, but it's the excessive deadlifting of like heavy weight that
Mm-hmm.
has become like this sort of gym flex to say like how much you
How
can
much you
deadlift.
can deadlift? Yeah. Oh
Right.
my
You
god,
drop the
dude.
thing and it makes all the noise. It's that
Yeah.
kind of thing. And it's like you did all that for like one lift. Like, but what about the rest of your body? Like, what are you gonna do with that?
Where's the
And
stamina? Yeah.
right, like there's no
What about
longevity
the
here,
other
I'm sure.
muscles?
Screw those guys. We don't use other muscles here. But it's like we moved from back in the 90s and 2000s. Bitch,
Yeah.
how much you bitching? And now it's like how much you deadlifting? because they found out it's a more practical thing than bench pressing.
Yeah.
And now all the youth, like the younger kids, are coming in like with these like massive deadlifts. There's some impressive ones, I will.
Right.
Jesus. Like he's 12, like deadlifting 800. Like, wow. But then my brain is like, you're still young. You're still developing and growing. What is
Yeah.
that doing to like your joint? Like, there's a point where that joint health deteriorates because you're trying to push so much extra weight. And
Uh-huh.
like the bodybuilder Ronnie Coleman, the really huge guy that did like the 800-pound squat.
Yeah.
If you look at Ronnie now, he's on crutches and everything else, and has 30 screws in his body. He's been to like 20 surgeries. But if you look at him during his Mr. Olympia era, he was God statue. But
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, he attained that, and look what the result was afterwards.
Didn't
So I
pay
look
off.
at like the youth, and I'm like, hey guys, like that's really cool that you can do that, but like easy there, Junior. And that's the part that worries me because I've seen like more TikTok, seen more YouTube. It's becoming
Oh yeah.
is the deadlift. Everybody's doing that.
They're pushing
like,
it.
Right. And I'm like, you guys are just following in the footsteps of other people. Like, you're not listening to your body. Your body might not even need that right. Might
Yeah.
not need a deadlift. But it's this obsession with like chasing numbers, like to say I got lifted a bigger weight than you did. And I was never one of those.
No. That's
Growth.
competition just doesn't
Yeah.
really help.
It's gross. And I'll see like, and it's like, I love seeing like young kids come in, like, yeah, let's do your thing. And it's like 5 teenage dudes with that like,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just like all bench pressing, all deadlift.
Oh no.
You guys aren't gonna like go do other. So everybody's doing this today. Okay.
They just want to brag, yeah, and then go home. And then they got little chicken legs.
Oh, the legs are so adorable.
They're so cute. Oh no.
All the time. Like I'd love to see like people getting more into fitness.
Yeah.
But again, going back to
important.
like that YouTube algorithm, TikTok, like people were huge in doing these like weights and things before the internet was a thing. Arnold Schwarzenegger was like the Greek god statue before the internet was even a thing.
For real.
And now you see like these new videos like try this lift, like do it this way, or like these extravagant things where people do squatting like somebody and then holding a pre-workout while they're doing this, standing on top of a rail. Someone's throwing a medicine ball. Like,
yeah.
That's not what I want the kids to get into.
No.
That's for entertainment.
Everything's a TikTok trend. Yeah, it's not about like informing the people and creating a healthier world, you know?
That's my worry and concerns. Like this is an area of expertise that I do dabble in music things. Now I know like some of the ins and outs. I'm not gonna say everything. And then seeing new people come in with like the misinformation. Like I'll see people do lifts that I've seen like on TikToks. And I'm like, oh wow, people actually do that. It has no practicality at all. Yeah, good job doing something. But I don't know how to feel because it's like they're doing the
You're
thing,
like they're just screwing around, and you kind of want to go help.
Yeah, like
I want to be like, listen, bro.
Male ego, like no. And I'm just watching this kid ruin his shoulder. It's like overextending. I'm like, oh god, it looks cool. It looks great. His girlfriend loved it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, in a couple years, it's gonna make some.
She gonna break up with him before that.
Absolutely.
That shoulder gives up.
He doesn't know. She'll break up with you before you break that record. So.
Yeah.
He doesn't know it, but it's true. So yeah, I see that in the gym, and that's another one of the things to where I said about the voice thing, to where I feel like you're seeing things coming to. Because they had those like lifts and movements to where like people got to old sizes and things when they didn't have like all these contraptions and new devices. Like you just lift old school style, you can still get there, but it's gonna take a little more time. Everybody wants that, quick and easy. Like help me get past this boss fighter kind of thing. Like, no, you gotta put hours in.
Shoot, here, I'm pulling down my pants, put that steroid in my butt.
Like, what time it is? I got
What?
stuff to lift.
What?
Exactly.
Come
So
on,
yeah,
bro. It's
like
not gay.
come on, it ain't. I ain't gonna look at you in the eyes. It's all
Yeah. Oh my god,
right.
dude. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
I'm all for it. I want more people to be involved in that, but
Yeah.
just use your own discretion. You know how your body works. You know something doesn't feel right. Just don't do that. You can be uncomfortable, but you can tell when like something is like uncomfortable,
Mhm.
pain. No,
That's
this
your body
actually feels like
warning
it hurt.
you. Like pain is
Right.
that's a warning. It's like when you touch a hot stove, it's not it's not just for kicks. Like that's your body informing you that you're doing something dangerous. Pain is a signal. It's not just like an after effect or something.
Like, oh, that's just a funny feeling in my elbow.
Yeah, it's like you
Oh,
feel a
okay.
tweak in your hip, then something's wrong. Like you eat, day old pizza and it gets you sick the next day. Like
Like, what could
your
it have
body
been?
tells you, right? Like it's the reason you throw up the next day. It's like
Right.
something didn't work
Like,
out,
guess what?
man. Like
We're not eating that pizza. We don't like that. And body's like, yeah, get out of here, buddy.
yeah, it's like you might have an allergy to something. So I mean, you got to listen to all that stuff.
That's part of what I mentioned about like turning the volume down. And part of
Mhm.
that mental thing and, lowering everything was to listen to my body. Because I was at one point early on, like years before,
Yeah.
I was big on like strongman and I was lifting like massive weights and things like that. And I would, it's no pain, no gain.
Yeah.
Those pains that hurt so good. Not really like, bro, you are literally like, killing yourself in here, like
Yeah, and it
damaging your
slows down
body.
your recovery time, and then you have those days where you're in so much pain you don't want to go to the gym,
Yep, absolutely. And
But
that's what's
it
gonna
comes
happen. Like
back
you're
to
gonna
bite you
spend
when you do too much,
you'll
essentially.
spend 3 days recovering. That like you got that personal record, but now you're out of the gym for a week.
Yeah, and there
Like
goes
what
all
is
your
it really
progress,
worth?
whatever muscles you were growing.
Absolutely. That's gone. It only takes like 3 days, I'm telling you.
Yeah,
So
and
you
then
gotta be consistent in it.
you start making excuses after that once you've
Yeah,
spent
and
a couple
like
days
or you're
away
like
from the
gun
gym.
shy. I had a hamstring. I
Uh-huh.
love doing legs. I'm a big leg. I don't do a
Yeah, legs
little
are good,
a lot
man.
of like chest stuff because like we use our legs like all the time. I kind of want to be able to walk all the time.
Yeah.
So I do a lot of like lower body leg work, and I was doing a heavy leg press one day, and I remember like I was killing it. This is like 800 pounds, 800, 850, killing it. And I'm like my third rep. I still remember like feeling what I. It felt like the color yellow, like
Oh no.
in
Not
my
it felt
leg,
like a
like
color.
in my groin.
Oh
I was like,
no.
I had this like moment where time froze, and it's like you got a decision to make. You can either lift this or bail out. But I was like, well, I ain't no punk. I'm gonna.
I ain't gonna
And
be no
sure enough,
punk.
right,
Oh
I
my
got
god.
it up, lifted it, did not go to the gym for a week. I did not tear my groin. It was
Oh god.
sprained, like like in that area.
No, even a sprain
Oh.
is not a fun time.
And I was out for, like I said, a week, week and a half. And like walking was excruciating. I was like, at least I got that right. And that was like my moment of like, okay, dude, maybe we should
Like,
fix it.
why does everything
Listen to
hurt?
your body. Yeah, that's me laying in the bed like, why does everything hurt so bad? Like, well, you did it, sir, because you had an ego. Like, oh, it was me. I was the problem.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Well, what have you changed your diet in response to all the working out, or you kind of just eat whatever regardless?
Definitely whatever, regardless.
But you're not.
That's
Are you eating like unhealthy at all, or are you just like nah, whatever? Yeah.
really more so portion control. Still eat whatever, but
Okay.
like not to excess or like to the amounts that I used to. Like
Yeah, like jumbo
somebody had
size.
asked, yeah, instead of the jumbo size, get like and eventually like doing that, it got to the point where like I couldn't eat those portions I used to. Like I would order things from a burger place that I would normally get, like, give me my regular number two with this. And
Yeah.
like I get halfway through eating and I'm like, oh god. And then I'm thinking like I used to eat like this and dessert like at the end of it. Like how the hell? And that's not even me like saying, like, oh my god, I can't believe people eat too much. Like I wanted to, but like my body wouldn't
Like I
because my
can't.
stomach had shrink. Like it was like you literally can't fit this much in here. And I realized like in that I was again torturing myself when I was doing like heavier weights. You know, you hear about those like, strong.
Mm-hmm.
So not only like doing the damage in the gym and then eating all this extra stuff over here. And I still love pizza.
Yeah,
But
pizza's great.
oh man, what would I do without it? Birthday cake is my favorite dessert. Vanilla ice cream is shit. But
Yeah.
I still would have all these things, and people would always ask me, "What's your diet looking like?" Like nothing. I didn't change anything. Like, are you serious? Yeah. Um, But on the thing to combat that though meant I had to be more consistent in the gym. Like you can have that slice of cake,
Uh-huh.
but just know like you have to work that off eventually. It's
Yeah.
kind of like paying a tax. Like I can ingest all these calories. Let's get these calories in. I can have this today, but I have to burn off this much in order to maintain. So like you can have whatever you want. Just know like you're gonna have to pay that bill eventually. And the way to like get a give something up, do your college 40 minutes. Have you an extra piece of cake? That was that kind of thing. It was kind of like my reward. Like if I'm in here for 4 hours,
Yeah.
which became like an addictive thing. That's the thing where as I got to dangle the carrot in front of myself. Well, if I want to have a piece of cake, I got to work out for 7 hours. Whoa, bro.
Whoa.
That was excess. But you find like a happy medium.
Yeah.
So yeah, you don't have to change up too much to obviously drink more. Water is the important
Water.
thing. Fleshing that system out. Your brain is like what 70% water they say or something. Yeah, so you got to put it back in there, especially if your
Mm-hmm.
brain's fried. As I get older in my age, I start to wonder if some of those neuron connections are fried. You walk into a room and completely forget why you even went in that room. Well, this is what buying does. It's like, okay, gotcha. Um, yeah, water is the most important thing, and just fewer calories in than out. And that's the best advice I could give anybody. Like, don't over. It's like music. Don't overcomplicate it.
Yeah. And I think portion control is very difficult in America because we do have a
Oh,
lot of large portions in our fast food, and even when we are eating at home, like you go back for seconds, you get a big scoop of mashed potatoes or whatever it is, like, we don't know to get like sizes that fit the plate where the plate's not overflowing with food like on Thanksgiving, it's just like
right.
it's puffing up taller than the plate and you got stuff falling off
Malnutrition.
the edges and it's like dude, you got
Right,
too
that
much.
kind of thing. So
So
you
are
don't
you
have all
counting
that. Then you're gonna
calories?
have two.
Oh no, sorry, go
After
ahead.
that, I was like, yeah, you have all that. Then you have two slices of pie and some ice cream.
Oh yeah, and that'll screw you over.
Yeah.
But do you count calories at all? Do you do any of the apps and the tracking and stuff like that?
I used to, but that was another one of those things that became the task. It was like,
Yeah, not as fun.
damn, I forgot to scan my Apple today. I forgot. It became more things for me to feel bad about. And I was like,
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like feeling this way. I don't need like my Fitbit judging me the whole day. Like, don't forget to breathe again. Let's stand up. Did you
Stand
eat?
up.
Like, more? It became like this, like, oh my God, if I hear another. So yeah, I used to, and then I was like, it's whatever. The only time I like look is like if it comes to like a soda or something. If it's something new, I
Yeah.
look like, this has like way too many calories in. I'm like, okay, that's a lot. That's when I like, okay, put that back. But if it's like decent, I don't really worry about it too much
Mhm.
because the apps and things are fun for that tracking. If you're that kind of person that
Yeah.
like tracking the numbers and the metrics and things like that, that's great. But like for us common folk, it's another thing to
It's
worry
another
about on top of like
task that makes the gym not so fun is
right.
because you have to do all that.
you got your little reminder on your wrist to like keep telling you, hey, fatty, like you still fat. And like, I know, but like again, it was a judgment thing, and it's like when you
Yeah.
put calories in, like how God forbid you have a day where you ate a lunch, and it's like, you went over your count for the day. Like I know that I was
Yeah,
depressed.
thanks, man.
Thank you. Like, I was
And an
having a
extra
moment.
slice of chocolate cake, you know?
Right, that kind of thing. So it's like I didn't need more things reminding me that I was.
Yeah, the
Like
guilt
I
trip.
know. Yeah, I'm a horrible guilt trippy. I feel guilty all the time about everything for no. So like I had
Yeah,
to
for real.
can't do that. I let myself down. I let my team down. I let the team down.
I let my team.
Everything.
I gave it 110%, but I let the team down. We would have had them in the second half.
I'm glad he had us. Yeah, that kind of thing. So like, yeah, if that's what you like is metrics and numbers and things, sure, have at it. But like,
Hmm.
from my perspective, it is like a constant like reminder. It's another task. Like,
Hmm.
you should eliminate all the steps. Like as few steps as possible is the goal. It's really what the that's how you like create efficiency in things.
Hmm.
Even in like business, like the fewer steps to like get a like product, the better. The
Yeah.
fewer hands on it, the fewer things in the way, the better.
Hmm.
And we have to use that in life, I feel.
Yeah.
And I think
Efficiency is
we're
everywhere. Yeah.
right. And I think we're in a time period now to where it's like we're trying to accumulate so much stuff and like things we're trying to pile on to like attest to who we are as a person. Like things that I have. And it's like that stuff gets weighted. It bogs you down. It gets very loud. It's so much. And then, like I said, when you completely flip that, turn everything off, get out of the way, sit with your own thoughts, that person
Hmm.
is a whole different person. And
Yeah.
so that's how it's so much easier to move when you don't have that, life rucksack on you the whole time.
Oh my
And you're like
God.
still
Yeah.
putting stuff in it. You're like, oh, I gotta do this too. Like check my numbers and my metrics. And then that on top of like trying to run a brand and do about my YouTube and SoundCloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be
Who
great
has
for my
time for
mental.
that?
Right.
The constant metric guilt trip, just reminding
Yeah.
you that you're either high
You
or
know me
low on
well.
calories today, or your weight's gone up or down.
Yeah, I got rid of the scale that I used to have. I used to have a scale in the bathroom, and that became a thing. So like, where after every workout, I would like get up, like, any change? How about now? What about now? Like,
So were any of your
it's
goals related to like losing weight or building muscle or any of that, or is it still purely just mental health, or was that ever a goal? Were you ever like worried about physical health or like, cardiovascular stuff, things like that?
a portion of it. I think was early on,
Yeah.
and now it's like it's purely mental now.
Yeah, you got it all like compartmentalized and managed where
Yeah,
you're feeling
it's
healthy
like
enough that you're not like worried about things like that.
yeah. So the other half with worrying about that came from like family and like genetics and things. Like my
Yeah.
mother was a diabetic. My
Oh no.
mother, yeah, that kind of thing. And
Yeah, I got that
for
too.
the black community and our things have issues with sickle cell and sugars and all that.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. You have to consider all that.
yeah, that is a factor. Like you have to look at your family around you. They're not all Olympic athletes. Like you might want to get checked. And even then,
Yeah.
so like, and then my everybody in my family was like pretty heavy set. Everybody's built like linebackers.
Mhm.
Even my mom, and she eventually became a doctor.
Oh no.
And yeah, so that's when I was like, all right, I gotta like put some of these nachos back. Gotcha.
Yeah.
And that kind of like was a wake up call after like losing grandma and my mom from like
Mhm.
health reasons. I was like, I gotta get this shit in check. Okay, like because I remember at one point, like when my mother was in the hospital, not being because of her like weight. She wasn't like 600-pound life kind of weight, but like being
Yeah.
in that weakened condition, she was going chemo, things like that. And then also like
Mhm.
being of a, heavier size, when she was at home, I was like, I was the guy, like I had to help my mom off and on the toilet. I
Yeah.
was in it. And I was like, dark moment, but I was like, if I'm ever in this situation, like I need somebody to be able to lift me. Like, what if I like collapse? Like,
Yeah.
you know how
No
hard it
one's
is to
going to
like
be able
move
to
dead
get you
weight?
up. Yeah.
And that was like a visceral, like, oh no, I need to be able to be lifted into things like eventually if something happens.
Yeah.
And this, here I am again, looking at let me make their job easier so I'm lighter.
So
Don't want no heavy coffin.
a
So
scary wake up call. Yeah.
yeah, it really was, but that's what I needed, and I think everyone kind
Yeah. People need to learn from that. I mean, I know a lot of people definitely don't learn these type of lessons until it happens directly to them. Once
of,
again, it's
yeah,
that struggle with empathy that people don't recognize that something's a problem until like, oh, well, now I have cancer, so it's like now I have to
mm,
deal with these issues or what have you. But it
right,
didn't matter until I got it.
yeah, that kind of thing, and I think that's what because it's so much easier to just like thoughts and prayers or like on
Oof. Yep.
hug emoji, like okay,
Yep.
just go on about your day, and then when it's you or like when it's your significant other, he's like, oh my god, and then like you have that moment where like, oh, why is nobody? I mean,
Why
you're
does no
looking for
one
someone to
care?
help you. Right, that kind of thing. And it's like, who to the algorithm? So like that's why being able to have that empathy is very important. Being
Hmm.
see those kinds of things. And I tell that story to people not as like a scare thing, like shock, like, oh my
No.
God. I don't want people to feel sorry for me in that
Yeah.
story. But it's like, no, that was the catalyst for me. And I hope me telling the story will help others like
Yeah.
start like, yeah, your health matters. You don't think about it like every day, especially in your young fry, doing everything, doing backflips. One
Yeah.
day you're not going to be able to land that back.
That's for real.
It's inevitable. Like it's gonna happen,
And
and
your
it's
30s
okay.
are a rough time too. I mean,
Yeah,
that's where your body really starts to feel all the shit you've been
and then
putting
the
it
check
through.
engine light.
Yeah, you start aging. Yeah, the check engine light comes on for sure. Yeah, they're like, listen, you gotta address some of these things. Maybe a checkup every so now and often. Maybe work out.
Right,
Maybe take it easy on the fast food that you used to digest on a daily basis. Just constant
right.
cheeseburgers.
Remember when you're young, you just eat anything and party all night. Like, no, there's certain things like I'm laying down for the day. Like I used to go to Crystal's White Castle
Uh-huh.
and like get a sack full like 12. Get that, give me a thing of fries and shake. I'm like, I'm having the time of my life. If I
Mm.
eat five of those now, like
Oh
we're in the
God.
bathroom, that's where we're gonna be. We're
That's
on the toilet.
that's the end of the day. I've never actually been. We don't have one in my part of Texas. Yeah, no White
Like you
Castle.
live in a good neighborhood. That's what they mean.
Yeah, I guess so.
You're doing good.
I guess I'm better off.
Get that out. You don't want those problems. It's horrible. Like, and that's
Oof.
the running joke with those things. Like, if you eat like a sack full of, they call it a crystal sack full. Comes with 12. It's a crystal sack full, the staple of the drunken bar night. It's two
Oh.
in the morning. The only place it's open is Crystals and Waffle
Okay,
House.
so
So, yeah, that's what it
it's
became was
it's
like
like the
the
drunk
alcohol.
food. It's like it only tastes good
Yeah,
when you're like really out of it. Yeah, so it's
Taco
not
Bell. Like
for
Taco
someone
Bell's the
that's
best when
typically
you're drunk.
sober. Yeah, that's not really gonna.
So it's that kind of food, and
I'm
it's
not
like
missing
we're not
anything, I guess.
at all. It is solely there to absorb our
Oh
whole point of
God.
that place.
We're not
So
here
yeah,
for the
like
flavor or the nutritional value.
I just need grease and bread. That's all I want. Just put it in me. Yeah, that's that place. So like I used to eat like all that and then some on top. And it's like thinking back now, and even now I'm like,
Hmm.
ooh, oh, how did I? And I'm so glad that I like made that decision. And I don't want to sound like a cult leader. I'm so glad I
No.
turned my life
No.
around. No, it's true. Like my sleep got better, my energy levels got better, my skin got better, like,
Everything
everything.
changes, dude. You change your diet, you change your,
Hmm.
your workout stuff. All that changes your life, man, the mental and everything. And I think that's why it's so important that we talk about this, and I try to bring, fitness and mental health up as much as possible, cuz gamers aren't really getting that. Like when we look for
Mm.
videos online or we search for information, it's usually related to our games and things like
Yeah,
that. We're not really concerned about what we eat. It's mostly energy drinks and fast food and ordering stuff from Uber Eats and not even getting out of your house to go get the damn food, because you're having it delivered now because of all
right.
the modern luxuries we have now. It's important that we talk about, the good things that come from working out, from eating right, maybe ditching some of the fast food, um, and just being careful about what you put in your body, and knowing the this, as you said, like the signals that your body is sending you as you're
Yeah.
working out and you're going through daily life. You're at work, you're lifting heavy things or whatever it may be.
Hmm.
All these various things that we go through, and gaming is a very very sedentary lifestyle, and so it's not good for you either to be
Yeah,
sitting
absolutely.
around
Like
gaming all day.
excess. When I say anything in excess can be bad.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is well, and
Yeah.
I know like we've all been there where we'll have like the stream that runs long. We did accidentally did a 10 hour
Yeah, it's
stream.
going. Listen, it's going really well. Your
Yeah,
views are up.
like, well, you can't run away from this golden opportunity.
Yeah, this could
Clicking,
be the moment.
firing all cylinders, like you're having a great time.
Yeah, you
Oh,
haven't
like
even
when's
looked
the
at
last
the
time I
clock.
ate?
Yeah,
Like, what's water? Like stretch? What do you mean? And that's why I put that stretch and like redemption on back of my channel. Like
yeah.
not for an attention thing, but like literally like thank you because I will zone.
You'll forget
What?
about.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I haven't stood up in 4 hours. Okay,
Oh, there it is.
you have legs. Did you guys get here? So yeah, no, that is important as well, especially in like the gamer culture life. It is a
Hmm.
very safe, and that's why I try to be like the cool gamer guy that goes to the gym, but's not
Yeah,
quite a gym bro, Chad, but Sailor Moon T-shirt. Like you can still like do the thing and be like gamer
yeah.
without appealing to the masses,
Just make
selling
that
all your
little bit of
Pokemon
time
gear
to
for
go
Under
work
Armour.
out.
Yeah, like just even like walk around the house sometimes. That's why I actually don't. I'm a neat freak.
Yeah.
Everyone tells me all the time. I believe like you live here. I'm like your place is so nice for a guy. I'm like I'm almost like offended. Like, what do you mean for a
What do
guy?
you mean for a guy? Yeah, come on, man.
Right, it's just nice. What? But like I understand like you go to like some bachelor pads and it's like what the hell
There's like
happened?
trash all over the floor. There's like a folding chair and a TV in the living room. That's it. Yeah.
Right? Nothing else is like Mountain Dew bottles on the floor.
Yeah, it's like some guys have no sense of that. That's peak interior design, is like a lazy boy in front of a
Yeah.
TV, and the rest of the room is just empty. Like no paintings on the walls, no decorations, no lamps. Just
Does he
like,
have a
yeah, this is
family? Like no photos? Like no.
no photos.
It's pretty sure he's an assassin. Like, and you wonder why girls won't come.
Yeah, dude. When they see that,
Like,
that's like a red flag. It's like, this
it's a
guy
little scary.
probably has the mattress on the floor with a bunch of Mountain Dew and
Yep.
burger wrappers.
Yeah, I've been in that room before. I've
Yeah.
been there, seen that place. So yeah, like when people come to my place and they're like, "What the hell?" I'm
The
like,
hell happened here?
"Yeah, they're more shocked that it's clean, but that's also back to moving around the house, just being active, and that's tied to
No, and
90
being
degree
clean,
angles."
that impacts your mental health too, and physical,
Right.
just having a
As a
healthy
as a
workspace.
creative, it affects us. Like
Oh,
it's
dude,
hard
yeah.
to create and do things when you know clutter,
Yeah.
things to be done. There's a pile of laundry beside you. Gotta do. It's it's a thing for me where if that slate isn't clean, if these things aren't organized and like right, I really can't create
That's a good reason to procrastinate too, by the way.
Yeah.
Be like, oh, I can't possibly write this song right now. I need to do laundry.
Yeah, welcome to my life. It is a struggle, kids.
It's like trying to keep everything neat and clean and a good
Yeah.
workspace, and then also to create.
Yeah. Don't forget he's been at the gym for 4 hours.
Yeah, so that means you gotta take a shower. So it's like, yeah, you gotta be all clean
Still
to get a
gotta
beat.
eat. Gotta get that crystal sack full of my cake.
Oh man.
Yeah, so like my friends are like, man, we never see you. Like, I don't see me.
Yeah.
Like, trust me, I understand. I'm working on it. But no, you're absolutely right. And someone else had pointed that out. They asked me, it was kind of like an exercise to see, like, can you like make the music while the room is dirty?
Hmm.
And it took everything in me to like not clean. It was so hard.
Oh god.
Struggle. And that's when we knew, like, okay, this isn't him just being weird. This is an actual thing.
It's a real thing, yeah.
Yeah, because like the music sounded horrible. I didn't done exercise. I'm coming out the other side, like, okay, yeah, maybe there is.
Maybe he has a point, yeah, about keeping a clean workspace.
Yeah, like that other coin, like I said, like, is it the procrastination though? Like, is that it's weird tied together. It's
Yeah.
I definitely procrastinate, but
Sure.
I also like very goal oriented. Like I do stuff. It's not like a lazy procrastination, like do
No.
it, but like I'll do everything else. And like we said before, like well, even in gaming, like play a game, finish it.
Mm-hmm.
What's that about? I have no idea. I'm very weak. I'm still figuring it out. That's why I spend that time in the gym getting to know me. This guy's got some issues. See what's going on in here.
Like this guy is side questing off somewhere in La La Land. He has not touched the main quest in quite some time.
You say that, and my immediate thought was my Skyrim gameplay.
Oh, dude,
I've
I've
never
never
played
finished
Skyrim.
Skyrim. Yeah.
I never played it until like last year.
Oh
If you
snap!
look at my quest lines, it's nothing but side quests. I've not touched like any of the main missions. I'm so side quest oriented. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah, that's how my
We might
Skyrim
have
was.
the same like what do you call it, the psych profile, like the INFJ or whatever. I gotta look up
I'm
what
interested
mine
now.
was. We
Yeah.
might yeah, we might have a problem here. We might have
Hang on, guys. Might have a problem.
yeah.
Absolutely.
'Cause
That's me
that's the same
110%.
issue.
That's why I finished it.
Yeah, I love
Same
the
with
side
Breath of the
quests.
Wild. Remember, I said like I got to get everything before I don't know what that is.
Yeah. It's a little bit half completionist type stuff, and the other half is like you kind of don't want to miss anything.
Yeah.
So when you, because like if you finish the main quest, you're just gonna put the game down because it's over.
Yeah.
So like,
Like you see
why
the
go
story, roll
fishing or
credits.
go save the cat from the neighbor's tree? Like you're not gonna do
Right?
any
I'm
of
a
the side
dragon
quests
slayer.
after that. You know, after you
Yeah,
save the world.
these little side petty quests that are beneath me. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
rescue your cat. I'm a
But
dragon.
when you're doing
Yeah.
them as you play the game, it's like it's immersive, it's fun, it's
Yeah.
world building, it's character growth. And then you get to the main quest when you feel ready.
Yeah. You're like, I'm gonna explore this world a little bit, walk around, meet the townsfolk, see what's over here. And I think I get carried away with, and that's also part of me like appreciating game
Yeah, that's
into
why
like
you're reading the
gaming. Like,
lore and you're
yeah.
listening
So
to
it's
the
like
dialogue.
I want to appreciate everything the devs have put into this. Like, look at
Yeah,
that blade of grass. It's
'cause
so
it's like there's only so much time you have in your life, and it's like you're putting this much time into a game. It's like you
yeah.
got to get
I want to
everything they're
appreciate
putting
that.
in, man. Yeah, you
Yeah.
gotta. Because you're probably
That,
it's not super likely that you're gonna like replay a game that's as long as Skyrim or
yeah. And I've heard like the old adage, you never finish Skyrim. Like, you
I
just play it
feel
over
that
and over
way.
again.
Yeah.
You just kind of play it. You don't win. You just
You
play
just keep playing, and yeah, you
it.
never really finish.
That's how I was with Fallout 4. That was another.
Oh God. Yeah, I haven't
good
finished
one,
that one
and
either.
I got
Maybe
lost
it's a
in it.
Bethesda thing. Maybe it's
It's definitely Bethesda.
it's
It's
their
absolutely
games are
Bethesda.
like really hard to just like finish. I've only
Yeah,
finished a few of them.
I can't speed run a Bethesda
No,
game.
not at all. I have to do everything.
Like, so like, excuse me, man, where did you say the cat was? Like, what town? Like, okay, get my inventory ready to go save this cat. Like, I got to go do all the things. Like, I want to appreciate the. I love level design
Yeah.
things. I love looking at like the backdrops. Like, I look at those like little things.
Yeah, you
Like,
appreciate the
when
art
they do
form
those like
of
minor
games.
details and things. There was one game I played, and it wasn't Stanley's Parable. It was something else, but like there was like an office setting
Hmm.
and things. But even on the styrofoam cup, they made like the little is on like the lip of the cup. That
Yeah.
little detail was they could have just did like a white cup.
Yeah, just a white
That
cup,
like
plain old cup.
somebody's like, no, they have the lip on the cups and they put that little detail in. Thanks, Mark, whoever that was, that like took time to like that's what styrofoam cups actually look like.
You went the extra mile.
Yeah, those tiny, tiny things like that are things that you should. I love. That's why I love like looking at games like Elden Ring and things like that. In
Yeah.
those massive worlds, and I'm like, I know I'll never see everything in this game, and that was like a bittersweet thing for me. Kind of what I
Yeah, that hurts.
final.
That's
Yeah, it's like it's
painful.
so massive and so gorgeous, but like I never get
But if I go over there,
amazed.
that thing's gonna kill me.
Yeah, I want to go like the who's the guy in the temple. I want to go meditate. No, bro, it's cool.
Nope.
I don't want to fight. I just want to check out, your living space. Like, I like the details on like the enemies and things. The big headed baby guy. I love it.
Yeah, it's
Watch movies
gorgeous.
and things, and
I,
it's like hold still so I can admire you. Stop trying to kill me.
yeah, stop trying to kill me. I'm trying to see the design on your face.
Yeah, like what's that sash look like? Like, oh, that's so cool. Like I'm playing Pokemon Snap in every game. I just want to take pictures. Like
Yeah,
that's
if
all I
there's a
want.
photo mode, that's game over for most
That's
games.
why
Yeah.
Dead Rising was so good.
Yeah, they just gave us the camera. They're like, "Here, just
Yeah,
take it. Do
the
do
premise
the
of the game:
thing."
take pictures of shit. Yes,
Perfect.
find find some. Oh man, it's so satisfying. Yeah, nice.
Nice.
Perfect. It was a satisfying moment. I love that in Dead Rising. And I'm gonna play that again tonight. Inspired
Yeah,
me.
man, that's a banger. I and
So
I
good.
I hate
That's
that
what
I
I can
sold you
bring
on
off
that one
night
too.
for. Yeah.
I guess that's
It's
another
what.
paid paycheck for me.
And get the big
Capcom.
bucks. Yeah, that's definitely what I could turn the brain for sure. They did so good,
Yeah.
so good. But yeah, I appreciate game design. That's my double edged sword. It's like I wanna read all the things, all
Mhm.
the information. I'm checking every nook and cranny. Like my best example was I was obsessed when Bioshock came out. That's a game I've
Ooh.
replayed like 20 times.
Really? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and like I know the story and like the whole Android
Yeah.
books, audio books. In my bathroom, there's actually a collage painting of a Big Daddy and like a
Ooh.
silhouette of a little sister underneath him in the
Oh.
bathroom. Like that
In the
is the level of like
bath. That's the
obsession,
level
like
of
because it's the
obsession.
water.
Yeah, that makes sense. A whole nautical themes are good for the bathroom. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
it
unique
was
one
on
though.
brand.
With the
I
Big
think I
Daddy
even
though.
staring at you while you go.
Yeah, you're just like, all right, I'm gonna piss really quickly because that thing is scary.
Get this shit done. I said if I ever like hit the lottery or something, I was gonna have like a shot,
Mhm.
like make it look rapture.
That would be so
So that
cool.
hashtag goals. He never comes out of the bathroom. I'm just sitting there admiring it. But that was the game. Like I was so fascinated with like the development design, like the music, like that violin when you welcome to rapture, like
That was a
this
game
monumentous
changer,
moment.
dude.
And it was
No
like,
game was like that, dude.
right,
Before
it was
or
so
after, no
magical.
one made games like that.
It was like watching a movie you get to play.
Yeah. I don't think I was fully prepared for what that game was. Like I knew it was going to be like a first
Yeah.
person shooter with like some like weird, abilities or what have you. But I don't think I was prepared that it was kind of going to be like a horror game in a way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
First slicer experience, like holy
yeah,
shit.
like I just wasn't, and just what a beautiful world that it was going to pull us in, that we were going to, which I haven't played BioShock 2, but I did play Infinite.
Two was good. Infinite was my
Yeah, a little
Infinite
too
felt like it
different.
strayed a little much. Yeah.
Yeah.
They tried to connect it,
I think they had the
which was
DLC too, right? Like that takes you back to
yeah.
Rapture.
Yeah, they did have I can't remember what the name of it was, but yeah,
Trying to
there was a
remember.
DLC for that. The two was good. Two's DLC was good as far as like connecting stories. Um, Infinite, it was fun, but it felt more actiony than like story driven for me. I
Hmm.
understood like the whole Booker thing and what's the lady's name? His daughter, whoever the sidekick was. But for me,
Yeah.
when you look at Infinite and then you look at the first one, and like the first one, it was just you were like going to this random place. It's abandoned, it's dilapidated. It's supposed to be paradise.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. And you get there, you're like, what the? And in Infinite, you having like a
You
constant
go
like
up into the
regular enemies.
sky to the heavens, in a way.
Yeah, like
To this
that
like,
was like the inverse kind of it. Like
yeah,
we're going
that's
up
very
now.
true. Burial at
And
Sea, that's what it was called.
yes, that's what it was.
BioShock Infinite, yeah. I don't know
It
if
was
I
fun. I
even
love the
played that
character
DLC. Yeah, I might need to venture back into that world.
I know I started it. I don't know if I
I don't think
finished
I
it.
ever finished it. Yeah, because I remember starting it myself. Yeah, too.
So yeah, that when Infinite came in, it felt like, and I'd say this for like not personal experience in like the horror genre and thriller.
Yeah.
Anytime you have like the co-op mode, it makes it a little scary because like you have a friend you can depend on or an ally. Like she would toss you like the assault, like
Yeah.
somehow she'd find ammo and help you out, stuff like that, which was cool.
It
But
was
it kind of
cool. But
it
yeah,
took
you're
away
not
that element
alone.
of like yeah, like you're desolate by yourself or rapture, where it's like you don't know what the hell's going on. Or you have no allies. It was kind of scary, and even like in Resident in
Resident
Five,
Evil.
when they
Yeah.
introduced like co-op mode, and you could play
Which
handshake.
was fun, but it wasn't
Yeah,
scary. Because,
right. It's fun time, but like, oh, it's cool. I know you'll be
damn.
like trying to. I have.
Wait, I lost you. Hang on. It was cutting out. What'd you say?
My check,
Check, check. Yeah.
check. Uh, in the Resident Evil 5, you
Yeah.
had like a teammate to help you in those situations where
Mm.
like if you were like struggling with the boss, your buddy's better at it than you. He just wiped them for you. Then you like develop those team tactics, things like that. But like I said, in the old school Resident Evil, having like one herb in your pocket and five bullets,
Yeah.
you're like, oh god, what
No one's
it's gonna
watching
be
my
something like
back.
yeah, like
Everything's
everything is trying
chasing
to kill
me.
you. You have like imagine if like Silent Hill was like multiplayer. Would it really like
Yeah, it
it would
wouldn't
be
hit, man. Yeah, it just wouldn't be
correct?
scary.
So that's why I'm like the people are like, oh man, I wish it was multiplayer. Like not everything
Nah,
needs to be multiplayer.
that's
Not
the
really.
yeah, that's for real. Not everything needs to. Someone needs to say that really
Yeah,
loud to like game developers today. Like, not everything needs to be multiplayer, live service, battle royale,
thank
extraction
you.
shooter, looter
Yes,
shooter.
we like it was a fun summer. We had fun
Yeah.
with it. Can we let it go now?
Let's
It was
go back
cool.
to single player games.
Like
Well
sometimes my
crafted.
Wi-Fi cuts out. Like
Yeah,
when the
I want to
router's
still
down,
be
I
able to
can't play.
play.
Right, that's what I want out of life, and that was uh, Dead Space 3 was another one. That's when they did
Oh
the
yeah,
co-op.
the co-op.
Dead Space 1 was art. Oh my god, it still scares me today, and I played it like 2 was amazing. The DLC Severed, it was really good.
Yeah, that was good.
The animated movie they did, it was good. I had
Very
some time
good.
with
Yeah.
that. And then I've never finished Dead Space 3.
Yeah, me neither. My co-op buddy fell off, and then I just kind of fell off. I
Yeah,
just
that's
couldn't
what
get
happened with me.
because
I
it
started, I
became a
was
co-op
excited.
game to me. I
Yeah,
couldn't play Dead Space 3 alone for some reason. I don't know.
yeah, that's really what it was, and
It's
it kind of
weird.
hurt me. I was like, God, this was this great thing, but it's like, I don't feel, I don't feel Dead Space in this. It feels like something else.
Yeah, and
I'm
even
glad you
Dead
said that because I
Rising
thought it
did
was just
that,
me.
right? Remember Dead Rising went co-op
Oh yeah, they did.
after
I
the
forgot
first
about that.
game. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, so like in that genre, it's I know you want to play with friends, but
Yeah.
I don't really think it works in the campaign style.
Mm,
What
yeah.
really works for me, it's still the best ever to do it was Left 4 Dead. Left 4
Yeah,
Dead
Left 4 Dead
was
nailed
like
it. Yeah.
the most fun like horror thing, like shooter co-op thing. Oh, it was so good.
I
I
mean,
still
people
love
play
those
it to this
characters.
day. I mean, it
Yeah.
never really gets old, you know?
And then when we got Left 4 Dead 2, it was even better. And I remember
Yeah.
where you saw the survivor. It was like this magical
God, that was so
Left
cool
4
when they
Dead.
brought all the OG survivors back. I was like, no way.
Then when you found out like Bill died or something, you're like,
Oh,
it was this
broke my
tragic
heart,
moment for
man.
us. Damn it, not Bill. We're trying to start the generator. So like those were like simpler times and like older games, but like, as we can agree, like we had like these magical like with these things. And I think that's part of the art of gaming, as we usually talk about. It's like an artistic thing in it that I
Mm-hmm.
still point to like grandiose scenes in gaming and like. And I'll ask you this question. I'll ask somebody else for like your top three like gaming. One for me was the Rapture.
Okay.
Remember, Bathysphere comes up and Andrew says, "Welcome, Rapture," and then the violin comes in
Oh,
and the
yeah.
lights. You're like, whoa, you couldn't wait to like get into that world. So what
Yeah,
were some moments like that for you where you were like, whoa, I can't wait to do this thing.
man. I feel like one of the Batman Arkham games does that to you. Yeah. When
Great series.
they either set you loose in the asylum or like eventually when you get to the city, it's like, dude, when you suit up with the bat
Uh
suit and you're just standing on the roof and you're just like, dude, the whole city is open to you.
in
And there's
Arkham City. Yeah, I
yeah,
remember that when
criminals
you get your
everywhere, you
suit.
know?
And it's like it's almost like, hey Batman, you get to go play.
Yeah.
Like, the world is yours. Oh, I'm gonna solve so much crime.
So much
That
crime.
was fun.
Gonna
So
crack
I gotta
so
do
many skulls.
that. So much insurance.
So many guys going to the hospital.
On Christmas.
Yeah, think of
Yeah,
that. I mean, there's like,
that was a good
yeah,
one.
there are some moments that like in gaming, and usually it's like the intro when that,
Mhm.
when the opening titles set up like that.
Yeah.
That's usually the moment that gives you chills, and there's like a few games that just kind of do it just right. I
Yeah.
think it just in general of like talking about like games that sort of harken back to the good old days. I really think Space Marine 2 does it.
I love watching you guys play it. I'm so scared to get into it, but I enjoy watching it so
It's
much.
really good, and I mean we've had so much fun just like leveling up in the PvE mode after the campaign. You just kind
Yeah.
of you can do the campaign in co-op, but you can also do just PvE where there's a whole separate
Nice.
campaign for your own Marines that you level up and play dress up with. But yeah, like just the way that like it's just a linear game. Like it's not a battle royale. It doesn't have well, yeah, it doesn't really have a battle pass. I mean, everything you can do
Mhm.
in the game is unlockable. There's no
Oh, that's good.
microtransactions or anything. It's like a traditional. Everyone says it's like an Xbox 360 game. It's a game
Nice.
with a
That's
start
a
and finish. It's got multiplayer. It's got co-op. That's all we wanted of games. Like
yeah.
back
That
in
was
the
kind of
day,
the
we were
point.
just like, Army of Two has co-op. Okay, let's play.
Yeah.
Call of Duty has PvP. All right, let's play. So does Halo. Like
Yeah.
everything had its qualities and its lure, and it was like for a while nothing really felt gimmicky at the time, at least in
It's
my
like everything
recollection.
was a banger, and then like
Yeah, they were
360,
bangers.
PlayStation 3 era
Yeah,
time period. When the Wii hit the scene, I remember that being a big deal.
yeah,
Like that little pocket of gaming, like there's just nothing but blockbusters like across the board.
yeah.
And
It's
even on the co-op, like as a
a
me,
good era.
Gears of War was my big game,
Oh,
and that was like
Gears.
one of the best co-op experiences ever. Like
We got to
getting
do
those
some
over like
Gears
you
then.
could eat
We
some
got to do
food.
a maybe an insane playthrough.
Oh God, yes. Oh, those days. Like
that's
that's when
that's
I
how you
played on
make a
it.
new
I
friend
got
in my book. Like if you can team up and go through co-op on Gears, like that's how friendships are forged playing that
yeah.
game. Like it's
That's where they're made. They're
like a
made
rite of
perfect in
passage,
Gears for
man.
sure.
It's yeah, it's good stuff right there.
And like those games were like they were hits, and then even me, like as the biggest gearhead, like
Yeah.
got all the books and merchandise. I was in it, winning.
Oh, so you
And
read
like,
some of the books then, huh?
yeah, I've read Asheville Fields,
Okay. I have
Fear
that one and I
Rising,
have Jacinto's
and
Remnant. I just bought a few.
Jacinto's. That's the newer one.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
uh, not Fall of Reach. That's Halo.
Yeah, I got Fall
Bloodlines. I
of
got
Reach.
that. It's a new, yeah, which is a good book for the
Yeah,
Halo
you
fan. Amazing.
yeah,
Yep,
you
I got
gotta
to
have
finish my
that.
Halo. Yeah, I got a Fear Rising. That's a new Anvil Gate.
Anvil
That
Gate, yeah,
talks
yeah.
more about Commander Hoffman, his character.
Yeah.
It's about that and him and Bernie, not Bernie Sanders, the another lady in the game. They're kind of like origin story. So like, yeah, I've read a lot of Gears of War: The Slab. That was a really good one. That one is my
Slab.
recommend for anybody. It tells the story of when Marcus was in prison,
Oh
like
shit.
before the game one starts. It literally leads up to the game, and like the end of the book is the game when you're starting to like rescue Marcus from the prison. Amazing read. It tells you how he got the scar on his face, his dog.
Ooh, I need to
Yeah.
read
So
that then. Okay. Well, I'll
yeah,
I'll start with Asphalt Fields and
mhm.
yeah, and go from there.
Astro
But
Fields and the Slab were
Slab,
definitely
okay.
must reads. I do have Jacinto's
I'm
Remnant.
really excited about that new game. How it's gonna go to E Day and be about
Yeah.
Marcus and Dom again. Like yes.
So excited. Like about time. This is what we wanted the whole time. This is all
Yeah,
the
we've been
gearheads have
asking questions
wanted.
about E Day the whole time. We're like, what happened? You know, like we
We're like,
only
how did we get here?
yeah, we got
Kind
to
of
play a
thing.
glimpse of it in what was it like Gears 5, I think they let us. Like the
Yeah, and the
intro
like
was
intro.
like
Yeah.
a brief
Hmm.
glimpse of the of E-Day. I was like, yeah, I want to see like how gritty and dark and the death and the
Yeah.
freaking was it the Hammer of Dawn just coming down in every
Yeah.
city, just burning up everything, killing everyone.
So like, yeah, that was my thing. Was that universe of like nerddom, like how Star Wars nerds are for their thing? That was
That was you, huh?
war.
That's
Yeah, and like,
crazy. I didn't see that coming, man. I didn't see
like
that, and I didn't see Bioshock. I did. I was like, this guy just sits around, plays Overwatch. Like, I
Overwatch
think I
and
got him all
yeah,
figured out. I don't. I don't
everyone.
have this guy figured out. He plays
Remember what
Monster
we said
Hunter
earlier?
and,
Yeah,
and
trying to figure out who
Overwatch.
I am.
Yeah, and occasionally he's
Yeah.
on Fallout. He sold me on Dragon's Dogma too. Um, so hilarious.
Yeah, I'm a huge, huge gearhead when Cliff Blazinski started that whole thing with
Yes.
Epic Games and whatnot. I was there for it. I tried to purchase a life-size replica Lancer. They were sold out.
Yeah, I missed
Um,
him too.
but I do have my cog tags. I do still have my cog
Yeah, I got the cog tags. That's a good one.
tags.
You gotta
So
have
yeah,
those.
for
They're
me, like
heavy,
when
aren't they? Aren't they heavy? When you
yeah,
put
they
them on your
actually
neck,
when people don't think so, you throw these, they will do that.
they ain't cheap.
They are not.
They did not go with like some cheap, aluminum metal or something, just
Mm-mm.
some garbage, like they
Like,
went all out.
like one of those things you got like the little gumball machine, you put 50 cents in and turn it. It's not one like solid. Are these actual dog tags?
Like these seem
Like
real.
so So yeah, I was a huge gear deep into the lore. On the Hammer of Dawn thing, like there were things that stood out, and like there's a
Mm-hmm.
scene. You know how you read books and you can like see the scene.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
was a
sure.
scene where before the hammer strike, where
Uh-huh.
Hoffman and Prescott are arguing about like, pushing the big red
Oh
because they
no.
didn't give the evacuation note 24 hours before, and they knew like not everybody's gonna make it. Like, but let's just tell them, yeah, go to your nearest town for. And they knew this, and Hoffman was conflicted and didn't want. Prescott was like, "We have to do what's good for citizens. Some
Yeah.
people may die." And he's
That
like,
feels
"That
like a
means
Prescott move. Yeah.
right." Like
Knowing
if
him.
you know the game, you're like, "Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely."
he's a total dick.
And like,
Like
no
Hoffman
one
at
likes
least has some
Prescott.
morals, like, even
Yeah,
though he's a commanding officer and he can be kind of a jerk sometimes, but you can't
right.
be everyone's friend when you're a leader
Yeah,
like that.
you got to make decisions. Something you got to break a few eggs.
Yeah.
That was Hoffman. Prescott's just a dick. So yeah, and like the scene, the chapter, they're like, it's crunch time. The clock's ticking. We've got like 10 minutes to make this decision. If we don't like do the hammer strikes now, the locust, all of that, and then they have their dispute and like argument, and then they hit the book. And like
Damn.
as a book read, like you can feel like it was like, oh shit, and it kind of like cuts to the different characters in the game, and it talks about Cole, and he
Mm,
was a thrash ball player, super
yeah.
celebrity. He wanted to fight for his country. He gave up thrash ball, joined the army to like fight the good fight, and he jumped out of his limousine to save some kid. And was like, put more people in the limo and get them to safety. It was like this. You don't from like Cole's character. He's like that
Yeah, you don't
excited
know that
four-year-old.
about Cole. You just kind of
Right.
pick up that he's sort of, this very hip hop urban kind of
Mm-hmm.
talk to him, and he's obviously a football player, so he's got all that slang, and he's the lighthearted comedian of the
Yeah.
crew.
Comedic relief
But
of
yeah,
the
you
same
don't
kind.
you don't see that he's like the guy to do the sacrificial moves and
Yeah.
help people out in
Deeply
that way. Yeah.
emotional a character, and that's
Damn.
why for me, like going back and that made it a whole different game for me.
Damn,
Because
Cole's a
like
real
in
one,
the
yeah.
right, so like now knowing this, back when you had a extra like big on life like that, he's hurting and he's like trying to. No, I'm good. Let's keep
Oh,
everybody going. Keep the. There was
uh,
yeah. So
that hurts.
heartbreaker. Heartbreaker.
Damn.
This is the one, and I'll leave you alone after. He has this thing. Baird catches him in a bathroom in like one of the settlements, and
Uh-huh.
he's like writing something, and like Cole like puts it in his pocket real fast, and like, what do you want? Like, what's going on? And fast forward, you find out he's like writing letters to his family, but
Oh.
his family's been dead since the hammer strike. So he's
Oh.
doing it like as a coping thing, like
Oh, it's a
thinking that
coping thing. Oh, that's
yeah, like
rough,
bro, you
dude.
talk about snatching your heart out of your chest while reading something. I was like, oh,
Ugh.
and it's like my family's gone, but I'm still gonna write them letters because it makes me feel good.
It makes me feel
But
good.
like, you see, like Cole was like this massive mountain of muscle,
Yeah.
macho bravado, and it's like, oh, like wow, like you guys actually have some depth,
He
and that's
hides
what
that
I
trauma really well.
very well. But like we said, this is a game of like, sure, we're looking at on
What?
this planet, and like, yeah, those soldiers are going through stuff and like dealing with things, and
Yeah.
they really depict that in the books more so than the games. And I understood because in the game side, you like crowd in macho, like, yeah, my gun has a chain.
Near my gun,
That
change up.
yeah, that kind of thing. And then like you read the books and you're like, these characters like have emotion, like depth
Yeah.
to them. Like the thing with Marcus and his dad and finding out later on. I what the and I remember what was it, Gears of War 3 with the intro stuff when you're at the mansion of him trying to save Adam Phoenix, and then
Oh
like the
yeah,
house
yeah.
collapses and like Dad, no, and we all thought like Dad's gone, like
Yeah.
and then like you find out oh like you were on this like magical island somewhere the whole time. Prescott, what the fuck, Dad? Like kind of moment.
Dude,
And in the
insane.
books, you learn like Adam Phoenix actually had spoken to Queen Mira before that. And Mira told Adam to evacuate. She basically told him, E-Day is coming, get the fuck out of town, or we're gonna, wreck your ship. And Adam was like, wait, let me talk to the coalition. Maybe we can have an agreement. And Mira was like, nope, we're attacking today. And that's why Adam was like so reluctant to like leave with Marcus in that like, opening thing. Because he was still trying
Mm,
to go meet with Mira. And he's like, hey, guys, stop shooting at everybody. He was trying to be like the middleman during
the
this.
peacekeeper, yeah.
Yeah, and you don't
Damn.
realize that playing the game, and then
Yeah, they
fast
don't
forward
dive
like
into that.
yeah, then fast forward to the him being on the island. That's where he was doing the landment thing, and like he was trying to cure the
Yeah, he was
and
trying
what
to
he
help.
was doing.
I gathered that from some of the lore and the cutscenes that he had
Mm-hmm.
had a some sort of relationship with Mira, that he had spoken with her, and yeah,
There
that
was
he was trying to help the locust rather than to exterminate them, really.
there was like a fan theory that like Mira was like the mom.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of
It was
connection
a
there.
good one. We're
Yeah,
like,
because I think the thing with Kate gets pretty wild. Like it feels like there's a
yeah,
connection there with her, and like Mira's like her grandmother or something.
yeah. Mira's the grandma to Kate, and we're like, who's dad?
Yeah, well,
Like what?
who fucked Mira?
Yeah, like who got Mira?
Oh my god, dude. I gotta figure
It's
out this
just
family tree because she don't look like the rest of the locusts.
and that's honestly what happened with Gears of War 5 for me and why it was like I did not enjoy 5. It
Yeah,
felt like we were doing something completely different here, with still like the same Gears logo and name.
yeah.
And it became like this kind of like figure out the family tree thing. Like who's it's like a Maury episode. That's what Gears of
It
War 5
really
was like.
did, and I loved sort of the open world aspect. I thought it was kind of neat to
That
go
was cool.
explore,
Yeah.
and you had those really cool moments, and there's definitely some set piece moments, but I think the game really strayed from sort of the dark, gritty, like
Yeah,
horror kind of roots,
absolutely.
especially that the first game had. I mean
Yeah.
that
Even like
game
at the color
still,
tone of the game,
I
like
think
it
that's the
yeah.
best game in the series is number 1, like
Oh
start to
yeah, when
finish.
they did the remaster, the remake, and came out, I was so excited. It looks so good. Like I
Yeah.
loved that darkness of it. Like when it comes
Mhm.
on, you can see the grit in it. Even like that first scene when you just see Marcus in prison and like wretched.
That's the emotion, yeah.
It starts out like desolate and like decimated. Like you start your game in an abandoned prison that's blown up. Like, oh shit, like it's already bad
Yeah.
here.
This is not
And
good.
like
And it gets
this guy
worse
is
when
in
you go
prison. How
outside, you know? It's like
what do you mean he's locked up? We need all the help we can get.
yeah, absolutely.
And that was, and I'll wrap up my little Gears of War Easter eggs, lore
Damn.
nerd stuff.
No, that's cool.
Um, that was so yeah. That's why I try to like remember those like, from the books and like connect them to the games to kind of like get other people into the books. But like, well,
Yeah.
here's how this like connects to this. So it starts. The game starts. Marcus is in prison. Dom's. You have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, you really
So
don't. Yeah.
apparently, what happened was Marcus disobeyed Hoffman's order. That's why when he gets to Hoffman, they have like that kind of
Yeah,
bad
I believe that.
interaction. He's like, ugh. So Marcus, oh, got it. Here it is, connecting the neurons. Marcus was going to save Adam. That scene in 3, He
Yeah.
stole one of the choppers to go save his dad.
Oh yeah, that's a
Hoffman
crime.
had
Yeah.
right. Hoffman had
Dishonorable
given him.
discharge right there.
Yep, and that's where it came from. It's
Oh
like
shit.
he abandoned his post. Poor
Yeah.
dad.
Yeah, you can't do
Which is like
that.
another emotional thing. Like he knows I can save my father. You
Yeah.
have a mission to your country, son. Like that's over here,
That
and it
hurts.
provided that conflict, and you can kind of see why, like Mark, like fuck you, Hoffman, and I was like, fuck you, Mark. Like,
Yeah.
and so there was the Hammer of Dawn, like the targeting thing. They had to go get it from somewhere. I'm
Mhm.
super summarizing, and the locusts were on their way to whatever the information Hammer of Dawn. And by Marcus commandeering that Raven, like a whole battalion got killed trying to get that Hammer of Dawn information. So like a whole bunch of soldiers died because of the decision, and that's why they had him court-martialed. And Prescott like through the whole proceedings and everything, where they actually,
Yeah.
I think it was in Gears of War Judgment. I think
Yeah, judgment.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's where that came in, and they were all like, everyone's like, "This is stupid. Why are we
This is
doing this?" Like
bullshit.
the whole right, it's bullshit. Like the whole planet's on fire. We're at war.
Yeah, we don't have time for this.
And Prescott, being Prescott, was like, "Nope, the military has,"
Yeah.
and it was such a dick thing.
Yeah, he is a
And they were
total
like,
dick.
"Marcus has been sentenced. You're going to serve blah 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 years in the slab." And Marcus prison. What the? So
He's your
that's where
best
that's what.
soldier and you put him in prison.
Yeah, and apparently, like Hoffman was upset about it because he knew, like he understood,
Yeah, I think he would
like,
understand, yeah.
this sucks. This is a bad situation, but I got to do what I got to do.
Yeah.
And that's when Marcus gets put in the slab, and that's where Gears of One opens up. And you don't know at that time, but like, yeah, he's court-martialed because he got people killed for stealing that helicopter to go. And it's like, damn, like the emotions start in the game.
Yeah. That
And
chain of events.
Dom runs off to save him against orders as well. But like that's where like the Blood Brothers, like, because Marcus was ready to die to show up. It's like he's
Mhm.
disobeyed orders too. Like, and then you get back on the chopper, see Hawk. Hell are you doing here, Marcus? And then he's your best soldier you got on.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I
that's
mean, he
like
just
the
tells him
Gears.
straight up, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Gears origin thing, and it's like there's so much more to like this macho bravado game. It's a
Yeah.
much bigger world, much bigger.
We need a
And I
director's
really
cut, I
hope,
guess.
like you said about the five thing with the open world, they kind of like play with that, the open world thing. That was really,
Yeah.
some games will take like something flopped and then like they take a concept into the next one.
Yeah.
With the E-Day thing, I wouldn't mind like make it like the old style Gears, but you still get to like traverse the world to like see all the devastation and things like.
Yeah. Especially if they throw us in the city with the krill
Yeah,
and the vehicles with the lights on them and
yeah, I would love that. That's what I want from that. You guys had something with the open. I don't know what that story was about, but
yeah, the
like this
story
part
was
was
all
cool.
over the place. Yeah.
So if you could like drive to your mission, like go rescue the people stuck in here, like go help Bravo such and such part of the thing, and you
Yeah.
pick up pieces of board,
And
see
cog
other like
tags.
soldiers and things. Yeah, that would I would pay top dollar for that
Yeah, and see the
so much.
ashes of all the people that got taken by the
Yeah,
hammer, just all
that
those
would be so
people that you have
nice.
to walk through.
And that was, oh my god, was
Yeah,
that
that'll
not
break
like a
your heart,
gut
dude.
wrenching? That's a gut wrenching scene. And people, and you're like realize like, oh, these are like, people that didn't get. And then like you bump into one and they vanish.
Yeah,
Oh,
I feel really bad
oh
about
no.
that.
But
They
then like
didn't
a
get the
firefight
memo.
breaks out, and you're like, I can't not shoot. And stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Johnson.
Sorry.
That kind of thing. That's what I would love to see more of in that game. Like get back to like the emotion.
Yeah, they kind of lost that in the sequels.
I feel like we were chasing something in the sequel. Like
Mm-hmm.
it felt like I wanted to get like find the answer. Like yeah, about Kate's thing. Like what's going on here? But it's like it felt like they buried so much, and
Yeah.
you still didn't really like figure it out. It's just like the ending with the her necklace turns around and it's like the locust.
Yeah, and it feels like they want to set it up for like a Gears 6, but then 5
Yep.
didn't do so well, so now it's like I guess they're just going to leave that open. I don't know.
Yeah, that's my heartbreaking thing with Gears fan that I come on guys, like we could have been so good. So I'm hoping they like kind of rectify some stuff and like make us feel better than the E-Day thing. But like you said, for like closing out the story, like now it's like we have no idea.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think they got to go back to basics and figure out what made the original so great, and that's what they can do with this game,
They have an opportunity for sure.
Hmm. Cool. One of my favorites. I love that game. Or I love a lot of the games. I really spent a lot of time on Horde mode back in the day.
That was a treasure.
I don't think I've
They
played enough of it, and especially in 4 and
for real
5
though, like
like
have you ever played a
yeah, it feels like, I could definitely budget more time into that if I wasn't playing a bunch of other games, but like I could just sit on that and unlock characters and level up things and whatever.
It was so fun. It was a fun time. I remember when Gears 2 introduced horde mode. Like that was like after we finished the campaign, we
Yep.
didn't even really do like the PvP
No. I went
all
straight
night.
for
Like
Horde.
we're pulling all nighters.
Yeah,
That
because you
was the
have
mission.
to get to wave 50. So
Yep.
we're like,
They get harder and harder every 10
oh gosh,
kind of
yeah.
buff. I
And the
hated the
bosses.
sires. The sires coming around
Oh,
like
the
zombie
side.
dudes.
Yep.
Well, we got a batch of them coming in, but it was so fun, like setting up shop and like helping defend the base.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I
that's
like
kind of
all the
what I
base
think.
defense stuff. Yeah, that's really cool.
That's what appealed to me about a Helldiver. I don't know why I haven't gotten into it yet.
Oh,
I'm
you
like,
gotta check it out. Yeah.
this is definitely your speed. And then, like you said, the Space Marines 2 thing.
That's your
Why
speed
did I,
too.
why did I buy Wukong?
Yeah, yeah, I ended up talking you
Want
into
Sekiro?
Wukong. Yeah, it's
I want
crazy.
Sekiro and Wukong, but Helldivers and Space Marines are like definitely your games.
Yeah, those seem
Then
like
you
an
don't.
easy layup for you, man. Like that's right up your alley. Like, if you love Gears, Space Marine is natural. That's
Correct. Pretty much the next step. Like
mm-hmm.
you start
And
thinking it's the
Helldivers is
gateway.
just a copy of Space Marines and
Yeah,
Starship Troopers and a bunch of other things
I
all put
love that
together.
movie. Like I love Sergeant Rico. I
Yeah.
loved it.
And it's
I,
it's perfect timing because I mean Helldivers is back. Like it's had some
I'd
really good
seen that.
updates. Yeah.
I saw it like kind of die down for a little bit. Like, obviously, hype stuff and like the first
Yeah.
time players. But then I did see like a revitalization. Oh, everybody's playing Helldivers again.
Especially at
So
the
now
Game
that's like
Awards,
kind of
yeah.
it's like been tugging at me to like, hey, like now's your opportunity. Like people are getting back in.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah,
definitely
I'm
a
hyped.
community game. Like it's really fun to play with friends and to fight together to achieve, the goals of protecting the galaxy or whatever.
I think that's the thing I like more so in my gaming. And I talk about all the time. I struggle with like identifying as a game
Uh-huh.
now because I feel so bad at games. Like,
No,
but like still do play. My friends, I'm like, oh, you're a gamer because you play
because
games,
you play. That's it.
right? And
It's
like
all the
that's the
requirements,
access
dude.
code, right?
Yeah, it's
I'm
not.
like, but like these guys are so good. At, like all these games can.
Ah,
So I
it
had been
doesn't matter.
struggling with that, right? And I found out like that part doesn't matter. Like I played Super Lucky's Tale.
Yeah.
It's like a kid's game. I
No, it's
loved
a
it. I had
dope
a great
game. Yeah.
time with Lucky
Yeah.
Tale. It's like there's more of this. Like I miss the old school, like cartoony,
Yeah, the platformers,
anthropomorphic.
man. The
Yeah,
mascot games that every
with
console
mascot.
had. Yeah.
The good old Crash Bandicoot Sonic days. Like
Spyro,
those
Sly
times.
Cooper.
Yeah, like what happened to animals in games? Why are animals main characters?
The animals are woke. We had to get rid of them.
Fucking beat up. Get out of here. Animal rights activists won't let me play as a raccoon and steal shit.
Yep.
The Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Yeah, Conkers. That was a big one. That was
I love
huge when it
Banjo.
came out. Yeah.
Banjo Kazooie was great. I
Banjo.
100%ed that. There was another one.
What am I thinking of?
On the 64. Oh, that was Glover. You played as a glove.
Yeah.
But like, I love those silly games like that, and they're still out there. That's why I was honestly like, I get canceled for it. I enjoyed Astrobot.
Yeah. No, Astrobot, I understand that it's a good game. I was just like,
Yeah.
Wukong to me is on another level. But Astrobot is delivering something that, like we've just made the point here, we haven't seen games like that in like 10, 20 years or more,
And I
in
think
some
that's what
cases.
it was at that award show. Why people were like Wukong
Nostalgia.
was this Astro game. But like you said, we've kind of been in that like gorgeous. It's almost like that whole thing with like painting the Mona Lisa over here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, everyone loves this. Well, it's like, yeah, we've seen like all the Picasso, the Michelangelo doing it. Kind of get that brain off the silly, family friendly mascot platformery thing. That was like a little more accessible because I could play Astrobot way better.
Yeah.
Even though I appreciate Wukong, I didn't get to so far
Yeah, so
when
you
it
don't know
came to
what the
like
hype is about until
right.
you've played it, you know?
Like I gotta, like get better at it first, but like Astrobot, I can just pick up. I know how to jump, spin, attack. Like, oh,
Pick
that's no
up and
problem. I can do
play,
that
yeah.
easy. And I think, like we said about accessibility, that is a factor to
Yeah, and I
gaming.
think
Like,
that game has a lot of options, right? Like a lot of
yeah, that's what kind of put it
most
ahead.
PlayStation games kind of do at this point. I think they've realized that that's key to the formula of like you want to sell more copies, make it to where everyone
Yeah,
can play your damn
everyone
game,
can
you know?
buy it.
Whether they're blind or they're deaf or they're
Yeah,
maybe they're just a kid or they're not good at video games, maybe they're
someone
just
wants to try it. They might not be a gamer.
yeah.
Want to get into it. You start on Elden Ring. Good time. But yeah, I think that's very important. Is that's
Yeah.
why I said something about like at least like if you're gonna do that, put a difficulty slider
Yeah,
in
at
there.
least
Don't
give
try
us
to
something,
kill me.
yeah.
Like give me like kid mode. Like my son's about to play. I want him to play
Mhm.
too. The game. But
Yeah.
like I don't want him to become a rager when he
No, no, you don't need broken TVs and controllers.
they're getting expensive. I don't know if you guys know.
Yeah, dude,
Controllers
they
are not
cost
cheap.
as much as the games or more.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Yeah, more sometimes.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know about like this couch co-op thing anymore. Bring your own controller, maybe. But yeah,
Bro.
I was an advocate for Astro. I love seeing that again. Like, yes, like let's do more of this. And I feel
We
like,
do need more of that. I think that's the big message of I think of 2024 it was filled with games like that. Like the
yeah,
reasons a lot of those games got nominated for game of the year, like Space Marine, Wukong, Astrobot, these are like linear games. Like
yeah,
they're not open world 80-hour masterpieces with battle passes and all these other things. They're just games that are really
yeah,
fun and they're well written. They have a good story. They have, nostalgia. They
yeah.
hit all the right spots. Whereas, some of these other games like the Avatar game, Star Wars
Mm-hmm.
Outlaws, like some of these massive open world games just were not clicking with people.
Yeah. And
And we
that's
can tell what's filth, and what's filler and what's a
yeah,
cash grab,
yeah, absolutely. I
and
think
none of
that
those
comes with
cash
that
grabs were on
experience.
the game of the year list.
It made a statement for sure. I remember watching it and
Mhm.
like, there's a shift coming. Like, this is it, guys. To where, yeah, you are seeing like that change coming from that. And again, I will keep saying accessibility.
Yeah.
I remember the guy's speech that he gave, like when they won the thing, and he was talking about like, to be able to like have more people play the thing and wanting people. gaming, blah blah blah. And I was like, right there on. And then I remember like opening Twitter and like the amount of venom shot out of my screen.
Yeah, I think
Just
people.
more showing the
I
green
was
picture.
mad, but yeah, I wasn't like that mad. Like I wasn't like go rant on Twitter and call everybody
Oh,
a fucking loser for playing a
yeah,
kids game. You know, it's like, come
it
on, man.
was. Yeah,
Like you can recognize a game is good and just be like, no, but I like this one better. Like
yeah.
it's not
That's
the end of
my
the
thing.
world.
I think people like don't let me have that moment sometimes, where it's like
No,
I
that's
I
crazy. I gotta let you have your moment, man. Come on. I wouldn't want somebody dogging on me while I'm enjoying a game. You know, that's not fun.
right, like
And I want to play
if
Astro. It's not even.
right, like you want to cross that picket line, you're like
Not even a
I'm
hate.
cool with those.
It's like I'm gonna
But
get
like
to it eventually. I haven't.
it's like you said about picking a side, and one of your friends sees you playing. I can't believe I'm the guy you
Can't
support.
believe you're playing that shit.
Yeah, like why can I not?
No,
Am I offending you?
you're wrong.
Oh, yeah, right. Like whatever you're doing, you're wrong, and
You're-
that's why I was like, this is where I think that gaming culture has. We didn't used to like argue and fight about these kinds of
No,
things.
dude.
You
It
just
was
played whatever you played and went on
yeah.
about your day.
We talked
I
about how
remember,
good games were. We were just like, have
yeah,
you played this? This is awesome. Let's play this later. Like, there was camaraderie and excitement about everything. It wasn't just like a hate fest of like, oh, did you play Star Wars Outlaws? That sucks. Yeah, it's woke. It's got a woman in it.
okay,
You know?
right.
Are you
And you
going to play
play
Assassin's
girls with
Creed
girls.
Japan? No, it's got a black dude in it. I can't do that. Like,
Black dudes are in space. Like what?
what?
What are you talking about,
What?
sir? Yeah, we didn't use the only thing I remember like ever like beefing with someone about was like the early days of the console,
Uh
where
huh.
like
Yeah, the console
Xbox or
wars.
PlayStation and like kind
Yeah.
of thing. And that wasn't even
The beef.
serious then. It was
Yeah. It's not like it is
and
now with the hate and
no, like
the like
people like
falling out of like friendships and stuff. Oh,
yeah,
that never happened over the console war. It was like, no, you were the Nintendo guy, you're the Xbox
hmm
guy, you're
yeah.
the Sony guy. Like, okay, it's fine.
And
We
like
each
your
got our
group of friends,
games.
you each had like your own house, like your house banner. I was house my brother's house PlayStation.
Mhm.
But we were all like on the battlefield together. But like you kind of had like, your Hogwarts housing thing. And you
Yeah.
just made, japes and jokes at each other about it, but it wasn't, oh, you play PlayStation gross. Like we still play like the same game, like
Yeah, and plus
multiple
whenever you wanted
platforms.
to play a PlayStation game, you would
Yeah,
go over and play.
to your PlayStation friend.
Yeah.
That was the
It's a
thing.
win-win.
Like
It's not a
Mark has a PlayStation. We
Come
go to
on.
his house and like play God of War, and then we like, my house play Mark.
Yeah.
But that was the thing that we did back then, and it built a. And
Built up
now we have
friendships,
more
yeah.
access than ever, and more than ever now.
Yeah, I guess I
Ooh,
guess with all that access and all that connectivity, I mean, we're just like super divided.
yeah, how did that happen? Like, let's connect everything and somehow divide it at the same
Uh, I don't know what did it. I don't know.
time.
There's a weird
It's a
amount of hate
mystery.
going around, but like it's not that pulled us all apart.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm
I
still trying to figure that out. Like, I'm gonna.
I'm not sure.
But yeah, like there was this weird shift, like the early days of like E3. I remember like the
Yeah.
Sega Dreamcast era and
Oh,
like
yeah.
PlayStation 2, and like wanting so bad to go to an E,
I
seeing all
did.
like the booth stuff, and then it became something different. Now they don't even do.
Yeah, and then they
And
gave up on it. Yeah, it
yeah,
kind of twisted. It became like an exclusive club for the
yeah,
press and
it almost felt like an Apple thing, like the Steve Jobs thing, like when they revealed like tech
yeah.
show. It's like I'm here for games. There was a lot of cosplaying and a lot of tech, like big name people I don't know. Like
Mhm.
who's that guy? Like just show me the game trailer. Get that executive producer out of the way.
Yeah. What's all this talking about? Let's see
Right.
gameplay.
Why is everyone talking? Ew. Yeah, that's the era I saw as a kid, like gaming, and I was like, oh man, I can't wait to be able to go to these and snatch the rug from under us. And
Yeah,
like,
I always
what
wanted to go.
what
That was a
happened?
dream of mine. So I don't know. Maybe I'll go to Summer Game Fest one day or something else. I don't know.
Like I thought about the Twitch con, and I was like, someone asked me if I was gonna go.
Oh yeah,
Knew I was a streamer like IRL, and I was like, do you even know me? You think?
yeah. You
Am
want
I
you
panic
want to be
stricken?
around all these people that don't shower and have no sense of space. They're probably going to be like live streaming all around you. Yeah. Do
All
you
the
want to do
time.
that?
You thought I would like pay money to like
Yeah.
go be stressed? Now, how little you
Go
know me.
sit in some seminars about how to be a better creator too. You know.
What? Like cool idea, but I was like, this isn't for me.
Get
It's
kicked
not a
out of the
me thing.
partner lounge because you're not you're not cool
Right?
enough.
And like say it became this weird like exclusivity club, like it's this
Yeah, I don't
debonair
like that.
thing. That's not the gaming I started with. That's not like gaming culture for me. I love being like the out. That was the whole point. You know,
Yeah.
video games today? Yep, and I love
I would like to
them.
go
Like,
to a con. I really would like to go to some sort of con and like meet, people that I know
yeah,
online and
right.
just meet followers and stuff, whatever. Like I think that would be really cool. And I really want to go to a con to just like see people in cosplay and like but yeah,
I love
I
the
I
cons.
don't like the crowds much either and I don't like the BO and the I hear about
Yeah,
like
the
the
BO
Comic
is real.
Con like sickness that you get, like just because there's
What's the
like a
Comic
plague
Con
at like
sickness?
every
Elaborate.
con, and everybody gets it, and they get sick, and they
Really?
spread it, and it's just like I don't
I mean,
want to
it
do
makes
that.
sense, but I just hadn't heard of it. But as soon as you said it, I was like, okay, no, that
Yeah, the con flu or whatever, whatever the hell they
makes
call it.
That's a
Like it's
good
its
one. The
own
con flu.
special blend of illness, and I'm just like, no, I'm fine being well right now, and just
You know what? I
sit at
appreciate
home
that.
and talk with everyone from here. But yeah, I'd like to do like more collaborations and IRL stuff, and I wish there were, sort of. I don't know what you would call it. I know a lot of people pitch these ideas of having like a content creator cafe where everybody can go and just
Mm-hmm.
do collabs IRL and record things and have little studios and little booths and things to
Yeah,
create your content. And I was like, yeah, kind of a nice idea in theory. How do you maintain it?
right.
How do you make
That's
it
the problem
fair?
there. Is like maintaining, and you have to always think of like the lowest common denominator.
Yeah,
Who's the
exactly.
worst customer? Like,
Who's gonna ruin this for
right.
everyone?
Who is going to do it? Because somebody's going to try.
But I do get envious of all these other people with like podcasts where everyone's in the room together. Like I do get a
Yeah,
little.
it's nice to see that, like I said, camaraderie
Mm-hmm.
in a physical manner as well. See like how people like, and at the I actually went to a convention my senior year of high school. It was my senior trip, road trip with some friends. We went to Acon
Oh,
2000.
nice.
I think it was 2006, 2007.
Ooh.
And me and two other friends, like two of my guys, we just hopped in the cars like we're gonna go. And this is like before, all that streaming podcast. That wasn't even a thing. Like, what do you mean? What the fuck is a podcast?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
like a live stream? What? And it was such a cool and great experience for me there. And like seeing like the other groups of friends that would like come together, like there was like uh I don't even know if they all came together, but there was somebody each anime captains. It was like 8 people and they all dressed to think of these guys like all
Wait, hang on, you cut out. You said they all dressed as what?
captains from Bleach, the anime.
Bleach. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So they were all dressed up in like their captain squad. And I like thinking of the idea of them all riding there together. dressed up for this thing. But it was so cool to see people like being able to like out without necessarily like cameras or like the live stream being the focus.
Mm-hmm.
And I went somewhere in South Carolina. They weren't having a big convention, but it was like a small one. And I like peeked in to like, oh, cool, let me check it out because I saw like a bunch of costume people like going somewhere. Followed them in there, and like the first thing I saw were like selfie sticks, tripods, and things like
Oh
what?
my God.
What is happening?
Selfie
It's still
sticks.
cool, but it's like seeing like how much it changed to where like me and you can both come to this convention, like both dressed as these characters, but
Mm-hmm.
you're like appealing to your crowd on your phone over. I'm
Yeah.
doing my stream over here, as opposed to like making that connection with.
You're not connecting. You're not networking.
Right.
It's just you're
They're
just
like,
being a
oh my
fucking
god.
tool, dude.
He said it. I wanted to say it. I didn't know it was okay to call it
Yeah, that's a little
true.
rough to say it say it like
It's
that. Yeah.
true. Oh my god.
Yeah. You're just like, no,
And I
you're
was
just
like,
being a fucking annoyance right now.
yeah. And it was like you guys could like all be like mingling and like having these moments and things and like getting to
Mm.
know people. Like, oh, cool, you like Piccolo too. And every now and then you'll see like TikTok or something where like a bunch of Spider Men all gathered together.
Mm-hmm.
But like I love seeing like those like lesser known like niche anime characters like game thing. Someone dressed. Oh, that's a deep cut over there. Like
Yeah.
that was so cool for me to see when I went to the Acon 17 and going to that other one. What it was, it was like such a. I don't even want to say it was like a bad thing, but like you could feel the atmosphere was very different. It didn't feel like a bunch of like nerdy kids out on the living their fantasy. It almost felt like they were here for work, and it's like bonus round. There's a bunch of live, which cool on one end, but it's like for yourself. Like just have fun walking around seeing things.
Mm-hmm.
And at Acon, the people that did Rooster Teeth did Red versus Blue. They did it.
Oh yeah, I love them.
Was amazing. I have two autographed copies. Red versus Blue. Caboose and Tucker signed them. Still have them. Like they're.
Oh,
I know. I
that's
love
good.
it, but that's a collectible.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I ever like.
Wait, you cut out. What'd you say the first time?
I'd ever been to like live panel of characters like asking questions, answering questions, a Q&A.
Oh, of Red versus Blue. Yeah, that would
Yeah,
be really cool.
it was fun, and that was
I had
like
no
in that
idea
early
they did
days
that. Yeah.
of like the machinima thing, like before
Mm-hmm.
they really blew up when they were doing it on the Halo One, and so it was really cool, like having that. There was a funny moment where the lady that does the voice of Tex's character, she
Mm-hmm.
had said she just got a new tattoo while, and like some of the guys like, can we see? And she stands up in a chair and pulls her pants down.
Whoa.
And it was like the amount of like phones you saw fly out to try to get this picture. But she like pulled them up real quick. She's like, there it is. That's where I got it. It's like it was a great moment to have.
Oh my
And like
God.
in that situation, but like if we were live streaming, she would not have.
No,
Like
she
it'd
wouldn't
be
have done
everywhere.
that. She would have been
Ruins her
canceled.
career. Right.
Yeah, it's
Like,
over.
but when we didn't have like the constant running live stream thing, like we were a little like we could have fun like that. But now, like you can't make any mistakes because someone might be filming the
Everything's got to
energy
be
I felt.
super PR friendly. Yeah.
Right, and that's what I felt in that convention coming in there. I was like, this is weird. I came here to like loosen up a bit, and
Mm-hmm.
that's what I miss about like the older days when everybody wasn't recording everything worried about, like we said, cameras, angles, that lighting's got to be right. Like, no, you're like, well, you can't set a tripod up in the middle by your shot.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. Those people have no shame, and I have shame. So I can't do the whole like walk around Target with the tripod and this is
Yeah.
me. This is what I get when I go to Target. You know, like come on, like I can't do that
Yeah.
bullshit.
I can't do it. Like I'm impressed by people that can. I'm like,
Yeah.
what is your daily life? Like, you just
Right?
don't care
No
about
shame.
anything?
You just have your phone on speakerphone while you're just walking around Walmart? That's crazy. That's
That guy
bold.
at the gym. Oh my God. There was a guy doing a live stream on Instagram, like at the
Oh
gym.
no.
And I thought he was on speakerphone. And
Oh
then like he
no.
started explaining something. I was like, what are you doing a live stream right now?
You're the live stream.
Like in the middle of the floor, like tripod and all. I'm like,
Mm-mm.
people actually do that. Okay. Because like I see the videos and stuff all the time. But
Yeah,
it's
you
one of
just
those
don't
things where
see
like,
it in person.
yeah, like in person, like when I saw the chick on the ad machine with the like selfie stick out, I'm like,
Oh
oh,
no.
they really do this.
It's a
Okay. She
trap.
did like
Don't
five
look at her.
punches. Right. I was like,
She's like
oh, I can't
Medusa.
look
She'll
like that.
get you.
But like in the brightest pink, tightest, smallest outfit
Oh
possible in
no.
front of the mirror with the best
Oh
lighting. And it's
no.
like,
Oh
just
no.
by default, you're gonna glance. But as soon as you it's
Yeah.
like, this creep at the gym,
Don't look too long.
right? Right. But it's like you're literally in front of the water fountain. Like
Yeah.
people have to come this way. Like, get away from me. Like, get out of the way of everyone else. And that's what that convention felt like. It's just
Oh
everybody was in
god.
the way,
Yeah.
as opposed to like back then, like we're all like this group's on their way to like the costume con. They're headed over here to like the merchandise. See this panel, they're doing this. And now it's like everybody just pile in the lobby and record everything we can.
Ugh.
Like, I'm
Yeah,
good on
I
that.
don't like the crowds. I don't like waiting in line or having people blocking you from getting where you want to go, and that's pretty
Mm-hmm.
much what cons are all about.
I'm
It's
seeing now, and that's
waiting
why I
in
like the
line to
idea of
get
like a smaller,
autographs. Yeah.
yeah, like a smaller thing with like personal friends, like your community kind of. That's cool. I
That
would
would be
love
neat, yeah.
something like that, like a meet and
Yeah, a
amazing.
little meet and
But
greet,
like
yeah.
giant like stadiums, nah.
No, you don't want to do like a panel?
Not me. Like, and
No, you
again,
don't
like
want to
if
host a
you,
panel with like 5 other streamers? We get you,
no.
me, Jay, G.
Like sounds good on paper. I'm gonna freeze as soon as those people.
As soon as they ask you a question.
Yeah, like did he just stroke out over there? Like, why is Tiger drooling? Like, he's having a breakdown right now. You just get a cardboard cutout of me like on the
Yep,
panel, like that
just there.
picture. But like I'm in the back. I have the microphone like behind it. I can do
Yep,
it that.
backstage with the microphone. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it that way. And like somebody like puppeteer, like sock puppet talks for me. That I can do, sure. Like an actual panel, I don't. Oh God, I don't think I could do it.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here trying to think about it now, like visualize it, like make it, hit it, made Hollywood. Like now's your opportunity. We got you guest panel, and I'm like, can I get out of it?
We're gonna pay you. No, can I get out of
Right,
it?
right. Like, can I take half the money? Like, what if I do like 30 minutes?
Oh my god.
I do not like public speaking. I'm not good at it.
Yeah. Well, I
Believe it or
mean
not,
that's
yeah.
funny because I mean it's literally what you're doing though.
Yeah. Believe it or not, like I actually do not like public speaking. It's like my
But
least favorite thing to do.
yeah,
But then,
it's
like in this environment, like you said,
this is
but
safe.
having yes, having someone to talk to, like one on toss the ball back and forth. I
Mm-hmm.
can 1v1 me, bro. I
One v
can do
one me.
that all day. But like as soon as like my count is three, if there's more than three people, I lock up. I can
Mm.
handle three. Like now, trying to like talk to four or more people, because like now my brain's trying to keep all four of these people like engaged, story and
Oh no.
entertained, and like I'm wondering like if I see someone look off, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's for real.
And that's where that like numbers and metrics thing comes into play as well. Like I said about seeing like viewer count stuff. That's why I disabled my viewer
No,
count.
it's
I'm like,
not helpful to look at that. Yeah, like while
yeah.
you're streaming.
Like, oh God, there's 6 people listening to me talk right now. I'm like, I just accidentally jumbled up those words a minute ago.
Yeah, you don't need to be like nervous when you have a lot of people, and then you don't need to be like, all down and demotivated when
Mm-hmm.
you have nobody, and then somebody rolls in, and then you're just, you know,
Either their
all depressed.
Eeyore energy, like,
Yeah,
coming.
exactly. Like, who wants to hang around while you're like,
Yeah, like no one's gonna stay for that. Like,
Overwatch is rough.
oh bother.
Yeah, oh bother. his his catchphrase, yeah.
It's a healthy balance to it. It's absolutely it's a thing, like you say, it's a skill being able to, interview, talk,
Hmm.
dialogues. It's a skill, and I commend anybody that can. It's a skill that's starting to disappear, as we talked about.
I
It's a
believe
skill
it.
nonetheless.
Yeah, for real.
It's gone. Control Alt Delete. Yeah, so I I I'm excited and worried at the same time.
Hmm.
Future of all this gaming and movies, television, all the art. I feel like we have a really good opportunity, but
Yes.
in time, depending on, and the whole Astrobot thing like we talked about, like, is kind of a pivotal, or like it does hurt, like I said, on the Wukong. It's
Sure.
still this great thing, and this is a great thing as well. They
Yeah,
can
there's
coexist.
exactly.
And I think we have to like get rid of that, divide line. I'm saying like A
Hmm.
or B. Like just let people have their thing. Like
Yeah.
you don't have to go. Like imagine, I call it like the best analogy I can give. Going over and knocking on your neighbor, and they open the door, and you point. I don't like. Well, why the hell are you in my house? Like you would go to your neighbor's house and tell them like that show you're watching,
That
and then
sucks.
just go back
You
home.
suck.
Right? Like you know how crazy.
Saw you watching American
Yeah.
Idol through the window. You're dumb. What?
Right,
What?
but like they're the dumb one. Sure, if you say so.
Like, holy crap, man! Get a hobby.
Like, well, you go watch what you like, and you won't accept them.
Yeah, focus on what you enjoy, and I think that's one of the major goals in the new year is just to. It's so difficult to try to be everything you want to do. Everything there's always a next project and something more that you should be working on. I think just
Mm.
finding a perfect balance too, because I really let a lot of things kind of slip. I was just like, because I was working out really regularly and I was seeing a lot of gains, and then I saw gains in the channel, and I was like, okay, well now I'm just gonna like live stream and not work out, and
Yeah.
it just all fell apart very quickly, and I was like, and I think it was sometime in the middle of this year when I had like the burnout, and I was like, oh, this sucks. And
That burnout is real.
I don't usually get it, or maybe it's
Yeah.
like a built up like 10 years of burnout, but
The 10-year burnout.
yeah, just all at once, ugh, you suck.
Yeah.
No one cares about
Yeah.
what you do.
It's 100% accurate, and yeah, no, it's happened to me a couple times. I've been in that boat several times. And I feel like any creative, especially
Yeah,
content creation, like
you
we
go through
all
it.
hit that wall at some point. Yeah,
Hmm.
you go through it. The big thing, like I said, is what happens after you bounce back.
Yeah,
I've
and
crashed out multiple times.
I think I came back really strong, yeah.
I've deleted 2 Discord servers. I'm
Oof.
a very self-destructive person when it comes to that.
Oof.
So
That's
for me,
wild.
yeah, it's bad.
That's a lot of work to, if I destroyed
Right, to
my
just
Discord server, oof.
yeah, to just throw, and I had like the bots and thing. I had like the music thing set up
Oh,
where
you
like
got everything set? No,
friggin'
that was days of work to set that shit up.
yeah.
You can't make me delete it. No.
And I had that wild moment. I don't know what it was, and I was like, no one gets
You're just like, no
nothing.
one
Well,
cares. I'm done.
yeah, that, and like looking back now, I can that little kid like, man,
Yeah.
nobody wants to play with my thing. And I like
That's
kicked
some
my own
tantrum
castle. Right, it was
energy.
a tantrum. I can call it what it was. As a
Yeah.
30,
As a grown man, just
right.
had a little 5-year-old moment there. Where I just,
And I think this is my second Twitter account, third Facebook account. Yeah,
Oh my
I
God.
wasn't one of those like, hey guys, I'm just gonna take a little break. I'm like, hey
You're
guys,
like,
I'm
I'm
deleting everything.
done.
Good
Yeah.
luck. And then like
Yikes.
a year later, I'm like,
You know what? I need
man.
this.
Right. I was like, oh, this was the thing that was helping me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And I had to go through that moment to realize it. And I
Oh,
think that
absolutely.
helps me like talk to other people about like that burnout and you crashing out. Like, take it from a professional crasher, kids. Like, don't burn your arm, don't crash. No,
No,
it's
no.
okay. Walk away, breathe a little bit.
Yeah,
If you're a
just
week
take
off
some
from it,
time
come back.
off. Yeah. Come back
Don't
when you're
just
ready.
delete your entire server.
No, that's crazy.
Because it hurt so much in like hindsight. It's like
Mm.
I lost some friends and stuff over that, and they even like I had like other accounts and stuff like in the producer community following me and stuff.
Oh
Nell Grant,
no.
she's a producer for Toby Ningway. She actually started following me. Great producer. I deleted that account and like now that like
That
connection is
connection's
gone.
gone. Yeah.
Right.
She's
And
not
I'm
gonna
like looking back
refollow
and
you
how
if you make a new account. Yeah.
right because it's a fresher account and it's like this account is this a bot? Like I already added this
Yeah, who is this
and I
guy?
didn't realize that in that moment. Yeah, I gotta get a rein on that. And that's when like the mental health thing came into effect, and I was like, I gotta figure out what that shit is,
Yeah,
and like
yeah.
stop burning down my own house. Like,
Yeah,
don't
that's
do
not
that.
helpful, man.
Like
Stop
it's not
burning
gonna
down
help
your own house.
anything. So yeah, I was that kid. Like I'll burn down the house with it. I was like, no, well, let's talk about it first. Like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I guess that seemed a little rash, right?
Need a Snickers.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I was that person with it. So like that's when I knew like no, there's something else going on there, buddy. Um, and I was like that self-destructive habit of mine kept popping out in those moments of frustration when like a video wouldn't do numbers or like something didn't like go my way. And
Yeah.
like I said, it was me having a tantrum. Oh, that's stupid. Don't do that. But like that took time to figure out. And like I had to keep doing the thing. Even like I said, I found out like my live streams are therapeutic for me. It's for a safe place for me to come, talk
There you go.
my issues or whatever you want to. And I can actually like have that. You either like it or you don't. Like I said, that
Mm-hmm.
kind of bucket mentality. This is what it's going to be. This is what we do here. This is our rules and guidelines. You can sign up or you can go on somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to do that thing of like luring people in and like keeping that retention. Like, no, please.
No, please don't leave.
Yeah,
I
that
need
thing.
you.
Ugh, ugh, God. That's
No, I'll
another.
change. I promise. I'll be whatever you want.
I'll be better for you.
So good. You start-
Do you love me now, Papa?
Oh
Like,
no.
I didn't want to be that guy either. I was like, that's gross. So yeah, I had to kind of find my own lane and through those struggles and things. And that's been like the whole theme here is like the experience and going through those things
Mm-hmm.
kind of helps you be that better person
Who you need
you
to
actually
be.
are. Right. And what you actually like and what you actually enjoy.
Yeah, and you built something that you enjoy being a part of, and it gets to be your creative outlet. And like you said, you're using it as a journal entry in a way.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So then like you can go back and listen to like an old VOD and like you might say something in it and you're like, what was there? Like, what did I say? And then you're like thinking about other things in your day, like feeling like a little moody that day.
Yeah, it's
That's what
super chill.
my the most chill vibey stream ever, and I'm like stressing.
Yeah, and you're the one stressing out. I don't get it, man. You gotta. Yeah.
That is my great battle, Aaron. Is my struggle. It's like I can
It's
see
like
this
you are
being here.
providing the chill, but you ain't getting the chill.
Yeah.
Whatever's going on there, you need to figure it out. Like, take some deep breaths or something. I don't know.
Absolutely, 100%.
Because
I'm
it's like
glad
you
we could
got
have this.
everything, man. You got your game, you got the calming music, whatever you
Yeah,
need. The vibes. You're just chilling,
how's this not
talking with
working?
everybody. Just you and some
Hanging
friends.
out.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, the heart rate through the fucking roof. I'm like, why is he sweating? Is everyone having a good time? I feel like a shitty host. It's like
Oh,
over the words
okay.
of, how's your meal? You know, when you sit down at
Yeah. Not the shitty host feeling. Yeah.
the,
No, I know
you
exactly what
enjoying
that's like.
everything? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
you gotta
Everything
let me like
tastes
eat
good?
first.
Yeah? Wait, where are you going? You just got up. Oh, you're going to the
Yeah.
bathroom. Okay, okay. All right. You're coming back
My,
though, right?
you're coming back there, right? Okay. I'll be here when you come. I felt like I was doing that, and it felt very empty, and I didn't like it.
No,
Can
you
you
don't
let
want
me
to be
down?
like that, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's frowned upon in this culture. Sure. Uh, so, like, even the mask thing I was talking about, like doing stuff like that, and
Yeah.
drink thing, and like doing all these things, like get you to like, do you like me now? I
Do
can
you
look
like
back at
me
it
now?
like, like you were doing something very different.
You're searching for that approval, man. That's for
Yeah.
real.
So I always that's why I always use that like term. I'll say, how's your relationship with your? That's like the
Yeah, that's a good
like
line.
when people are doing things like that. Like, look, how is your relationship with your parents? Did you not?
Yeah, what's going on there? What's wrong with you?
You're really craving
You
this
need some
because
help,
I've
bud?
seen.
You need someone to talk to, champ?
Oh, champ, hit him with the
Him with the
shoulder
champ,
nod. Like,
dude.
it's okay, champ. You can talk to me. And like I've seen people like we talked about when people got into streaming during the COVID boom,
Mm-hmm.
like wanting to start out, and
Oof.
like the biggest thing they would be concerned with was like the first thing they need to be a streamer, like already right there, like what you don't need a camera to
Yeah.
stream. Like you could get one, but it's not a requirement that's keeping you from doing it. But a lot of my friends, like fortunately, like my lot of lady friends, and I gotta have this best like get this kind of ring light. It's like, are you doing like makeup tutorials? That's cool, but if you're just playing like Mario, really cares. You don't have to stress over like those little.
Yeah.
It's about community building. But
Exactly.
if that's your whole premise is like you need to be seen for like whatever the thing is you're doing, like a makeup thing, or you just like to have your face seen. But I've seen people like struggle setting up a live stream. Not gonna
Mm-hmm.
name names. My friend knows who she is, but like spending 2 hours getting your camera right
Oh
before you even
no.
start. And I'm like,
Oh no.
how's your relationship with you?
Yeah, what's going on?
You like got the outfit on point, you did you make all this stuff, but you have
So
yet to
much
like
work, yeah.
start. And it's like you did a lot of work, and then you did like a 10-minute live stream, and because like the camera lighting was off, you're like, oh no, I can't do this. I'm like,
Ah, gotta get
how's your
offline,
relationship with
fix
you?
this.
Yeah, that kind of thing. And I'm like, that's that other side of the streaming thing. That's the more sinister side that
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say we don't talk about as much. It's kind of hard to talk. You gotta kind of go through it to like understand it. Because even I still do it. Like when I'm setting up my,
Yeah.
nope, this has to be here. Now let me check. Now this got to put the chat box over here. Now my alert. And
Yeah,
it's
it's
like,
all the setup stuff, yeah.
yeah. It's
Everything
like,
has to be in its proper place, and even if you don't have a physical checklist, I mean, you probably have like a mental one of like what you're going through. Like, oh, I gotta turn this on, set this up, log into this app.
right.
Whatever it
It's a
is,
process.
update this. Ugh.
Oh God, the thing you didn't know had an update when.
Yeah, and it just
Yeah.
springs on you like 2 minutes before the stream. It's like, oh, Nvidia has an update. This will be about 30 minutes.
Absolutely. It always happens for
Yeah.
sure. Well, yeah, that was my thing. Jay pointed it out to me one time. Big up to him. He's like, because I was actually like talking about this and like takes me so long to get ready. And I'm always like apologizing, like, oh guys, played my settings somewhere. I'm so sorry. Like no one else cares. Like all my friends, that's what
They just want to chill with
anyway.
you. It's
Yeah, like
not
we're
worried
here for
about your
you.
updates. Yeah.
Right. And then they're like, do your thing. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm so sorry. That for you real quick.
And
And
that's the
he was like,
dream. That's the rare thing to build is for everyone to actually be there for you. Like they don't really care like you be playing whatever game or just doing music or just sitting there and talking and like no one's, they're just happy to see you, which is pretty incredible. Like most streamers and content creators and just people in general would just really enjoy that amount of adoration even if it's coming from, 4 or 5 people.
and I didn't realize that early on. And then I was, oh,
Yeah,
I
you
won. Like
you
that's
got to
the
that
win.
pretty
Like,
early. It didn't take you. I don't think it took you very long to get to that point. Yeah.
I didn't have to move out to Los Angeles to, realize I
Yeah, you got to go to
need.
LA, buy a $400 mic, get a $6,000 camera,
Right.
then start
Pray that
streaming. Okay.
I gotta pray Mr. Beast gives me an opportunity or something. Yeah,
Exactly. Maybe
I'll
he'll
start
buy you a
then.
house.
If I just win this game show.
Yeah,
And
for
that
real.
kind of thing I didn't like really realize pay attention to because as we said before, like when you're constantly to that grindstone, you don't
Hmm.
come up for air in that water.
You
Like we
don't.
even said about like not realize like, oh, I do have friends for this thing.
Yeah.
And I like look up from doing the settings and all this stuff and like oh my look my 4 viewers, they're still here. Like, hey, that was a complete disaster just now. I had a BRB screen up on accident for
Yep.
like that kind of thing. It's like, oh, that's nice. That's really cool. And the thing that Jay said, he was like,
Hmm.
uh, he's like, oh wow, the producer is actually doing production things, talking about me like fixing the lighting and cameras. Yeah, that's how you do production. That's what that is. Like,
That's what it
oh,
is.
I'm doing like the thing because we film and cinema and like the camera lighting and angles and this, but that all matters to me because like the art of cinema and film and photography, like that's a big thing for me. So
Hmm.
it's like,
Gotta
yeah,
get it
your
right.
brain's just doing the thing you like, bro. And I was like, oh, nice. So that helped me like kind of get over that hurdle of like making it. Welcome to my live stream where we play with camera settings, lighting. It's like the get the best audio for your
Yeah, you're
these
focused
things.
too much on the craft that you're not like enjoying the creation
Right.
moment. Yeah.
That's my
'Cause it's the
again,
prep,
that's
it's
my
the
character
setup,
arc.
it's yeah.
And then I finally get it all together and start streaming. And I'm like, now what? It's like, well, that
Now
was
what
the
do I
whole
do?
fun thing. That's what I like. And for my ex, when she wanted to get into, that was actually one of the things I enjoyed with her was
Uh-huh.
setting up her streams.
Oh my
I was like, no, you
god. So
sit
you
here,
enjoyed the
turn this way.
production.
I got this. Yeah, I'm that guy.
You're like, I get to set up
Wake up,
someone else's thing.
dab your teeth on real quick, get this lighting, your skin tones restored. Like, that was me. And like in her
Skin
defense, I
tones.
could see how that would possibly be annoying. Like,
Oh my
would
god.
you get the fuck out of the way so I can play? Hang on, let me.
Hang on, hang on.
Yeah,
I need
that
to
was
adjust
me,
this
man. Like,
just one more time. It's
like
almost
no,
perfect.
no one's gonna like notice that thing, but I'm like,
No,
the shot, beautiful.
that's it.
And then she would stream for like 8 minutes. It's like, I'm bored. Like,
I'm bored.
damn it, woman. My muse has failed me. That kind of thing. So like I was big into production, not just in music, but like that's why I appreciate game development. I love the development, love the sound engineering, love the Foley artists. I love the people in film. I love all those go into things. And I feel like growing up seeing that and like understanding it
Hmm.
in live streaming and doing this and this whole thing here. I mean, y'all can't see my hands waving, like pointing at everything, but like I love setting up these things and like when a friend comes over and it's like, whoa, like this is, I was like, yeah, I did that. This, I set all this up.
Look at
Like when
this
people come
setup.
in, we're like, oh man, cool setup, bro. But it's not like an overly expensive setup. I spent some money. We're not going to lie, but
Yeah.
it's not one of those like giant into like thing. It's just my little like corner room in the house.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I'd like to give people that like inspiration, like, no, you can do stuff with like the bare minimum. We started streaming like that's where we started.
Yeah.
Nobody was there for that. And I saw a guy on Twitch. This is my other inspiration story. He
Mm-hmm.
was streaming Street Fighter 2 from
Ooh.
an old TV with his phone like propped up on a cardboard box, filming the TV on top of a garbage, like in the garage
No
to like
way.
70 viewers. And
That's
that was like my moment
crazy.
of like, are you fucking kidding me right now?
I just spent all this fucking money.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen like the TikTok streamers where they have like they're filming their TV with their phone and then they have a mirror next to the TV
I've
so
seen
you can
them.
see their
Yes, and you can see
face.
them.
It's fucking
And I'm like, that's so innovative.
so
That's like a
resourceful.
genius. Like, I would not have thought of that in that moment. I'm like, I got to go buy my laptop. I got to go buy, and I can't stream it. And they're like, fuck it, prop that shit up. Let's
Prop
go.
that shit up.
Right. And I'm like, looking at, my stuff and I'm like, man, all this money on this shit.
And I don't have 70. Yeah. No,
And it's like,
that's a reality check for sure. It
here's
hurts.
like, it's my rainy cloud that I put on myself. I'm like, oh, again. That's because you're not doing. Just do it. Like, stop worrying about the aesthetics and just go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, I get it. So it's helped me like over the years. That happened like years ago. I remember seeing that. Don't know who the guy was. I can close my eyes and like, see that Street Fighter 2 gameplay on that garbage can. It was so crazy. I'm like, what? What do you mean? But like he was living life, having a good,
Yeah.
cutting it up in the great time. I'm like, oh, just like hang out with your friends. Oh, that's what you do.
That's
Gotcha.
all it is. The nostalgia, the chill vibes, just playing
Yeah.
a classic game that everybody loves,
And
That's it.
I was stressing out about this mic positioning.
You're like, did I tilt that low enough?
Right, like how's my audio? I gotta check my audio. I do my through the stream.
Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, you can get pretty deep into stuff like that.
Especially as an audio person, like it matters because I want like the
Yeah, there's
best
no end to
user.
it.
Right, like I want the best user experience.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm thinking of the customer, like you said for the YouTube thing. Like when they come to this channel, I want this to be like the best experience
What
for
they
their
see
experience.
and what they hear.
Yeah,
They're gonna
that
see
kind
your
of thing.
stream. That's the first impression.
And so like with it being, so chill, like you could see that, but then like the music's like hardcore death metal. You're like, there's a contrast here going on.
Yeah, what's happening there?
While he's playing Stray, a little cat game. Like, what, buddy? How many G Fuels did you have?
Right?
But like that was a double-edged sword again, was like understanding that. And that's where that work comes in because like I know what makes chill. So like I have to produce chill. And that
Chill.
became that's gonna be a new catch chill. You
Chill.
gotta make chill. Make time to chill.
Gonna be his new
Um
logo on the shirt. Chill.
new shirt
Just
idea.
chill, man.
Chill. That's all. So like I was trying to make the best experience for others because I wanted them to be comfortable, but that sometimes would turn into work for me trying to, check all those boxes and make sure everything's good. And like I said, when I finally sit down, and start like so zoned out and dead because I'm spent so much time like doing the setup and stuff that, like you said, people can see like you're not having a good time right now, are you? And I was like, oh, you guys can tell. Hang on, let me turn my avatar back.
How do you guys know?
No, don't look at my face because my face tells everything I
Yeah.
whatsoever. And that was part of, and my final confession I'll give, part of why I started doing the was because I was actually camera shy. I definitely
Okay.
camera shy.
Yeah.
So I was like, so that's why, like, even with this, like, I could do better.
No, you're doing great, man. And there's
Thank
no.
you so much. I was so, I've been worried this whole.
Yo, I should have told you earlier.
Yeah, like
Legit waited like almost 7 hours to be like, you're doing very well.
Now I can like finally.
Yeah, you can finally relax. Okay, just let the stiffness go.
About that knot in his hip. Like, oh, there it is.
Oh my god, dude! No
I
way.
even did it with G.
Uh huh.
I like remember messaging her the time like, did I? And I fucking trouble. She's like, you're doing great. You're doing great. You're doing fine. I'm like, why are you so? I have no idea. It's just something in me. I'm like, oh my.
Just nervous. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. And I even told a friend that I was nervous before we had started. I was like, I got this podcast thing coming up. We got to do. Like, I'm so nervous. Like, I don't want to. She's like, oh, you'll do fine. And that was like,
you did great. Like,
like,
listen. Like you were so chill, and as soon as you started talking, and the guest is supposed to talk more than the host, so you went on a whole thing about music. Like, I didn't even have to ask any follow-ups. I was just like, I was thinking the whole time, I'm like, when am I going to ask this guy, like, a follow-up question? And he's kind of just on, like, the most impressive rant about music right now that I'm just happy to be here.
Just hanging out, just chill guy hanging out.
Yeah,
Make it easy for you, you know?
Yeah, and it's like, no one notices that stuff, you know?
I'm glad we can like talk because like no, that's truly genuine. Like
yeah,
my thing of like, am I fucking this up right now? I'm one of those people like I will never get upset.
No, it's so cool and it's so easy to talk, and a lot of the topics we hit, a lot of that stuff is we hit some pretty deep stuff, some pretty tough situations that are going on and just everything in the world right now, whether it's gaming, music, all that.
We showed that you can have those conversations and like go across that broad spectrum.
That's the hard part is, it's talking with people, whether you agree or disagree with them. We kind of have lost that ability to compromise and just to even just sit down and have a conversation. It seems like such a rare gift, and I think that is what I enjoy probably the most about podcasting has been like it fills that one spot in my life where I feel like I don't get enough deep conversations with people where you really because like you can have the small talk and the like, oh, what's your favorite color? Ooh, like like that kind of bullshit interview.
Did you see the game last night?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like you're just asking how the weather is and stuff like that, or you can get down to like the core issues of like how someone feels and what's going on inside their head, and what are the things they enjoy and what are they passionate about, what they love, all that cool stuff.
That's the good meat and potatoes of the conversation.
Yes. I like to get to that. Those are the kind of conversations you have at like, on the back porch at like 3 a.m. Like, everyone's sharing their deepest, darkest shit at that time because you've worn them down. You've been talking since whatever 8, 9 o'clock or what have you. It's like, so it builds up and eventually the guard comes down and you're just like, you could just be real for a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have that like, there it is.
Yeah. That moment. That reality.
Undone your tie a little bit. Like, there it is. Let's talk to this guy some more.
Exactly.
What's funny is like I've found in doing more of like I call it more podcast type streams. And you've been there when like I've been playing a game.
Yeah.
And then I'll be like on the pause menu for an
hour. No, you
you
were I don't know what you were doing. Like, you were just on the menu or one time you had like the BRB screen on, but you were still talking with everybody or something.
Yeah, that's
just turned into a chat
with you guys and everybody. I am. I will take my phone with me and go into the chat like What's up, guys? What you up to?
What's up, everybody? Yeah, you were still entertaining everybody, even on your break. You know, most people wouldn't chime into the chat and make sure everyone's still having a good time. No, that was cool. I like doing that too. I like to take my phone when I take a little break.
Yeah.
I go get some water and just kind of, keep up with everybody.
Stretch the legs a little bit and start that other load of laundry.
You have to, man. Yeah, you have to. You can't just abandon your life to sit down and stream for a few hours.
Like, say that again louder for them.
For real. I mean, I probably got to say it for myself at this point. It's got to be a new thing for the year is to be able to manage all these other hobbies and goals and things that I have outside of all this, but stuff I would happily share, on here when it's all ready. Yeah.
Is being able to like share those things, like you said, and finding a place to be able to do that is really something special. To have those moments, like you said, where you can, be RB.
Yeah, I need to get on that. I need to get on the recording my music thing and wrapping up a lot of these songs that I've had written for a while. I gotta get back to that.
I feel like that was a personal attack.
No, you're already living that dream, so it's motivating me to get on my thing. Yeah.
I like that reverse Uno you just pulled on.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm really good at this.
Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah, you made me feel better.
Yep. and then I dunked on you and said like, actually I'm so good at this. I played you.
That was all part of my plan.
Right? Oh my God, yeah.
Mastermind, absolutely.
I have I'm getting carpal tunnel surgery on my right hand. I believe it's a week from Monday, something like that, approximately. So I'm going to be out of commission for a while. I can't play any games, but I'll probably be doing like more podcasting, maybe reacting, commentary. And then I got to get my left hand done, assuming it all goes well. Because I have numbness and pain in both hands. And that prevents me from doing like all the guitar and the video games and the editing, typing and the writing, all the things I love. I can only do like so much of it before it like kind of wears me down. So, and they said it's what it is. I sat down with a hand surgeon, someone orthopedic hand surgeon that really knows about all that. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope I get my life back. But
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to change, kind of my approach to like how I do things. So if you're ever down for more conversations, or if you ever just, want a guest commentator while you're gaming, whatever it is, I'm happy to be around. And I probably need to be more open in that way anyway with everybody, because sometimes I get so focused running my own show, or I'm just constantly gaming. This is going to be a reality check where it's like, okay, well now, you need a little recovery time, a few weeks off, like,
Yeah, forced recovery. Like, you don't have a choice now.
Yeah. And I think it'll be good. I'll catch up on some reading, some TV shows, and I'd love to be just hang around and do more of the chatting with people, because at the very least I could just like queue up a stream and just click record and we just chat for a bit.
Hell yeah, I'm absolutely for it. I love what you said about like the back patio hanging out on the porch 3 a.m. This is what it felt like
the whole time.
Old friends back in town.
Yeah, and you're catching up,
sipping your drink, like watching the sun go down. Like, remember when movies were good?
Back when the movies are good. Yeah. Yeah, that was real, man. I miss stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what the podcast has filled, is it's just that kind of need for deep conversation, and when you get a really good interview, that clock just goes flying, dude. I don't think we've had an episode this long. I might have to break it up.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Because I got to upload this to like the podcasting host, and yeah.
The crazy part what I told you about was the nervous.
Yeah, dude,
I
no
don't have anything to
way.
say. Like I don't know how I'm gonna talk for. Yeah,
Yeah, right.
that's a
I don't want to
problem.
hear
Sure.
that excuse again. That was
So like
like,
now I can scratch that off.
no, dude, that was great. I mean, and we had everything and more that we wanted to talk about. So I think that's a good
Absolutely.
thing. And I think there's,
I,
and it's not that we've even exhausted everything that we would possibly talk about. I think there's probably
yeah.
more for
Hmm.
another conversation in the future. So I look forward to it, man. I want to thank you for jumping in.
Thank you for having me.
I
Man.
know
I
it's kind
love
of
this.
sudden. I reached out to you. I was like, I just need to call him this week and just be like, you want to jump on? I need to
Like, you
quit
know
like
what? Yeah.
waiting for some weird opportunity or some special event to make sense. Yeah.
That makes sense. Now, this was a great opportunity for me as well. And again, I appreciate everything you do, sir. You're a master of your craft, I must say. And getting,
Same to
like I
you,
said, to
man.
have the conversation for me, and I didn't know I was this lively. Like when I started, I was like, oh
Yeah,
no,
you
like
need to go back and listen to this a little bit. Listen to that
I'm
like first
so
30
scared
minutes
to.
on music, man. That was hip, dude. I was like, this feels like I'm in a class right now.
Mr. Letterman over
Yeah,
here.
professor, yeah, and Letterman, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I couldn't have done it without you, sir. So and
No, I
thank you
appreciate
for
you.
me this opportunity.
Well,
Absolutely.
gamers, that's going to wrap it up for Shackcast episode 69 and 69.1, 69.2. However
That's
many
a
shreds
plethora of
I have to
content.
break this up into.
Future releases, schedule it.
69 and 3/8.
Remaster, director's
Yes, we
cut.
got to remaster this episode. But yeah, I look
Absolutely.
forward to having you back on, man. I think we'll have to do this more often. Of course, my surgery will probably necessitate more collaboration, as I definitely won't be doing like video editing and all the stuff that requires. But then they want you to do physical therapy, so they're like, yeah, start playing guitar again, start playing video games,
Mm.
do all the
Yeah,
things
straight
as a
back.
way of therapizing your hand. So I guess we'll give it a go. So once again, thank you all for watching. Don't forget to hit that like button. You can head over to Brown Tiger's channel. We have a link in the description down below. You can click on his name in the title, and that will take you to his page. That's pretty handy. Take care. Be safe. Have a good one. We'll see you on the next one, everyone. Bye.